Okay, I think we're ready. I don't know what's going on outside. I think they're picking up the garbage. But yeah, that's happening. Hey, how's it going, everyone? My name is Rednu. Thank you guys so much for joining me on today's stream. And today we are going to be doing the usual, right? We're going to be doing some Yu-Gi-Oh reacts. I saw a pretty interesting, thumbnail last night. One from Paul says Yu-Gi-Oh has an audience problem. A couple of you guys suggested a few other ones. Someone suggested one video about talking about the Asarctic thing. There's like a huge Twitter thread about it on like what's a good deck and how dare MBT call my, or not MBT, who was it? It was someone, oh oh yeah, it was someone calling out the duel logs. The duel logs had a video saying like top 10 like failed deck ideas or something like that, and then someone got a little heated about it and was saying like, oh, how dare he call my deck a bad deck. Funny enough, the game on this video says Magic the Gathering. I wonder if that's intentional. Usually I have to set this myself, so I guess it is. Another problem, or another video, we have the biggest problem with Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Not too sure about what that could be. There's a lot of like problems. Probably the biggest problem I have with Yu-Gi-Oh is lack of different game modes, but I mean, we'll see. And then maybe we'll have some time to watch this one. This one's a little long. This one's like 37 minutes. What up, Ichi? What up, Dota? All right, so let's go ahead and kick it off and get started. I don't think we have anything else, but if you guys do have anything else, feel free to post it in the Rednu Watch This channel, and we'll probably be able to pick it up. But yeah, after that, we'll play some TFT, get some ranked games in, and that should be it. Well, Necro. God, I do wish we had different game modes in Yu-Gi-Oh! True. You finally write a good female character. And the thumbnail says stupid bitch. Damn. Alright, now. Let's get to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff. Alright. Let me turn this on. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an audience problem. So that's gonna be a weird that's a weird title, right? For sure. And if you guys want to see the thumbnail, this is what it is. I guess Paul here thinks that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an audience problem. I don't know what he means by that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely has a problem generating new players. The game is really hard to learn and get into and be enthusiastic about learning because there are so many things to learn, and so it's hard to create new players, obviously. As an audience, I would say like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a very competitive audience, and this is really facilitated and created by their own design, by their own game. The fact that Yu-Gi-Oh! Only has one real playable format, officially, right? That's been that way for like, 20 years, definitely has a huge influence over the culture and, how players approach and think about the game. There are no, real official other game modes. I know that like YCSs, especially recently, they do have side events and, well, they've always had side events, but more recently, they have been putting Time Wizard formats like Edison and GOAT, which, at least from like one video I saw from Simo, he was talking with Raran about Edison format. It does better. People who are playing Edison generally just have a little more fun. I would say that it's probably due to the lack of like competition, and there's not so much of a like, it's not regarded as seriously as what the regular Master Duel, regular like Yu-Gi-Oh! Format is. Not Master Duel format specifically like the PC clamp, but Master Duel as in like, you had the 5 zones, monster zones and spell and trap zones and everything, right? Standard Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah, let's take a look at what he has to say about the audience problem. I'm not too sure how he's gonna take that. Yeah. There's gonna be some bad feels in this, guys. There's gonna be some bad feels in this video. You guys turn it off. Turn off the stream. Turn off the video if if you get slightly offended as a Yu-Gi-Oh player, please. Oh, no sound. Oh, okay, my bad. Thank you. I'll fix that. I knew I was missing something. No, it's no sound. I don't have the sound on for y'all. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Let's start that one again. All right, start the video.
Hey guys, Paul here. So I know it's been a while since I've done one of these talking videos over an APS amplifier, but I've just been thinking a lot about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I wanted to share it with you guys, get some opinions. Fair warning, it's going to be not a rant, but maybe not like a completely positive video. There's going to be some critiques. I know some people don't like when I do that, so if you can't handle it, you can get out now. But if you can, then let's talk a little bit about Yu-Gi-Oh! And its sort of target audience and the misalignment that I think Konami has kind of run into in recent years. So I'm going to just set the stage.
Target audience and misalignment. For me personally, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Like Konami just prints what works and they stick with what works, and they're not really as far as like change and pushing products into different directions. Sure, they had Speed Duel and they introduced other products to try and lighten the game up and make it a little more about fun and a little more about the anime. But they're not really successful, and I think it's just because of Yu-Gi-Oh's legacy and how long it's been, just purely competitive. I also think that it's because they don't like to pour money like into marketing these type of products and making them, a priority, right? Accessibility and diversity in game modes is not their priority. Their priority is obviously, they want to sell as many boxes as possible. It's a very short-lived. It's a very short-term. It's a not short-term, I guess, but it's a very short-sighted goal, I would say.
Stage a little bit here. We know Yu-Gi-Oh's been around for like a bazillion years, 20, 25 years. A lot of people got into this game as kids watching this show. But today the game is a lot more, it's more niche for sure, and it's also much more competitive.
100%.
There's a lot more information that goes around, and a lot of people who play the game today are playing it for the sake of competing in like tournaments or Master Duel or whatever, and there's much more talk about, a meta game and what you're supposed to do, what are combo lines, what is counterplay, hand traps, interactions, rulings. It's a lot more nitty gritty. And
I mean, I don't know if it's that's a symptom of necessarily like nowadays, right? I think after a certain level of being acclimated to the game, like after being attaining a certain level of competency in the game and of interest, right? Going to locals, attending regionals and YCS, whatever, right? This is like where the meta game kind of comes in, and you have to think about the game in different ways and think about other decks other than your own pet deck, right? I don't know if but I mean, definitely as far as like a recent symptom of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's a lot quicker, right? This game, if you look at this game compared to back to 2014 or even Edison format Yu-Gi-Oh, it's completely different. It's very, very short. It's very, very fast, right? So that's definitely something that is a more modern like affliction, right?
And particularly online, in that sort of online discourse, people are going to talk mostly about that. When you think of Yu-Gi-Oh, you think of people online discussing combos, where to hand trap something, how to stop things, what's the metagame like, what's the next ban list going to be. The reason I'm talking about this today is because they've recently started playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel deck flexing series at YCS event streams. So what deck flexing is the series that Alec and I actually got to be a part of. We were the commentators for it, but it's a 3-part series where every episode they got like Konami got different people from different communities to play in these themed Yu-Gi-Oh matches. So
actually, yeah, so if you guys don't know what deck flexing is, let's take a look at it really quick. Deck flexing, it's on the official Yu-Gi-Oh channel, which is made for children. So apparently you're not able to comment on any of these videos. And Wow, they only did 3 episodes. Oh, that sucks. Huh. Okay. Well, they only did 3 episodes. And so deck flexing, they brought in like guest stars, not I mean like as far as like internet celebrities go, people who are notable within their communities, right? In episode 1 they had Justin Wong and Vicious, right? Huge fighting game people, VTubers as well, which was really cool. I thought they had Rosamie Lovelock and Doppio Dropscythe, right? And then they had Dodo Doya, and I'm not too familiar, but basically, other huge YouTubers in the Yu-Gi-Oh scene, right? So, yeah, I thought that was a really cool and interesting idea. I thought it showed that Konami was leveraging its, their indie content creators to try and make good content and make this game more approachable for new players. Unfortunately, I feel like deck flexing has a lot of problems in, how heavily scripted it is, how much they emphasize on alternate game modes that just do not exist and you're not able to play. You kind of have to like handcraft these game modes and make these decks yourselves if you wanted to play in a similar style than the duels in for the duels in these episodes. If you wanted to play similarly to them, right, you would have to have a friend and have that level of creating that custom game mode with them, right? So it's as far as that goes, like yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh has a huge potential. They have a huge diverse card pool. You have all these Time Wizard formats, all these different ways of playing Yu-Gi-Oh that was created by the community, but it's not supported by Konami, and you don't have any sort of way to interface with that without getting together and organizing that with a friend and saying, hey, do you want to play this interesting version of Yu-Gi-Oh that's not a mind-numbing, soul-sucking pit of despair, which is like pretty difficult, I would say, right? But yeah, that's what deck flexing is.
Like Justin Wong from the fighting game community, or like VTubers like Rosamie Lovelock, or even like people like Rhymestyle and Syriax, and so they were given themes like old school Yu-Gi-Oh, as in like Legend of Blue Eyes, Magic Ruler, Pharaoh Servant, Metal Raiders, that kind of era, or like anime duels like Stardust versus Elemental.
Another thing was interesting that there's not really a lot of concrete rules that were expressed, which is fine. Like you don't really want to like bog people down with so much detail, especially for these like little episodes. No one really, that you're not too sure how well they'll do or whatever, and the spectacle of two content creators or two bigger names fighting each other is what you're going there for. I get that, but I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess, I don't know, the audience problem, yeah, right? Like Yu-Gi-Oh audience is very detail oriented. They're very hyper fixated on details because the game hyper fixates on details, and so it's hard to kind of like emulate what they're doing, right? In those episodes, because you don't really know what exactly they're doing besides like, oh, taking decks from these very vague eras of Yu-Gi-Oh, right, and giving them
heroes. That was one of the themes. And so we did this series, and it was pretty fun. I had a great time. It was fun to record, fun to get to meet those people and work with them. And I think Konami did a really great job in the editing. The episodes turned out really well. They decided that they would show these episodes between YCS stream matches, because at YCS events, the feature matches happen, and then like there's a bit of a downtime between them and whatever the next match is.
Oh my god. Wait. Is he gonna talk about like how they received it like live? God, I can only imagine like a room full of Yu-Gi-Oh players watching deck flexing, and they're like, "Oh, that's not how you play that card." Or, "Oh my God, she's so stupid. Why would you summon this this hedgehog and just pass?" Like, Oh God, when it's like totally missing like the point. The point of it is just to showcase two content creators having fun playing Yu-Gi-Oh in a totally different way, in a non-serious, non-competitive way. But yeah, let's see. I don't know.
And normally Konami just kind of sits the camera there and like just shoots into the crowd, and nothing really happens. It's kind of boring. So there's some space to fill, and so they decided to I guess among other product advertisements and stuff, they put the Master Duel deck flexing videos on there because it's sponsored Konami content, so I guess they're allowed to do that.
Yeah.
But there are some people who are some dissenters, will say, who maybe don't think that that's the best decision. Because when you're watching a YCS stream, you don't really want to watch people play, Maneater Bug, like, and Celtic Guardian controlled decks, right? On stream, you would rather watch people play, the current metagame. What's going on with Runics and Bestials? What's going on with,
Who are these dissenters? Are they on Twitter? I want to see. Like, it's so dumb. Like, you already have the tournament. You already have YCS. And you're saying, oh, well, we don't want to see this. Then take a break. Go grab a snack. Go grab some water. Do anything else. And then come back when the actual game is going on. Like, what the fuck? They have these not side events, but just basically things to fill time. And it's casual Yu-Gi-Oh, it's fun Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And you're complaining about it like, oh, this is not what I came for. Well, what you came for is already there, right? What you came for is already there. I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn off sound alerts for a bit because it's just a little distracting. What you came for is already there. So like, what's the big deal? Like, if they're gonna put in these other slots to fill in time, and hopefully they're entertaining to people outside, maybe grab a few people who are nostalgic about Yu-Gi-Oh as an anime, and they're like, oh wow, this is a Yu-Gi-Oh event, let me take a look at this. Okay, they're playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively. It is definitely a clash of sort of interests. It seems like casual Yu-Gi-Oh and competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, they operate on two opposite ends of the world, right? But I don't know. It's just a small part. It's such a small part of the event that it doesn't make any sense to me. The pause frame, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, it's so silly.
Rescue Ace and Snake Eyes and SP Little Knight and combos and hand traps and interactions and metagame things. And so I've seen some people online when they saw that Konami was playing these sorts of videos on stream, they weren't really satisfied with them. They were like, okay, get this casual content out of my face, right? This isn't the target audience for that.
Bro, like, yeah, what does every, like, okay, I'm sorry, I'm like, everything needs to be about me, everything needs to cater to me, everything that fills up every single minute, every single second of this event needs to be catered to me. I'm the target audience. Please stop putting this trash up in my face. This level of entitlement and needing this constant need and desire for everything on the internet, everything that is content to be catered towards you, I feel like is absolutely ridiculous. And I feel like the more you feel that way, the more likely it is that there's just something wrong with you in the head, right? The fact that you can't just sit back or take a break, grab some food, grab some drinks, or just realize that this thing is not made for you, and that's okay. It just feels absolutely silly.
And at first I was like, oh man, that sucks. I worked really hard on those videos. It sucks to hear them say that they don't like them. But when I thought about it a little bit more, I think it does make some sense. Maybe Konami shouldn't be showing these at YCS events that are targeted towards much more hardcore, very competitive types. It begs the question, though, who exactly is the intended audience for Yu-Gi-Oh, and where does Konami stand in terms of how they reach that crowd?
Well, I mean, the intended audience for Yu-Gi-Oh is anyone who'll buy their product, right? Basically, they're trying to expand with the deck flexing series and marketing Master Duel as a place where you can create and simulate these duels in a more casual setting, create your own rules. It is a huge failing that they don't even let you customize these rules. But regardless, you are able to play in the same way that they do. I mean, because the decks are there, the cards are there, right? And that's how they played. But yeah, I mean, it feels obvious, at least with deck flexing, that they're trying to market to a more casual audience because Yu-Gi-Oh is niche. Yu-Gi-Oh is a niche game in a niche genre for a very niche audience, and the culture is so hyper fixated and super niche that they get so mad at shows of casual format Yu-Gi-Oh. So it's they want to expand. You want more money. You want more people buying your product, and the casuals, are a huge missed opportunity. It's hard for them to capture because Yu-Gi-Oh is such a complex game, but it's something they're trying, and I think that's it's better than nothing. It's a little I see what Paul's saying. Like it seems a little like misguided, or not misguided, but like they've missed the mark, right? They missed the mark with deck flexing. And I think that's okay. I think as long as they keep trying and they refine it and they try to come up with other shows, other ideas to try and bring in casual players, overall that's a good effort, and it is better for them, right? That's how I feel. I feel like it's a good thing, and it's probably a good thing as a hardcore player, as an experienced player of Yu-Gi-Oh. If your game doesn't live and die by the hardcore community, right? I feel like the more people that are playing your game, probably that's a good thing. As far as the longevity, the lifetime of your game. But yeah.
Because for Konami, they kind of have to walk they have to kind of walk like two lanes, two roads. There's the, keeping the current competitive crowd happy. Those are the people that you're mostly going to meet online that talk about.
The thing about this, okay, so yes, there's two things that Yu-Gi-Oh needs to like sort of balance, I guess, or Konami needs to balance. Like what he's gonna say is keeping the competitive crowd happy, but also trying to reach into other markets and create a new audience, right? In the casual space, right? But the thing is, it's like the hardcore players and the hardcore players of Yu-Gi-Oh will not quit Yu-Gi-Oh, right? They're not gonna quit. They're addicted to this cardboard crack. They don't like. You could make Max C legal and Master Duel players will still play Master Duel, right? You could avoid banning every UR card and like hit every card other than Mathmex Circular and people will still play. You can ban the crap out of Robina and Fluanderies and ruin every archetype that basically harms Max C's legitimacy, and they'll still play. The hardcore players will not leave. So I don't think personally the hardcore players and the hardcore player base in Yu-Gi-Oh are worth catering to, because at the end of the day, you just print product, they'll still stay. Who cares? Who actually cares about the hardcore competitive Yu-Gi-Oh community, right? I think that these kind of comments of like, oh, get this casual shit out of my face, like they shouldn't pay any mind to it. They shouldn't heed it, because it just keeps them in the same box that they've always been, which is to cater towards a hyper competitive crowd, right? It doesn't like if these guys are addicted anyway and they're still playing your game, they're still buying your product, then all you need to do to ensure that they are continuing to buy your product is just print good product for them, right? It's just to print good stuff for them. It's just to keep the game going for them. That's literally all they want. That's literally all they need in order to continue playing the game. I would say continue pushing towards other spaces and, trying to market to other crowds. Let me roll this back a little bit, and then we'll play it.
You have to kind of walk like two lanes, two roads. There's the, keeping the current competitive crowd happy. Those are the people that you're mostly going to meet online that talk about, the nitty gritty of decks, optimizations, how you beat the meta, right? Lots of content today is about that. But then there's also a side that's much more like casual, and their memories of Yu-Gi-Oh are from the show, are from the anime, and they might find themselves a bit disillusioned by all of this, super complex, jargon-filled competitive talk. And so Konami's got to try to market like products and try to expand the reach to more and more people. And to do that, they get these people from other communities when they do like these sort of initiatives. And so like when that content gets seen by the nitty-gritty crowd, they are dissatisfied and don't like it.
Which is, who cares? Like literally, who cares about their opinion, right? Who don't please God, Konami, do not let your marketing efforts and what you're trying to push be influenced by the people who will buy your product anyway, right? The people who will continue to, like, is anyone actually going to quit Yu-Gi-Oh because they made deck flexing? That's a ridiculous notion. It makes no fucking sense, right? These are like segments, these are times that like would otherwise just be filled with a a graphic with a timer or whatever, right? There's no pleasing those people. So just don't cater to them. And definitely don't stop like trying to market to other people, because that's how you grow as a game. Of course, you can bash it. You're a player. Yeah, bash it, whatever. But don't listen to them. Like, do not listen to them. For the love of God, they are nobody cares about. Like, if you're caring about the long-term success and the growth of your game, it is imperative that you do not listen to people complaining about something so petty as, oh, casual content in my competitive game and my competitive event. Like, no. It doesn't. It makes no sense.
So I think that in terms of what so for the YCS issue, right? That's a simple matter of, I guess, maybe people just don't want them to include deck flexing in like in between YCS rounds. I think that'd be pretty reasonable, I suppose. Maybe deck flexing has a better place to be put on the internet. Like it could just be like an ad on Facebook.
Yeah, like on YouTube, on a for kids channel that it's hard for them to market, and it's hard for them to like put. They put this on Twitter. They posted it on their YouTube. What else can they do, really? I mean, like, just put it out there. Like, who cares? Someone's gonna get it. Someone's gonna understand, like, oh, this content wasn't necessarily made for me, but I can show this to my friend because I can show them how we could play on the simulator Master Duel, and we could play a casual game of Yu-Gi-Oh, some fun Yu-Gi-Oh, instead of something that's hyper fixated on competitiveness and just being, overall a cancer, right? Just like the normal Yu-Gi-Oh that normal Yu-Gi-Oh is, right? An alternative form of Yu-Gi-Oh. That someone's gonna get it. Someone has, a couple of brain cells in that room, I'm sure.
Facebook or YouTube in general. But I think the more important conversation to be had here is like, who is Yu-Gi-Oh for, and how does Konami kind of cater to both? And I think it comes down to the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh, like modern Yu-Gi-Oh today,
again, Konami should never cater towards a competitive crowd by stopping and halting production on anything. I don't think that's ever the answer.
Is at an impasse, and it's almost, I hesitate to use this word, it's a little deceptive, a little duplicitous, maybe even, dare I say, a bit of a lie. So when you look at how Konami sort of markets Yu-Gi-Oh today, you will see like these, like these tins, right? Like this year's hero tins, or some playmats and stuff where like they use a lot of imagery of Yugi and Kaiba and Jaden or Yusei and like their boss monsters. It's meant to evoke this sort of sense of like, anime style duels where it's kind of back and forth, and there's like an epic boss monster clash, and
yeah, it's a bait and switch. It's a bait and switch. It's like, here's this cool anime battle. Here's this cool, like, oh, remember guys, you got all the anime characters, and they summon their cool boss monsters, and they're having this super dramatic dialogue against each other. Like, remember, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh is. And look, our game, you can do that. You could do that, but nobody wants to play that way because the only things we support and officially recognizes the actual advanced format of Yu-Gi-Oh, and only like our existing player base, our very niche player base that's been playing the game for 20 years, they only care about that one game mode, right? It's just like, yeah, it's a bait and switch. And I mean, like, they do have speed duels, they do have alternate ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't know, it's hard. It's definitely a hard problem to solve, but definitely making content, making productions that showcase Yu-Gi-Oh in a more casual way is definitely not the wrong answer.
It sort of feels like it's like what you remember when you were a kid, right? These cool anime duels and all that. But then there's a bit of an issue because modern Yu-Gi-Oh, when you actually go to a local card shop or even get on Master Duel, isn't really like that. And so the marketing kind of feels like a bit of a slap in the face because you get baited and switched. You get baited into thinking that, Dark Magician and Blue Eyes are still the cool, strong monsters, when in reality, they couldn't be kind of further from it, right? Like, we haven't really seen a Dark Magician or a Blue Eyes deck do super well in a competitive tournament like, a YCS in ages, and it's really quite rare. If anything, those are seen as the free win, the free round for a lot of more competitive types of players, and it's not exactly as easy to market, branded or or Unchained or, like Rescue a Snake Eye to a lot of older fans because they don't recognize those cards. In
Yeah.
fact, when I go to events like
And this is a problem that's only going to compound on itself more and create more of this segmentation, this separation. And that's why they're trying to like close the gap, right? That's why they're trying to like market towards casuals and sort of keep it going for as long as possible, because that's the only place you can create a new audience. But this gap is only going to be widened, because if you guys don't know, basically there's never going to be Master Duel Yu-Gi-Oh as an anime, right? Or advanced format Yu-Gi-Oh as an anime anymore. It's always going to be Rush Duel. There's just the biggest opportunity they had to announce a new season for Yu-Gi-Oh was on the 25th anniversary Yu-Gi-Oh, just Worlds, right? That was their biggest opportunity to announce something new for the Yu-Gi-Oh as an anime, as a franchise, and that's just they didn't do it because they didn't have anything working, because they don't want to do any of these new projects. They're not going to introduce any more new summoning mechanics. They're not going to change the game up in any major way. I highly doubt they're going to do any more master rules, because there's no anime to market to a newer crowd, and therefore there's nothing to align their product with. That's why if you look at like Yugipedia card sets or whatever, it's funny because you look at the set release or maybe TCG set galleries, right? And you notice that these are all like separated by the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. Oh, this is the 5D series. This is the Zexal booster sets. These are the Arc 5 booster sets. These are the Vrains booster sets. Well, guess what follows after that? It's the Sevens booster sets. Has nothing to do with the Sevens monsters. Has nothing to do with the Sevens anime. And you have the Go Rush booster sets, which has, again, nothing to do with Go Rush. Go Rush is Yu-Gi-Oh, but they're playing Rush Duel, right? They're not playing this game anymore. So it's not going to happen. They're not going to have any more new anime. They're not going to have any more like new characters for people to fall in love with and a story or anything like that. And so this gap, this, them being able to make new, like a new audience, their ability to generate a new audience is severely harmed, essentially, is what I'm saying. Because they don't really have an anime to support the game anymore.
Like conventions and things like that, or even just reading the comments in my own like videos, there are a lot of people who kind of want to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh but find themselves alienated not just by the long combos and the long card text, but also just the unfamiliarity of the cards, the fact that Mirror Force is no longer seen as like a good card, or Monster.
Yeah, and it's just like they're not the same cards. They're not the same. It's not the same game that I used to play. It's not the same game that I've seen, right? Being played by the characters that I love. So yeah, there's a huge like disparity, right? It's like, okay, you baited me with this anime, but there's actually nothing. The game itself has nothing to do with it. And at the end of the day, that's always been the case, realistically speaking, right? Not totally, but in a general sense, it was, because Duelist Kingdom, again, all they did in Duelist Kingdom on that island, they played Dungeons and Dragons with cards, right? They literally played pretend with cards. Giant Soldier of Stone attacking the moon. You have Catapult Turtle, right? Just launching something. They weren't actually playing the game. And that was the best season of Yu-Gi-Oh! That was the best part of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that was the most, the part of Yu-Gi-Oh! That grabbed the most people, is because they actually had some really cool dialogue and like anime moments from not playing the actual game. That's kind of almost always been the case. People have always been bait and switched, right? With regards to Yu-Gi-Oh. So it's hard to imagine a solution to this when that's always been the case for Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's kind of always what's worked, is baiting and switching.
Reborn is not seen as a good card. It's not played, and they don't really want to maybe learn what all the new crazy stuff is. And I think to that point, I'd say that, well, there's some, like, both sides kind of got to maybe give a little to get a little. I think that if you are the quintessential Yugi boomer, as they call them, I think that it is important to kind of like take a step out of your comfort zone and realize that modern Yu-Gi-Oh does have some real like shining sides to it. It's a lot more complex, sure, and there's a lot more moving parts, but I do think that the game is actually at perhaps its most like high octane and interactive that it's ever been.
Yeah, but people don't want to play that game, and I don't as far as like Yugi boomers or whatever, the thing about it is the reality of the situation is that they're just gonna fuck off and play something else, right? That's it at the end of the day. Oh, is Yu-Gi-Oh worth playing? Is Yu-Gi-Oh like who? That doesn't like there's no objectivity of that, right? There's no objectivity of like, oh, is Yu-Gi-Oh worth playing? Yu-Gi-Oh is a game made for hyper fixated, detail oriented people who like to learn complex things and complex interactions, and it's meant to only be played in a competitive way because that's the only format that's being pushed by Yu-Gi-Oh and Konami. So there's no like gap closer, right? Everyone who is baited by the anime needs to make this hop, this leap of faith that they're going to enjoy the game, and that they'll like it once they learn it. And that's a lot of learning to do. That's what they all have to do. And it's as far as that goes, shoulda, woulda, oughta, doesn't there is none of that, I feel, right? In reality, people are just going to play something else, and they probably should. I mean, why would you waste your time learning something that just you're not too sure if it's gonna be fun for you, especially when you have games like Baldur's Gate 3, that you could purchase instead, that won 7 Game of the Year awards, right? And is a huge banger. There's the competition, as far as like what can waste your time, what can entertain you, right? Between work and sleep, it is there's so many things. It doesn't have to be this game.
And taking the time to like learn how a lot of today's decks works can be really, I think it can be really rewarding and really gratifying to learn that. I certainly have a fun time like playing, the really harsh modern formats of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, but I totally get why somebody might not want to. I think on the other end of the spectrum, though, you've got some competitive players who just can't really find any appreciation for, watching this even just pre-Time Wizard style format being played in front of them. They would much rather see, okay, why isn't Jesse Cotton or Joshua Schmidt coaching these VTubers and like coaching Justin Wong and playing in a modern format with modern cards and
Oh my god, why aren't people showing my favorite Oshis, the game I like to play? Why aren't they showing things for me? Why is this content not made for me? Like, oh god, nothing. Not everything is about you. The world doesn't center around you, and like, yeah, voice your concerns or whatever, but it's like I don't know, it doesn't, like, at a certain point, like, it just comes down to something very simple. It wasn't made for you, right? It wasn't made for you, so shut the fuck up. Like,
showing that instead. And I think that there are some obvious sort of logistic reasons why that couldn't really be like super feasible. But yeah, there's always going to be this sort of mismatch. And I think that for Konami, they could probably help address this issue a little bit. They've done some things, right? Like they've got Time Wizard format, so you can technically play GOAT. That's kind of one of the things that I always will point to for people who just want something that resembles old school Yu-Gi-Oh! Or you could play Edison format. But I think that in particular, Master Duel, first of all, needs to have some super like old casual formats. It's got a casual mode. We all know that is not.
It doesn't exist. You go to casual mode right now, unless you're stream sniping someone else, no one's playing it. You're gonna find and match against the same guy over and over and over again, if there is someone playing it at all, right? Honestly, what Yu-Gi-Oh should do, what Konami should do, is they should put casual mode with bots, because then at least you would, create like, like if a casual were actually baited to click casual mode, they can play against a bot, and then they could have fun, they could win. They literally should do that. That's what Fortnite did. When you play Fortnite, you start up Fortnite, you have a new account, you're matched up against bots, and you get huge dopamine hits of like, oh my god, I killed that guy. I actually killed that guy. I did that. Yeah. And it's like, it fools a lot more people than you would think. So it's They should do that. They should just put bots in casual mode, honestly, and just let them actually play out the game instead of playing and interfacing with the actual casual mode in Master Duel, where people just give up on turn 2, turn 3 when they don't open their combo, right? Or when they get stopped. It's just, casual mode's a joke in Master Duel, and they need other ways to play Master Duel in it that isn't a limited time event that's meant only to farm currency.
like good. It doesn't really work or function.
So like solo mode? No, not like solo mode. Because solo mode is already there and it already exists, but Yu-Gi-Oh is a player versus player game. You're supposed to be playing against someone else, another person, right? And at least the illusion of that could suffice and probably sustain a huge casual like audience. At least for they'll keep the app on for a few more hours at the very least, right? So like solo mode, saying like, oh, there's solo mode. Well, people still want the feeling of being played. People still want the feeling of playing with someone else, right? And putting bots in casual mode, not only are they like, does it create more activity in casual mode, but it creates more of an audience for casual mode, right? Then you'll have more people logging into casual mode, and then you'll have humans matching with other humans as well by creating those bots. So like first there's bots, but second, now there are people who actually treat casual mode the way it should be, which is as a casual mode. So yeah, I feel like that probably wouldn't hurt. Definitely.
It's got a casual mode. We all know that is not at all like good. It doesn't really work or function. People go in there and troll. There's no rewards for doing so. It's a bit of a mess. But it would be really easy to do that in Master Duel.
And that's the dumbest thing too. Why is there no incentive? Why can you not complete your goals in casual mode? It's the stupidest thing. It's like it's the most boneheaded move in like that. In my like, it's the most boneheaded move, the boneheaded decision that I can think of. And in reality, whoever is in charge of that probably doesn't even know that's the case. Like it's probably a bug or something. I don't even know if it's intentional. The fact that you can't earn rewards in casual mode is the dumbest thing. It's like why are you so fixated on people interfacing with the only mode in Yu-Gi-Oh, like the ranked mode in Yu-Gi-Oh, this soul sucking pit of despair. It just and monotony, right? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I just let people, if people are having fun playing the game and they want to play in a casual setting and they want to play in a low stakes environment, let them farm like rewards. Like what's the big deal? They already play ranked mode to farm rewards anyway. And it'd probably be better to separate the two, right? Because then you can go on ranked and have more of a reasonable expectation to not get trolled or play against I mean, just call it what it is, suicide decks, right? Decks that where you are just trying to lose, right? Auto lose decks, let's just call it.
Even within the TCG, there could still be more sort of like support for these types of formats. Like Konami themselves never really quite want to, at least that I've noticed, they always kind of keep an arm's length from what they'll describe as like the Heart of the Underdog format or the Time Wizard format. They'll kind of leave it to the players to just, you guys sort of figure out what format you want to play, and you guys can play that, and we're going to take a bit of a back seat to it. But I think...
Yeah, because they have no idea, and they don't want to pour any resources into marketing these formats. They have no idea about them. They don't understand them, and they don't get why people would play these things. So they're not going... And they're also not going to assign people to research it and basically figure out, like, how can we market these formats more? Because they don't see the potential of it. And they've only have 20 years of data of like marketing to this crowd to go off of. And, that's just how they're going to operate. They're going to continue to operate with that data instead of like pushing into newer areas. At least they're not going to put so much money into pushing into new areas where they can actually get, good data. Yu-Gi-Oh was never a format game though, right? Yeah, it's not.
I think that they should take a more active role in doing so and maybe actually have a little bit more faith in their modern archetypes and cards. Like, for instance, the Sky Striker archetype gets a lot of support, and it actually has a manga in Japan, but that's not something that we get here. We don't even really get those like Yu-Gi-Oh sort of master guides or whatever where they explain the lore of different archetypes. We don't get that here in the West, so it's a lot harder for people.
Yeah, right? That's a good point. Like, you don't even get these other medias. Like, it's such a weird thing because Sky Striker has a lot of pull in the Western Yu-Gi-Oh community. I'm sure you could get people to buy that manga, but it feels just like Konami is totally just, they don't care. They don't care about the West. You can't, like, actions speak louder than words. And the fact that they don't push these products, they don't translate these products, they don't do anything to port it over to the West, they don't make any sort of like special cards or promo cards in that same vein as the Sky Striker manga and the cards that come packaged with them. It just shows that they don't care. They don't care about the West. They don't want to market to them. They have no faith in it, and that they are very content with just sticking to their audience in Japan and staying within, coloring within the lines. And it's, it's the weirdest thing, because it's like when you're looking at it from an outsider's perspective, it's like you have all this potential. You could make the money. I'm sure you could turn a profit, and you just don't want to do it because it's just so risky or something. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me.
To connect with archetypes. And so if you're maybe a more casual or returning player who just remembers Celtic Guardian and Mystical Elf, then it might be harder to connect with these new archetypes. But I think that they could make it easier by releasing these lore books, or maybe releasing some like animated shorts like what Pokemon does, so that people could get to know who, like Diabellstar and the Snake Eye monsters are, who Albaz and Ecclesia are. And I think that if you...
Yeah, that is a very great point, is that Yu-Gi-Oh! Konami in Japan solves this problem. The problem of like connecting these characters, these archetypes, to a newer audience and creating context around them so that people fall in love with the characters and thus are enticed with the game. Like that is why games have lore. That's why World of Warcraft has lore. That's why Legends of Runeterra exists, is because they're trying to create other media, other forms to hook you in to the IP, the franchise. And the fact that, in Japan, they are like actively solving this issue. They are creating content for people to fall in love with and, buy into this game. The fact that they just don't do that in the West, it's like they're just sitting on their ass. They don't care, or they are being told no because it's too risky. And I think it's like the biggest head scratcher. It's definitely a huge head scratcher.
If you did that, that would be good, because otherwise it kind of creates a bit of a weird disconnect for somebody who...
There's one problem. Even if they localize the Sky Striker manga or even the OCG Structures manga, most people won't read them. You don't know that. Like, the thing is, nobody knows that because they never did it, because they're manga. There is manga that is released sure, that is a good point. But I think it's a scale thing, right? You don't have to pour so much money, like translating and printing these things. You don't have to pour like that much money into it, right? It's not like an all or nothing sort of thing, right? You can print a limited quantity of these items, right? And slowly scale that up. And I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is already a niche genre. It's already a niche game for a very niche audience that's also very hardcore, that's also very dedicated. I actually do think these products would do well. I think that they just ought to try. But yeah, I mean, that is a good point, is that manga typically doesn't do well in the West. But I feel like, recognize that you have a hardcore audience. You have a hardcore base. I feel like that is something they could be interested in, for sure.
Who wants to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! In a way that they thought it was like when they were a kid, because I'll go to conventions and people are like, cosplaying as like Jaden and Cyrus, and they just, make jokes about like, what does Product Read do? They're having a more innocent and kind of nostalgia-driven fun with the brand and property that is not at all reflected in the game, and if they wanted to hop into the game, they might find themselves feeling a little bit overwhelmed. So, I think Konami's got to take some steps to sort of solve this. Speed Duels is another pretty good one. That's one that I've found myself recommending to people a little bit more as well. So that's really good. I think that the way that they've been doing them as like sealed boxes that are kind of these isolated kind of boxed experiences that you could play with a group of friends from middle school without actually going online and like kind of looking into the deep nitty gritty of Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's cool, yeah. And like probably the best product that I had of Yu-Gi-Oh that you know didn't interface with the advanced format was the Monster League Duelist pack, right? Box Battle Pack 3 Monster League, right? This draftable game mode, you bought it. I don't know if I ever saw this in a box like that, but there was like an actual box. And this product was great. I really enjoyed it. I played it with my friends, and it was a fun, different way to interact and interface with Yu-Gi-Oh! And basically draft Yu-Gi-Oh! This was Yu-Gi-Oh! Draft, and it utilized Yu-Gi-Oh!'s limited size. It utilized Yu-Gi-Oh!'s huge card pool, created this set, this hyperfixated set that was meant to be drafted, and what was really cool about it was like the special rule: all monsters are treated as all types. So if something says, "Oh, add one reptile monster from your deck to your hand," you could add any monster, right? Just like very, very like niche example. I don't even know if there were searchers really in this format, but probably there was. But either way, yeah, I mean, it is a very interesting problem. I can see that now. Like, manga doesn't typically do well in the West. Art books don't typically do well in the West. So I can see the apprehension, but at the same time, I do think the Yu-Gi-Oh audience is pretty hardcore, and you know, local game stores and these nerd shops, hobby shops, they are a niche thing, and there is a place to sell these things, and you know, people who go to these shops, I feel like they are inclined to buy it. You know, I feel like they are inclined to interact with the other forms of media around their favorite IP, and I feel like that's something they should try. I mean, the thing is, it's like, oh, it's manga. Yeah, well, you're a Japanese property with an anime. Like, they're okay with it. I think they'd be okay with it. But you know, the West definitely has a huge piracy problem, especially with manga. But the thing is like I don't know, they'll operate it. They'll get it anyway. I feel like though, Yu-Gi-Oh has a community that likes to flex, and they like to use their money and spend it in ways to that's fun, right? And I feel like buying these manga, buying these art book, I don't think it's bad to print it. I don't think it would go as badly as they think it would.
Is actually for the best. I really do believe that. I do think that competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Online today, getting into that community and that discourse, it's rough. I mean, there was like a recent argument on Twitter about, you know, somebody saying that they thought that like Earth's Arctic was was like a decent deck, and people got angry at them and said like, "What? No, you're wrong. Earth's Arctic is trash. How dare you defend it?" And like, I mean, it got really pretty personal and like harsh. And so
wait. This is like a perfect like prelude. It's a perfect like segue into the next video that we're gonna watch. Ah, wow. Okay. The fact that gets escalated to such a degree is so like characteristic of Yu-Gi-Oh community, and it's so like it's like yeah, yep, that's the Yu-Gi-Oh community. Yep.
I sometimes tell people, like, listen, if you want to get into Yu-Gi-Oh today, decide how you want to get into it, right? Do you want to get into a kind of a very intense competitive online community? Not saying it's bad, but it's intense. Or do you maybe just want to enjoy something that's more akin to what you played in like middle school or something? If so, don't look online for anything. Just buy a speed duel box, grab a few friends who, you know, also don't know anything, play it, then pack it back up, and you can do it again some other time, and that's it.
Quick, don't look at Twitter, don't look online, don't look at Twitch streams, don't just turn off your internet, unplug your router, buy the actual products that exist out there that you think is a little weird, but just buy it anyway. You'll have a lot of fun. That's gonna be the best way to interact with Yu-Gi-Oh.
Right? It's rough to say it that way, but as it stands in Yu-Gi-Oh, it sometimes feels like those are the two options that you get. Bridging that gap is going to be a difficult one. I know they've got it rough. I think that still, though, you know, they could do a better job of marketing the modern things to people in ways that help to teach them more. and help them connect with the archetypes and the monsters that are being shown, as opposed to just showing them Yugi and Kaiba, but then like, you know, kind of pulling the rug out from under them. Of course, if you are a super casual old school head, it might be worth it to take a look at what the new game is and try to better understand it before you just get online and complain. And if you're a super casual type, understand that not all content is even necessarily made for you, right? Like deck flexing probably wasn't made for the competitive types. It was made for the casual, you know, sort of passerby audience. And that not everybody enjoys, you know, getting into the nitty-gritty of combo decks and Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a tricky one, and I guess it's not even really like a new debate. This is something that's kind of a tale as old as time. So,
yeah.
As always, let me know what you guys think about it down in the comments, how you feel about this discussion or debate or whatever you want to call it, and how you think Konami or players could do better, or if you think that this isn't really very much of an issue at all, and I am just making mountains out of molehills, as I guess I'm known to do, according to the comments anyway. So yeah, that's going to be it. Cool. Sweet. I'll be back with maybe more videos like this because this was fun. All right. See you guys in the next one.
Please do. Guys, stop making these videos talking shit about my game. My game's perfect. It's fine. It's Konami just fucking it up and appealing to casuals. Like, Jesus, dude. Fuck off. Please give that video a like and subscribe to Paul. I love these discussion videos. I think they're super fun and enjoyable. And I feel like, you know, as far as like what Konami ought to do, they should never listen to the competitive player base, the hardcore player base that they've cultivated for 20 years. They should never listen to them for anything about marketing. And I feel like if they want to market and appeal to a casual crowd, they ought to, they should. And that's what they ought to try, because otherwise the game's going to die. Like, the game has a much shorter lifetime. For sure, because if you have a, you know, audience, if it lives and dies by the hardcore player base, then, you know, eventually that player base are going to find other priorities, other things to do in their life, and, you know, you're not going to stick with it forever, right? That's just not the case. Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely has a huge problem with generating a new audience. There's no more anime, so these things like deck flexing, yeah, it's a little rough on the edges. It's not totally executed well, but it's a good effort, and they should keep trying to make these sort of products. I think, you know, I think they should continue to try to make this content to appeal to the casuals. But yeah. All right. What was that? What makes a bad deck? Yeah, I saw that. All games will die someday. True. All games will die someday. I played this game long enough to fill every role: Sweatlord, Boomer Yu-Gi-Oh!, Sumer Yu-Gi-Oh!, Filthy Casual, Pet Decker, and everything else in between. Bad deck, good deck drama made me laugh. Yeah, I want to see. Listen to one person's opinion. Thoughts is a recipe for disaster. We humans tend to poorly think out what, or rather, why something is wrong. Yeah, it's tough. All right, let's see what we can look at for the Asarctic thing. I want to see. Okay. All right. And I don't know. Yeah, I did see that you showed me this. I don't know. Should we watch? What do you guys want to watch? Do you guys want to watch this one? From RJB0, or should we watch? I think we could like watch MBT's video. He'll probably give the gist of it as well, right? I kind of want to watch MBT's video, but yeah. Rhyme and Soro playing hat and deck flexing was so cool. I wish they'd do more. Yeah, that would be sick, right? Or, you know, it'd be sicker if in Master Duel they let you play these. They make it easier to play these modes, right? That'd be sick. That'd be awesome. All right, hold up. Let me blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, let's get this one started. Okay, there is no such thing as a good deck. There is no such thing as a good deck. So if you guys don't know what this is, MBT, I don't know exactly. I'm pretty sure he's gonna talk about it. There's no such thing as a good deck, but basically, there's huge Twitter drama, I guess, about you know, the specific archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called the Asarctics. Asarctics are a synchro archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think how it all started I might be wrong. I might be wrong. Okay, but I'm pretty sure how this all started was that Ursarctics were featured in a video made by the Dual Logs, right? About failed deck ideas and decks that are kind of bad. They suck. The implication was that Ursarctics were bad. And so one person who really loves Ursarctics went on Twitter and said, hey, my deck isn't bad. My deck is great. My deck is topped 1 or 2 times, and it's the strongest deck. Not strong, but it's like, it's respectable. It's not weak. It's not bad, right? And so what it spurred on was a huge like debate and discussion about like what is a bad deck, what is a good deck. And it's something I haven't really interfaced with or, wanted to like, I guess, interact with, but it seems like it's getting it's getting to a point where it seems unavoidable to talk about. And I definitely want to see like why or how it's like escalated to this point, because now I think from what I've heard on like Paul's video anyway, people are resorting to personal attacks and, just insulting each other for no good reason. And I kind of want to see what this discussion is about. There's no such thing as a good deck. So, what is a good deck? Is it a strong deck? Is it a deck that accomplishes its goals? Right? It's like, what is a bad deck? Right? And I feel like the answer is obvious. It depends on the context. It depends on what's being said and bad in what way, bad in what context. Is Ursarctics competitively viable? Is it a good and effective deck in winning tournaments, and you can go to YCS and have a reasonable expectation to not crap out? I think then Ursarctics are a bad deck. They're a horrible deck, right? They're definitely not the deck for that purpose, for that goal, right? It depends on the context, but let's see what MVT has to say about that. So
hello, it's Joseph. Doing another one of these. I've really enjoyed doing these nondescript discussion videos. They're nice. All the trappings and cadence of an extremely pretentious video essay, but none of that pesky research. The only thing I've learned over my 6 years with this channel is that my greatest strength is rambling. So let's do some more of that. Today we're going to talk about...
Please do more of that. I would love more of that.
Good decks. Real quick, I don't mean that. Semantic discussion about what you...
There you go. What counts as a bad deck to you people? So yeah, the Abyss came out, or Nebula Naus, whatever you want to call him on Twitter. We out here slandering a super solid deck, and this is in response to the Dual Logs' video saying that Ursarctic was a failed archetype, or it had failed cards, which is extremely funny.
Yu-Gi-Oh players classify as a good deck or a bad deck. It's not interesting. Oh, what a surprise. Some people use good to mean top tier, and other people use good to mean the deck doesn't explode when you draw your opening hand.
Right.
Who cares? I want to talk about what decks we consider to be good. Good meaning that they occupy a particular position in our psyche. They're the decks we think of when we...
Oh man, I wanted to like interact more with the drama, but okay, let's see. I think this is more about his Twitter thread.
We think of the top tier of metagame contention. And I also want to talk about why Yu-Gi-Oh players are uniquely bad at performing that calculus. First up, let's talk about social constructs.
Okay.
I promise this is important. So for those of you in my audience who are just 14 years old or otherwise extremely dumb, what is a social construct? Social construct? I'm
not dumb. I'm highly advanced for my age. I had the I was put into the special education program from a very young age. I'll have you know, MBT, I am a very special boy. I know a lot of things.
Is a construct that we socially agree upon. Okay, that's not helpful. Easiest way to understand a social construct is it's just a thing that we all do or believe and reinforce through continuous social performance. Like Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is a social construct. It's not like a real thing. There's no innate natural desire to celebrate Valentine's Day. There's not like a gene sequence in our DNA that spells out "Buy Hershey's." But it's something we do and perform, and by virtue of that performance, it becomes real. A lot of people, when they hear social construct, they go, oh my god, you're saying it's fake? And not in any way that matters. Like, Valentine's Day is a social construct, but it can still be very painful if you don't get any Valentines, which I'm sure no one in my audience of Yu-Gi-Oh playing individuals has ever had an experience with. So there's a ton of social constructs that can impact our lives in a ton of different ways. Property law is a social construct, race is a social construct, and the metagame is a social construct as well.
Okay.
Let me tell you a story. So in 2016, I was wrapping up college. I played Yu-Gi-Oh pretty frequently with my friend Saurabh Pasikani, who has a bunch of YCS tops, and my friend Gavin, who is notorious on this channel. The Monarch structure deck had just come out, and we were loosely aware of the fact that it was expected to be one of the top decks in the upcoming format. Saurabh decided to start one-tricking that strategy, and we came to a consensus pretty early on that the best deck in the room was going to be Domain Monarch, and the second best deck was obviously going to be Volcanic. This was because in our metagame of 3, Volcanic had a pretty good matchup versus Monarch. It could remove the individual Monarchs by virtue of Volcanic's Scattershot. It could outdraw them over the course of multiple turns. The floodgates that it played were particularly strong against it, and you could even board into something like Mask of Restrict. What we expected to be the third best deck of that format was, unsurprisingly, Ritual Beast. Should it win the die roll?
Yeah, Ritual Beast. I love Ritual Beast. Ritual Beast is a very cool archetype. They're a contact fusion archetype. What they do is they have the Tamer, they have the Beast, they contact fuse and send themselves to the banish zone and create this fusion monster from your extra deck. And that fusion monster always has like a click effect to basically separate into the Tamer and Beast again and take them from the banish zone and put them on the board. It's really fun. It's really cool. And they're going to get new support. I'm really excited for it.
Set up Ulti Canahawk, which could get you to a Steeds, which could pop the domain and unlock your extra deck for future turns. And its unique ability to dodge removal meant that it wasn't completely hosed by the AoE.
As far as like Ritual Beasts go, I think there was probably a couple metas that they were like especially good in. I think after they unbanned Ulti Canahawk, but Ulti Canahawk sorry. But Ulti Canahawk and Ritual Beasts in general were pretty much like a joke. And why Ulti Canahawk was limited in the first place was simply because the tournaments where Ritual Beasts were being played, the games, they would just take too long. Because the combos that Ritual Beasts would execute and do to basically do very little and influence the game very little, right? Search Steeds and search other Ritual Beast cards, was very long and convoluted and had a lot of trigger points and a lot of open game states. So that's why they got like Ulti Canahawk got limited, is because the games would just take too long and they were too cumbersome to like moderate.
Removal played by Volcanic. Confident we'd come to a pretty good understanding of the metagame, we walked into a regional and got absolutely slaughtered by Burning Abyss like 6 rounds in a row.
Burning Abyss was like the strongest like force, and it was the funny thing is Burning Abyss was a TCG exclusive too, so it was actually really interesting. And I think it's probably something you wouldn't expect because OCG has cards released earlier than TCG, but because Burning Abyss was a TCG exclusive archetype, right? I think it was really cool that it was super meta defining and dominant and a huge staple in the meta at that time. 2016, that sounds exactly right.
Regional and got absolutely slaughtered by Burning Abyss like 6 rounds in a row. Here, meaning me and Gavin. I think Saurabh did fine. So what had happened there? Well, my friends and I had participated in an instance of social construction. We had developed a metagame between ourselves. Yep. Unfortunately, once we walked into a regional, we realized it had no connection to the wider Yugi playing public and got absolutely butt blasted for it. I'd like to propose something interesting.
Yeah.
I think all metagames are like this. The metagame we developed in our college dormitory had no resemblance to reality, but a significant amount of the metagames that existed in real life had no resemblance to reality as well. Look at SJC Edison and how powerful decks like Gadgets and Quick Draw Dandy Warrior looked, and look how transformed the metagame has become once people put additional attention into that format. See, Yu-Gi-Oh players operate under a delusion that there exists something called a good deck, a deck that is playable and powerful under all circumstances.
Right, like something that is objective. But yeah, I mean, to his point, it sounds like basically what he's saying is that the metagame, right, is very dependent on prevailing thoughts and opinions that are, you know, changing and are subject to change, right? And especially when you think harder and harder about these things and put more time and focus on them, right, then they are subject to even more change and it could evolve. And the biggest examples of that is, the Time Wizard formats like Go and Edison, right? The decks that are considered good right now probably weren't considered as good as before. I guess I'm not an Edison expert, but at least to this point with the rulers format, it seems that way. It seems like, new strategies, new sort of outlooks and ways that people counter the meta that will always kind of like develop and sort of evolve as it goes on. Chess, always evolves, and it's a game that's been played forever. So
press a little further and you'll find it's a tautology. I hope it's a tautology. I'm really just itching to use that word. A deck is innately good because it performs at an event, but it only performs at an event because it's innately good. In reality, a deck's performance can be ascribed to a number of things. There's just a few. Timing. If it comes out in a new format, then people are obviously going to be a little unfamiliar with newer cards, and you can maybe get some wins that way.
Yeah, the rogue advantage, right? And the rogue advantage applies to, new decks, the new deck advantage. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a convoluted game, there's so much detail, and interactions need to be, like, thought about and actually, like, formulated and plotted out in your mind. New decks and rogue decks that are not very well known, have like a distinct advantage over someone who doesn't know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a knowledge dependent game. It is a knowledge gaps in Yu-Gi-Oh! Translate to power so very well, right? So it's it is a funny thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! I think just like how effective knowledge gaps are.
Week's results. After Monodium had a really good YCS run, people played Droll and Lockbird for a week, and decks that beat Droll did really well. Top player opinions and comments. If Pack releases a video the night before a YCS that says Infernoble is playable, people are going to have board plans for it. Type of event. If it's a 6-round regional, a powerful combo deck can easily just win 6 die rolls and go off. I mean, not to get all Beaudry-art or whatever, but it's crazy that online simulators are dominated by decks that are just not considered good by the wider player base at all. Runic Stun is nabbing Worlds Invites and Master Duel. I just looked at the top match on Dueling Book, and it was between 2 people with like 1700 rating playing a Math Mech Ditto. I posted something to this effect on Twitter, and Ryan Yu, who is a much better player than me, hand-waved this away by saying, yes, sometimes because of X or Y, a deck is more viable than one that's legitimately viable. But what does that mean? Legitimate deck is more viable.
And you also have to consider the difference between decks that can win because they're legitimately viable and decks that can win because people don't know how to play against them, e.g. Rika. The quantity of the former is nowhere near 2050. Oh, yeah, I don't...
Viable than one that's legitimately viable.
I'll be honest, I don't know what he's talking about here.
But what does that mean? Legitimately viable here refers to some sort of innate power that a deck holds, but no deck exists in a vacuum. Sometimes adaptability of lines is more important than strength of an end board, but it doesn't mean that one is way more powerful than the other. I think Rika, the deck he describes, is a perfect example of this. It's hard to intuit how to play against it is a real strength. Side note, this deck's been out for 2 years. You all need to learn how to play against it. The end result is that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Playing community does not take very many decks seriously, instead refusing to engage with decks outside of a 6 or 7 deck repertoire.
Well, why don't they take it seriously, right? Why do Yu-Gi-Oh! Players not read? Because there's a lot to read. And there's a limited amount of time, and so you have to choose like what you want to spend your time reading and understanding and studying and basically formulating strategies against. And there are going to be agreed upon opinions, right? People go on the internet, they discuss, they talk, they say like, oh, this is going to be strong, and so they agree on things that they want to read. It's just and it is like, it's crazy just how overloaded Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. And how these things do have power and strength that is tangible because people just choose not to interface and interact with these things. It's pretty funny. How are you supposed to take every deck in the game seriously? Yeah, you can't, because this game is a fucking like convoluted mess. You can't take every deck seriously. You absolutely cannot.
That is expected to be innately good. Let's take a look at a parallel card.
You cannot... Okay, so more to that point. You can't take every deck seriously. And you cannot, like, analyze every deck, especially to a wide degree of, like, accuracy and success. Why can you not do that? Because card games inherently are a data-driven game, right? Card games and the metagames that revolve around it are hugely data-driven. And data-driven means like, well, repetition and probability, right? These things are strengthened with more and more repetitions, with more and more games, with more and more instances. And so card games, consistency, probability, having a bunch of games is really, really strong to formulate this data and create opinions and basically allow you to formulate strategies and counter strategies against them. When you have more people playing these decks, then you can take them more seriously. And that's why these other decks that don't have a lot of data on them, they're like this gray area. Why are you going to put your time and effort into researching these things when in reality there's not a, you don't have like, you're not a god at this game. No one's a god at this game. You're just not, right? Why people net deck, why people go on the internet and talk about Yu-Gi-Oh and look at the stats and look at the data is because that is a huge determiner of power, right? It is a huge indication of what is good, and you can rely on like the experiences of other people pulling their resources together to create this map, this understanding of what's good and what's not. And there's plenty of uncharted territory, right? And that's kind of what makes the data, I guess, not as reliable. But at the end of the day, like what is the recourse, right? You can't trust yourself to spend all your time researching and looking into every uncharted territory, every gray area, because it's just going to take up a lot of your time. And it's much more reliable and easier to rely on data that is already there. That's how it is at the end of the day.
Let's take a look at a parallel card game and see what happens when individuals are willing to invest the time to get good at and understand decks that we would paper over. Magic the Gathering has a number of formats, but the one that I think is the most analogous to Yu-Gi-Oh is Modern. Modern cuts off at the time when Magic started using their Modern card frame, and every card printed afterwards is legal, with the exception of an ever-evolving ban list. Modern is also in a historically bad state. While there's usually a significant amount of decks playable, right now one, Scam, they're calling this deck Scam.
One thing I'll say about Modern is that I've never interacted or interfaced with it, primarily because it's super expensive. And I feel like it's so funny that in my I Quit Yu-Gi-Oh video, everyone mentions Modern. Everyone mentions like, oh, Magic the Gathering has so much power creep. Look at Modern. And it's like, okay, why would I quit Yu-Gi-Oh to interface and interact with a game mode that is so similar to Yu-Gi-Oh? Modern is very, very similar to Yu-Gi-Oh because of its huge card pool and how broken things are, how broken, like, old cards are and how they interact with the newer cards. It just is. Why would I interact or interface with that? Why would I quit one game to join a very similar game to it? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. What I like about Magic, definitely like standard format is a little more palatable, but I understand it's not perfect. It's hard to keep up with standard. It sucks when your deck gets invalidated like every year and a half or so. I don't know when your decks always rotate out, but it does suck. And but what I like the most about Magic is draft. For me, draft is like the best way to play card games because it's not pay to win. It's pay to play, but it's not pay to win. And long-term success is determined by skill. And if you don't think so, you're bad.
Is far and away the best one. That said, there are still like 30 decks that individuals can expect to play against when entering a Modern tournament, and each of those decks is expected to have the capacity to win a large event. That's right, Magic the Gathering is experiencing an equivalent of a Tier 0 format, and they are still spending more time than we do evaluating cards. If you ask a Yu-Gi-Oh pro what their testing regimen looks like, they'll probably rattle off the name of 6 or 7 decks that they intend to test heavy against. Which begs the question...
Alright, hold up. Let me play that one more time. I think I got a little lost in the weeds there. Who's asking you to quit Yu-Gi-Oh and go to Magic? You didn't listen to me, Fuse. Basically, what I was saying was people in my comments, right, about my I Quit Yu-Gi-Oh video were talking about, like, oh, why are you, like, hating on Yu-Gi-Oh and not criticizing Magic and saying that you like Magic more? Look at Modern. It's like, okay, I don't care about Modern. Why would I care about Modern?
Let's take a look at a parallel card game and see what happens when individuals are willing to invest the time to get good at and understand decks that we would paper over. Magic the Gathering has a number of formats, but the one that I think is the most analogous to Yu-Gi-Oh is Modern. Modern cuts off at the time when Magic started using their Modern card frame, and every card printed afterwards is legal, with the exception of an ever-evolving ban list. Modern is also in a historically bad state. While there's usually a significant amount of decks playable, right now one, Scam, they're calling this deck Scam, is far and away the best one. That said, there are still like 30 decks that individuals can expect to play against when entering a Modern tournament, and each of those decks is expected to have the capacity.
Look at that meta like percentage. That's insane.
To win a large event. That's right, Magic the Gathering is experiencing an equivalent of a Tier 0 format, and they are still spending more time than we do evaluating cards.
Well, because Magic is more competitive. It just is. Magic has more players. It's more competitive. There's a bigger community because, you know, the game, for whatever you think about the quality of the game, there's just more people playing it, right? And I would say there are a lot more people taking Magic competitively seriously because as far as pricing goes, it's a lot more viable. It's a lot better than winning a Nintendo Switch, that's for sure. So,
if you ask a Yu-Gi-Oh pro what their testing regimen looks like, they'll probably rattle off the name of 6 or 7 decks that they intend to test heavy against. Which begs the question...
It's been here for a long time and they advertise better. It's definitely like 2002 in North America, right? So Yu-Gi-Oh was TCG was 2002 and Magic was 1993. So there's like a 10-year gap. Magic is 10 years its senior, but how relevant that gap is grows less and less over time, right? Like, yeah, that gap is always static, right? But how relevant it is and how much of it like takes over its lifetime, how big that portion is over its lifetime becomes less and less. So I think Yu-Gi-Oh is a pretty old game. The thing is that Yu-Gi-Oh's very, very niche. It's anime driven. It's made and marketed towards children, and it has a limited lifetime in the minds of its audience because it is, you know, it is an anime driven game, you know. Generally speaking, you know, people are more prone to growing out of Yu-Gi-Oh than they are with Magic because Magic wasn't made for children. Magic was just made for nerds, right? Neckbeards that go to local game stores that, you know, gather and spend money on comic books, luxury items, right? That's what Magic was made for. So the difference is that Magic has a different target audience.
Well, it's not because of a lack of options. I think, like in Magic the Gathering, there's probably about 30 decks that could win a YCS under certain conditions. The problem is there is no parallel infrastructure to Magic the Gatherings. There's no one like Shock Troopa who will innovate on a single deck for a literal decade. There's no rush for pros to perfect a deck like Crack Clan Ironworks combo. Dedicated Yu-Gi-Oh! One-tricks are usually playing anime bullshit, comically bad archetypes, or lack the drive to innovate on their chosen deck. There's also no time to innovate. Cards come out at lightning speed and have to be evaluated in a context that includes 12,000 other playables. For instance, the only reason we ever knew Monadium was busted was there were a few duelists like Triff who were already dedicating their life to one-tricking it. And finally, finally, this is the big one. There are just no tournaments. The reason people believed Truman Show Yu-Gi-Oh! And similar conspiracy theories is there is a very select group of people who can consistently play against other high-powered individuals. And there's no inroad for mid-tier players to get an obscene amount of reps against quality opponents at a moment's notice. If you go to a high-powered local, you can participate in like one event a week and maybe play some pickup games with some of the individuals who were there. But for almost Magic the Gathering's entire lifespan, there have been on-demand queues for every major format anytime.
Yeah, it's bigger. It's bigger. It's more competitively viable. Makes sense that Yu-Gi-Oh! Community is, essentially a baby compared to Magic when it comes to metagaming and creating decks and having more information and more data. Again, card games inherently are a data-driven game. Metagames are formed from data because you don't have the time, you don't have the ability to play thousands of games. You do have the time and you do have the ability to go on the internet and look at people logging their games. That's what you do. So
There are dailies, there are weeklies, there are events. What do we have in Yu-Gi-Oh?
And yeah, the different formats of Magic definitely help people stay within its ecosystem, right? Because you used to play Standard, you got into Magic because of Standard. Well, okay, your Standard deck is no longer viable, it's no longer legal. Well, now you can play Modern, right? Or Historic or Pioneer or whatever, right? Not Historic, I think it's Pioneer. So there's a lot of different ways Magic keeps you in the loop, which is a lot better than in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a lot of fall off. If I buy a Kashtira deck, guarantee you 2 or 3 years from now, I'm not going to be able to play in any sort of competitively viable way. I'm just not. It's just my deck. Whenever you buy into a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh!, you understand that there is a very limited time frame where that deck is going to be competitively viable, if it is at all. Because that's just how they do the ban lists.
The DC Cup once a quarter, and it's just a ladder system. The end result is loose metagames. Makonko wins a YCS. Fuwandereeze wins a YCS. Manadium almost wins a YCS. The next week, Infernoble almost wins a YCS. VW's topping. Generator wins a remote event. Vlad won a giant card with Melfi. Horus Bestial has double-digit tops, but it is receiving next to no coverage. If you genuinely think we've come to something resembling a correct ultimate truth of the current metagame, I implore you to ask what Jeff Jones would have said about SJC Edison before he won it. Probably something along the lines of course Quick Draw Dandy Warrior is the top pick for Edison. It's got the best gadget matchup. So, what does this mean?
Right, and when you're bringing decks to tournaments, you're bringing decks to events, you're basically just trying to bring the deck. Right, there's always going to be popular decks. There's always going to be decks that everyone plays and everyone agrees is really good. But the person who is most likely to win the entire thing is the one who puts the time and effort into countering that strategy, right? And bringing a deck that is going to have the best matchups against all the other popular decks. Because it just makes sense, right? If your matchup against all the popular decks are good and you play well and you're a good player, then you're going to win more games. You're more likely to win the games than you are to lose. So
even if the metagame is a social construct developed around the opinions of a handful of professional players and personalities who are playing what is pretty much analogous to dorm room Yu-Gi-Oh!, what does that change? If those players are still consistently performing and topping tournaments, clearly they must be doing something right? Well, yeah. Obviously, they're really good at the card game, but understand that when they divulge to you the top picks for this format, what they're describing is a series of decks that performed in a testing circle made up of other decks they developed. They might be telling you to play Monarch because it has a good Volcanic matchup. As a result, when performing deck selection, you should keep an open mind. If you're considering not playing X or Y strategy because you think your deck isn't strong enough, weigh your options. The difference between the top decks isn't so large that it's very possible the difference in your play might outweigh it. Innovate. Do not just play cards because you saw them in a Jesse Cotton video. Or worse, an MBT video. Develop the skills that allow you to evaluate cards in the first place and apply them. And 3, this one's a little more nebulous, push organizations to develop the infrastructure necessary for innovation to happen. You won't be able to get the large amount of data or consistent reps against good players necessary to make conclusions about what decks may or may not be being overlooked unless the foundational infrastructure to allow that to happen exists. Push Konami for a Master Duel tournament mode. Try and get organizations akin to luxury to start up an online tournament series. Fucking anything other than the latter, man. I promise the end result of this type of innovation and consistent practice is worth it. It'll result in a metagame that is not only a lot more diverse than the one we're currently experiencing, but also one full of better players. Right now, often it feels like a significant amount of duelists in any given YCS are basically just playing a deck they picked up for the first time last week because they heard it was strong. Expanding the understanding of what decks are playable for a large-scale event and encouraging individuals to get really good at them will absolutely elevate Yu-Gi-Oh! Popping to a new deck every week after you watch a tier list is not. And to drive that point home, here are the decks that have won YCSs since the most recent World Championship. Unchained, Fluondereeze, Rika, Rescue Ace, Mikanko, and Unchained. I think the metagame is a lot wider than the way we conceptualize it, and I think there will come a day when our top cuts look a lot more like moderns and a lot less like tier 0 tier limits. Okay, that's it.
No chance.
Bye-bye.
No chance. Oopsies. Sorry.
That's it. And I think there will come a
I feel like there's no world where that exists. Why would I do that, MBT, when I could just go on Master Duel Meta or Twitter or I don't know where Yu-Gi-Oh community like congregates and discuss data. Why can't I just formulate my opinions on what most people play, what the most popular decks are? I think it's not like it represents a reality in terms of like what's popular, and at the end of the day you want to build against what's popular, right? If you want to be more competitively viable. I definitely understand and like hear his notion that that this metagame is probably not as set in stone, and it's not the disparity like between like what the top deck is versus like what other decks that can compete with it are or counter it is definitely not very concrete or solid. But it's like, I mean, I don't know. It's funny, like, asking Yu-Gi-Oh players to, like, I guess, try out more games, try out more decks, when inherently the problem of Yu-Gi-Oh is that it's hard. It's difficult. The game is super convoluted. It's a mess to playtest and research so many different deck types that nobody wants to do that, right? Not even the most competitive people. So, last I checked, Elements is still good. True. Just knowing a deck is good, seeing someone play it well, does not mean you will have the necessary abilities to play it well. Not to mention, if we fail playing it well, we are often far too quick. Are you listening, Konami? I don't know. For me, I just think, yeah, the meta is definitely not as developed as it could be, but with the speed of card releases and limited data, limited amount of people playing this game, I mean, what can you really do? What can you really do? At the end of the day, you still have to rely on the data that is available because you don't have the time to create your own opinions or contribute meaningful data still to like this metagame pool. That's how I feel anyway. But yeah, pretty cool video. Definitely not what I was looking for in terms of like the Arctic drama, but maybe we could get that in the next one. But I do think it was still interesting anyway. Please give that video a like and subscribe to MBT if you haven't already. So, yeah. All right. Let's take a look at this one. All right. I kind of want to see what this one is. If this one talks more about the drama. This is what a bad deck looks like. And I think the thumbnail's pretty cool. The thumbnail is the Arctics. Are you bad? Bro, literally, who cares? And again, this drama, or what he's probably going to talk about, is when, the Duel Logs made a video about failed cards, failed archetypes, and one person on Twitter got really mad that it had his favorite archetype, Arctics, on it. And we're going to see if there's more discussion on what a bad deck is, what a good deck is. So let's see.
Hello, King's.
I love RJ's video for the drama. Let's see. I'm excited. All right.
Hello, kings, queens, and monarchs of every element. I'm RJ the Jank Monarch, and last week the entire Yugi sphere was captivated by one piece of discourse. What makes a bad deck? There were a lot of conversations about it, a lot of not so conversations about it, and a lot of people weighing in with very strong opinions and surprisingly strong feelings on the subject. I even got my 2 cents in a reasonable and totally non
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh player base having strong opinions about their pet decks that they pour all their time into. Couldn't expect that.
totally non-aggressive format, but
Okay, what? Say again. Hold up.
in a surprisingly strong feelings on the subject. I even got my 2 cents in a reasonable and totally non-aggressive
Non-aggressive format. If you're so obsessed with your opinions on bad decks that you dogpile that Yu-Gi-Oh player who's arguably the best in the game at achieving her goals with any deck, maybe the problem isn't that she doesn't know what a bad deck is. Maybe it's simply that you're a bad player. Okay, I hope he unpacks this. I definitely... Who? I don't know who he's talking about.
format, but today I want to elaborate on my ideas around what makes a bad deck and what it says about our feelings about success as a whole in Yu-Gi-Oh! As I alluded to just now, in order to understand what makes a deck good or bad, we have to find a definition for success. After all, something is good if it brings you success, and it's bad if it doesn't. I think that's a pretty fair framework in the world of competitive game. Now,
Yeah, again, my opinion on the good deck versus bad deck, it depends on the context you're speaking about it in. It's obvious when the dual logs is talking about failed cards, failed archetypes, right? That he's talking about it in the context of, tournament performance and, just overall competitive viability. Does Yu-Gi-Oh community have any sort of say or wherewithal to understand what is actually competitive viable, what is actually objectively good or not? Probably not, because there's just not a lot of people playing it. There's not as much data as something like modern Magic the Gathering, for instance, right? But I do think that that's more to MBT's point on what a good deck versus a bad deck is. But I mean, as far as the conversation of good deck versus bad deck, it just seems clear to me that it depends on the context, right? Does it achieve your goals? What are you trying to accomplish with it? What is the context that we're speaking in? And the context in failed decks and archetypes, I don't know. I haven't really watched the Dual Logs video, but I would guess that it is like tournament play and competitive viability in tournaments, right? Because that's the only thing Yu-Gi-Oh players care about. What is good, what is bad, what fails, what succeeds is the one format, is in the context of the one format that Konami pushes, which is advanced format that is played, advanced TCG, OCG format. That's it, right?
This is an interesting thing when it comes to the Yu-Gi-Oh community and our culture, in that we seem to bring a lot of different definitions of success to the table functionally when it comes to actually feeling successful and expressing feelings of success, but not really when it comes to how we discuss success.
I mean, that's fine. I think having different definitions for success and, again, like, does this deck accomplish my goals? Did I get to pull off my funny little synchro combo, or did I get to win a YCS, right? It's like everyone has different goals for their decks and what they want to do. So
people talk about feeling achieved or happy with what they've done, there are a lot of ways that you see that happening. Looking around at my social media, it seems like there are a lot of different results that cause people to feel achievement, that cause people to be happy with their time playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, big shocker. In a card game, right? An open-ended card game where, you're not necessarily... Where there's so many, ways to express skill, and there's so many ways to express gameplay than just winning and losing, like performing funny, obscure combos and having a large number of card interactions, right? Or just being, unstoppable if you're not stopped. There's, a lot of different ways people gauge success, and I feel like that's not a huge shocker for me.
Yu-Gi-Oh! That caused people to feel successful. When I came back to the game after 5 years and attended a locals for the first time in most of a decade at the Age of Overlord sneak preview, I was happy with an X2 finish, where I met a lot of people, learned a lot about the deck I was playing, and got to mess around and have some weird games. That was a successful day to me. I was raving about that on Twitter, and I've seen a lot of people feel similarly. There are duelists who will be happy to win a locals, that'll be really proud of what they've done. Topping a regionals is a big mark of success for a lot of competitive players. Regionals are the primary place that a lot of us get to test our mettle on the battlefield. But if you ask a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players, success only comes with winning at the highest level of competition possible. The only really successful Yu-Gi-Oh players are the people who have won YCSs.
I mean, yeah, is that really surprising at all that the culture around Yu-Gi-Oh is formulated, is created around the context of which Konami like pushes, right? Is it really a huge surprise that Yu-Gi-Oh community only cares about what wins and loses in this one hyperfixated format, advanced format, when that's the only thing that Konami rewards Nintendo Switches for, right? Or like, I don't know. I feel like it's not a huge surprise that so many people care about winning and losing in this one advanced format, because that's just what they support. That's what Konami supports.
And even within that group, people who have won multiple. Or if you ask one prominent Yu-Gi-Oh player within the Twitter community if you've won a YCS that's smaller than most regionals. This mindset, quite frankly, sucks. Kazuki Takahashi didn't make Yu-Gi-Oh so you could make Daddy Tate proud by being the strongest boy on the playground. Yu-Gi-Oh was designed to be a story and game about being empowered in a setting other than those that our society traditionally wants from us. It's about setting goals and self-improvement. It's about finding connection with other people.
It's about making money. It's about selling cardboard crack. It's about cashing in on this one obscure side story that they had in a popular manga series, and taking a really good deal. That's all it was. That's all it really is. It's like the morality and like the story behind Yu-Gi-Oh and how it's about friendships and like I guess accomplishing goals or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense, but like. And it does exist to a degree, but so does, just what it really is making money and cashing in and selling cardboard crack to children.
Players, finding friendship in rivalry. If you only view success in Yu-Gi-Oh as being at the top of the pile, as this zero-sum game of I win and you lose, you're entirely missing the point of the game's existence. That doesn't mean you can't set lofty goals and try to achieve great things. It's a noble goal to try and win a YCS. It's a great thing to try and find how you can become better, build better decks, find more avenues through which you can win the game. That's cool. That's sick. I'm glad for anybody who can do that. But it's important to recognize that only you can define what success in Yu-Gi-Oh is for you. Whatever it is that you want to achieve, that's what success looks like. That could be anything from winning worlds to having a positive record at your locals with a brew you just made up. If I were to think about the folks who I consider the top players in terms of their success in Yu-Gi-Oh, I'd start with Jesse Cotton. Not only is he one of the best players in terms of event tops, but he's also a phenomenal teacher and has been a pillar of the community. He's somebody that teaches us how to be great at the game, not just by having accolades to his name. I'd also say Keegan from E3 Yu-Gi-Oh is an extremely successful player. The man resurrected a format from the dead and made it the most popular way to play the TCG since, well, the TCG. Along with those two, I'd put Abyss Yu-Gi-Oh and Nick Gibson, my old friend from back in my Dice Age Games days. Those two are people who were constantly brewing new things and were always achieving things you wouldn't expect to be possible with the decks that they put together. Both Nick and Abyss are known for being terrors at their locals because they put together decks with a very clear goal in mind and are extremely good at achieving that. They see potential in cards that others don't. This might not be landing them at the top tables at Nats, but they're flexing their creative and competitive brains in mind-blowing ways and seeing shocking win rates as a result. Winning locals with Chaz Tira week after week is a pretty impressive accomplishment in my mind. So with that definition of success in mind, the conversation about good and bad decks becomes very interesting very quickly. If success is achieving the goal you set yourself to, then a good deck is a deck that achieves your goals. That throws into question a lot of things. For example, Kashtira before Arise Heart was banned was a great way to top a regionals or win a YCS. But if your goal was to do something creative or have a fun day at locals, Kashtira before Arise Heart was banned was a terrible deck. This is why the deck that seemed to be at the center of the most discord on X, I almost called it the thing, on Twitter was so contentious. Ursarctic is not a deck that is going to win you a YCS right now. But if you see winning locals multiple times in a row or topping a regional as being successful, sure, Ursarctic could be a perfectly good deck. This is
Okay. I have to say, my level of excitement and willingness to engage with this topic has definitely dropped down. Like, it was at like 100, like right here, and now it's just like in the negative values because it's just like, for something that's so like painfully obvious that everyone has their own definition of success and that this has to be, I guess, discussed or talked about or reminded to people. It's just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course, but it's also like the fact that it's really easy to understand why the Yu-Gi-Oh community are so passionate or wanting to say and pin this down as a bad deck, or Sarctics as a bad deck, because in reality, like, that's the culture that they've built, right? That's the culture that is built around Yu-Gi-Oh, is competitive viability, topping YCSs, winning regionals. That is the general context in which everyone is talking about and speaking in. And Sarctics are a bad deck for that. They're horrible.
Why you'll get a lot of pushback from casual players if you say that their pet deck is bad. Their definition of success is different from the one that you're using. To a casual player, doing well at a small event with their favorite deck is successful.
I still think that makes them wrong, though. Like, I would say, like, Abyss, or like anyone who's like, oh no, my deck is wrong. My deck is, I'm sorry. Oh no, my deck is good. It's not bad. How dare you say it's bad? I would say they're flat out wrong. Like, I feel like it's very obvious. It's very easy to understand the context in which people are speaking in. And when people are talking about failed deck types and failed archetypes, from a card design point or whatever, it's still within the general context of like what is being played, what is popular, what is competitively viable, what is doing well in a competitive setting, because that's the general context. That is the agreed upon context, without having to talk about it, without having to, discuss it, that everyone is speaking in. It's competitive viability. I feel like people who are so quick to say, oh no, my deck isn't bad. Like, you're arguing my deck isn't bad because it accomplishes my goals. Okay, yeah, you're basically arguing against the straw man at that point. No one's going to legitimately tell you that your deck that you make, that you have fun with, that you are using isn't accomplishing your goals, right? That's not what anyone is saying. No one's discussing that. We're talking about competitive viability and how well it does. That's what it is. And to say like, how dare you say my deck is bad, or say that, it's a failed archetype, it's like we're talking about two completely different things. Like, it's very important to realize that we're talking about two very different things. And it just doesn't, when you're talking about two different things, you're not having a conversation. Just flat out. You're talking against a ghost and I'm talking against a ghost, right? It's not, there's no connection. You're basically arguing against something that no one said, right? And I feel like some people don't know how to express that, especially when it comes to Twitter arguments over the internet, that we're missing the point. We're missing each other. There is a miscommunication. I'm not saying that your deck doesn't accomplish your goals. Why? How the fuck would I know what your goals are, right? I'm saying that this deck, this archetype fails in a competitive setting, the general context that we as a community agree is like what we're talking about in a general level, in a general sense. You know, it's just like it's very obvious that there is miscommunication.
There are still some decks within that framework that probably aren't going to be good. If you wanted to get your Nats invite with crash bugs, you're probably not going to be successful. It's probably a bad deck. But even within the vast ocean of untiered decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, there are a lot of decks that somebody might consider good. Even if you're changing your conversation from the very clearly subjective good and bad to the somewhat less subjective seeming strong or weak, you're still not going to be able to create a successful binary between something that is strong and something that is weak. You wouldn't call Usain Bolt a weak person because he can't compete with professional weightlifters. There are people who are strong, there are people who are stronger, and not everybody who isn't the strongest is weak. The same goes for Yu-Gi-Oh! The definition of what is strong and what is not strong is going to be flexible. This is why
It's flexible, obviously. Like, again, it depends on the context. But what is the general context? What do people have an agreed upon setting of, like, speaking in, right? What is the agreed upon context that is agreed upon without words, without discussion? It is competitive viability, because that's the culture that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is built around. It's competitive viability, YCS tops, right? That's what it is. And to not recognize that and say, how dare you call my deck bad? It's not bad in this context. It's like, we're not talking about the same thing.
Tier lists are such a useful tool when it comes to discussing decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can set the parameters for your tier list and then rank decks against each other based on your opinions on those decks' strengths under those categories. You can make a tier list that is the standard competitive tier list. These are the decks that are in the entire field of decks, the ones that are most likely to win you any given event. A lot of people also constrain their tier lists in other ways. Their budget tier list, their rogue tier list. I think ranking decks against each other is a perfectly valuable way to discuss things in Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas trying to call things good and bad and trying to create some kind of objective framework around those isn't helpful and just speaks to a mindset that hurts the game and hurts the community. And that's
yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, good and bad is obviously subjective. Yu-Gi-Oh! Community obviously doesn't have enough data to formulate what is good and bad, but people can still freely talk about it and they can have their discussions, and the general agreed upon context is YCS tops and competitive viability. That's what it's like. That's what the conversation is around. And unless we are introducing a different context or different goals, that is like the other case, right? That is what needs to be mentioned, because that's not what the culture is built around. It just isn't. And I guess what he would say to that is, or what he introduced earlier was like, oh, but the context and the agreed upon context and the environment in which we should speak in is what Kazuki Takahashi intended when he designed the game. No, it shouldn't. Like, rest in peace, Kazuki Takahashi, but what his mind set and his, what he had in mind for Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just not how the game is received and played. People want more competitive viability. They want things better than prize cards and Nintendo Switches, but Kazuki didn't. And his viewpoints and what he wanted is directly conflicts with what the people who actually interface with the game based around his manga is what they want, right? It directly conflicts with it. And it's like, no, like, the creator's intention, who cares? That's not how most people interface with Yu-Gi-Oh! The culture and what people are talking about, the general agreed upon context is That's what the conversation is. That's what the topic is. And the creator's intent has very little to do with it. Has so little to do with it.
It's just not a useful conversation or mindset for us.
I mean, how do I know the creator's intent has so little to do with it? Just look at like what Yu-Gi-Oh as a anime, as a story, what the morals are and what they express in the stories, right? And compare it to what reality is. Yu-Gi-Oh makes fun of Seto Kaiba, of people who hyperfixate and treat the game as a competitive sport and only, basically only says things are competitively viable and essentially. Basically, okay, let's rephrase that. Yu-Gi-Oh, as an anime, as a plot, as a story, likes to make fun of the Seto Kaibas, of the people who only care about the competition of the game, who don't believe in the heart of the cards, but believe in raw stats and numbers. They love to make fun of it, and they like to vilify it. But why you can see that the creator's intent has so little to do with the actual context of Yu-Gi-Oh as a culture, as a phenomenon, is because that's like what the culture surrounds, right? The culture around Yu-Gi-Oh surrounds competitive viability, YCS tops, and raw numbers and data, because that's what the game caters to, right? That's what the game caters to. That's what the product caters to. And so to ignore that and say, oh, we should only focus on the creator's intent and design for the game, it's like, it's just, you're just objectively, you're choosing to ignore reality. You're basically choosing to live in a fantasy world that was purely constructed from your dreams and, whatever, right? It just doesn't correlate with reality. And it just doesn't, like, who cares? Who cares what you are talking about? We're not talking about that unless you're saying, hey, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about it in a different context. Let's talk about how my deck accomplishes my goals. Like, that's not what we're talking about. Right? As great as creators are, no one can see anything. We humans are phenomenal at adapting things. Those on the outside looking in can change something greatly. Sometimes it can be for the worse. OG Kaiba was based off of a bully that gatekept Kazuki in his youth. OG Kaiba was an embodied meta-elitist. Exactly. And that's exactly the culture and the type of players, the majority type of players that Yu-Gi-Oh breeds, because it is all about competitive viability, because that's the only way you can interface with Yu-Gi-Oh, and power creep is a huge thing, and it's just, that's what the game is. That's the context. Ignoring that is silly. Saying that we should ignore the general context, we should ignore general culture and make our own narrative and create our own context that has little to do with how people interface with the game is silly. Is absolutely silly.
For us to have as a community, rather than comparing cards and decks against each other in particular contexts for particular purposes, which allows us to actually evaluate whether or not we want to play them. It just becomes a proxy for whether or not we think a player is good or bad or valuable within the community. And that ain't what Yu-Gi-Oh!
And so, like, I don't, like, stop. I feel like trying to say, like, oh, tying in like my value as a human, value as a person, into these discussions about like what is good, what is bad in a children's card game. I feel like that's so weird. That's so sad. It's like, that's not what we're talking about. Like, no one's trying to say that Abyss is a bad person or that they're a dumb player or that they're stupid, right? They're just saying like this archetype, this deck is not good in the general agreed upon context of what we gauge success in, which is competitive viability. Like, it doesn't, no one's trying to say or diminish your worth as a human. Just, you can like your things. Like, it's so silly. It seems so obvious.
Was about. You should define your success by what makes you happy, what makes you feel accomplished, what makes it so that Yu-Gi-Oh is a more worthwhile thing for you to do with your time than something else.
Yes, you should. But when you're having a conversation on the internet, you're talking about something on Twitter, you're there are so little words that you can exchange. It's 140 characters, right? Or whatever. There are so little words you can exchange that there has to be an agreed upon context. There is a topic of discussion. There is an environment that you are entering and you're speaking in, and it is what is set in stone and established by the culture and created by the player base, and it's what's generally agreed upon. You have to understand that there is such a thing as a culture, that these constraints that are unspoken of are very real still, and that they do exist, and to ignore it just seems absolutely silly.
So go out there and play your Unchained, your Rescue Ace, your
Yes, please.
Ogdoadics, your Ursarctics, whatever it is that's going to achieve your reason for playing this game. And stop worrying about whether or not a deck is good or bad. Focus on your goals, your self-improvement, and how you're going to get there.
No, I don't. I mean, I mean, I'm sure he has very good intentions, and I understand where he's going off of, right? And he's trying to validate Abyss's opinion and, you know, validate the narrative of like, oh, everyone has their own level of success. I get that. I totally understand what he's going for, but I'm just saying, like, you can't ignore objective reality, right? That there is a culture, that there is an agreed upon context. You can't. I feel like if you're going on an online forum, you're trying to talk with someone online, right? You are entering a room, and that room has decorations. That room has different people. That room has a conversation already ongoing, and the conversation default is competitive viability, and that's what people are talking about.
And maybe think about supporting others in their journeys as well. Anyway, go forward in humble confidence, my friends, and I look forward to seeing you in future videos.
Cool. I mean, I appreciate his viewpoint, and I definitely think he made his point very well. I disagree that, you know, ignoring the general context is at all what you should do, what you ought to do when having discussions on an online forum. I feel like the agreed upon context is what it is, and it is a culture that is breeded from the game, from the product, from the topic of discussion, and that, you know, like, oh, like everything is viable, everything is good, everything, it's like, who, like, of course your level of success is a personal thing, and what you gauge as success is personal, but when you're entering a room and there's an ongoing conversation, people are discussing certain things, and they're talking about good and bad, and the context obviously is of competitive viability, because that's what Yu-Gi-Oh players care about. That's all they care about, right? Generally speaking. Then when you're saying, no, my deck isn't bad, my deck is good, and you're talking about something completely different, you have to acknowledge that you're talking about something completely different. That's it. That's my thoughts and opinion about that. Yeah, I feel like that's just it's weird. Like, everyone is valid. Everyone has their worth as a human being. I'm not trying to diminish anyone's worth. I'm saying that it's not, you're just talking about two different things. Yeah. I think that was, you know, as funny as that is, as annoyed about this topic as I am, like, it's really funny how I came into this so excited, and at the end of it I'm like so like incensed and like angry that, like, I don't know, that it feels like we're just totally missing the point, right? I'm not angry. It's just like I'm annoyed. I'm disappointed. I feel like for something so obvious, it's like, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about like individual gauges of success. We're talking about like, what is the agreed upon context. I feel like it's something obvious, and that's how I feel. I mean, let me know what you guys think, definitely, because I think I'm going to publish this. I'm going to definitely, like, I would love to know what people think about this, for sure. It's Twitter drama. It'll do that to you. Yep, absolutely. There's nothing more annoying than when you go to a discussion group, ask how good is, and everyone gives you like, it depends. Like, right? It just like, it's like, am I going to ignore the world that I stand on? Am I going to ignore the room that I'm in? Am I going to ignore the forum or the culture or the product that we're talking about? No. That's like completely nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense. Guys, I need to take a piss. I'll be right back, okay? Here, watch Dangling Keys. What is it? Wait, what is it? Oh my god, daily dose of internet. Okay, I'll be right back really quick, okay? Just give me a second.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This delivery guy gave zero warning about how heavy his box is.
Allison!
They really thought they could move this mattress without crushing Santa. A student was misbehaving, so the teacher called their father on the phone, but that phone number was actually for their best friend.
Really appreciative if you could have a sit down with Angel and tell him what his job is as a student and not to act like a fool.
Yeah, I'll talk to him.
Okay. And he seems to be short of material.
Okay, we're almost there.
The way he shakes off the snow is so satisfying.
Ollie, come inside. Come on.
All right,
Come.
what are we doing? Guys, I actually think we should take a look at that Dual Logs video. I actually want to see now. I really want to see. I really want to understand, right? I do want to see, right? And I want to see the tweet too. That would be so great. I don't know if I could. I don't know if anyone can link me the tweet and on Discord. I would really appreciate it. But I want to see like the Dual Logs this video about it. I want to see like what the conversation is, and I want to see what the tweet like talks about too, just specifically. Okay. Yeah, let's go on a little trip. I want to talk about. I want to see like how obvious it is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna. Let's see. How long is this? Okay, we'll probably get it from the gist of it from the intro. Let's see. Let's see what the Dual Logs was talking about. Let's see what beef Abyss had about his video for it. Okay, let's see.
How can an archetype have a draw 7 spell card and still be trash? This is a direct quote.
Okay, very simple off the bat, right? How can this archetype have something draw 7 and still be trash? What is trash? In what context? It is the generally agreed upon context that Yu-Gi-Oh players defaultly enter the discussion with, and that is what the culture surrounds, and that is competitive viability. It's obvious, it makes sense. We're not talking about, all these different little goals that you may have and gauge success in. It's clear and obvious. But let's see.
Quote from Ursartic players on almost every Reddit forum. Ursartic was Konami's attempt to bring the dark synchro summoning method seen on Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds to life. Like My Decisions, dark synchro summoning does everything completely backwards by using the total difference between a tutor and a non-tutor instead of adding the total sum of them like the standard synchro summoning method. While this idea is entertaining, we all have one question to ask. Will it be any good? You've probably seen the name of this video already, so no more needs to be said. Let's explain why Ursartix joined the Failed Card Hall of Fame. Ursartix debuted in 2021 in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG set Ancient Guardians.
Okay. I feel like we got it from the intro, right? We understand from the intro. What the Dual Logs is talking about, the context, again, is just indicative of what the general culture around Yu-Gi-Oh! is what it surrounds. Competitive viability. Why are Ursartix trash? Is Dual Logs really saying that Ursartix are unenjoyable, or that they can't top your locals, or that they that they don't do whatever the fuck I wanted to do? No. We're talking about what the general agreed upon context is, what the general topic of discussion is, that that all Yu-Gi-Oh players talk about by default, which is competitive viability. And that's clear in this intro. There's no like oh, can this deck not accomplish your goals? No, it's like, and so that's why I'm saying, like, with this video, it's like, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what anyone is talking about. Your worth as a human, your viability or whatever, and how good you are, how smart you are. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about that. And if they do eventually talk about that, then it's because the conversation has devolved to a point where it just is no longer about what the original topic is anymore. People are talking, when he's saying Ursarctics are trash, it's very obvious that we're talking about the generally agreed upon context. Like, it's so obvious. No, yeah, I don't have to watch anymore. That's definitely it. Like, why this card do so much but still bad? Draw 7 when this is going to have an Exodia variant Vine boom. What up, UG stream? You probably can't top your locals, let's be honest. I mean, I'm sure Abyss has. I do find funny Duolog did one of those on Gen X, and like a day later new Gen X cards come out. They're really cool and on cool end boards, but it doesn't devalue his video as they're still bad. Yeah. It's like a rumor, it spirals so much and becomes a bastardization of the original point. Yeah. I didn't know what the original cards did, and somehow they were underwhelming. I dueled against this deck one time. I'm talking about that, right? Yeah, it's like, I'm talking about that. Well, didn't Konami have a board meeting about lack of sales and new players? Konami always has board meetings, and they probably always talk about how the game is dying. Every TCG is the same. You play meta or you're trash. Well, I mean, like, that is like, yeah, when people say trash, like, are we going to really pretend like, oh my god, you're insulting my... Okay. When people play trash and they like to say, oh, my deck isn't bad, it's good, it's fine. Are we really going to conflate it and say, like, oh my god, you're insulting me as a person, my value as a human being, my intelligence. You're saying my deck is trash and it doesn't accomplish... Like, why are we pretending? Stop. Why are we pretending like that's what we're talking about? It's not. It's just flat out isn't. Right? Why would I insult you? I have nothing against you. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. When someone say top locals, that sounds like a competitive context to me. What do you mean by that? Saying trash is pretty incendiary way to phrase the sentiment. So what? He's right. In the context that we're talking about, in competitive viability and topping YCSs, because that's the culture that surrounds Yu-Gi-Oh! That is the general topic of discussion. So what? Yeah, he's right. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It is trash. You're not going to top your YCSs with Ursarctics. And it's incendiary. Who cares? Like, he's not wrong. Maybe is it like hyperbole? Not real. Honestly, not really. It's like, who cares? He's not wrong. I don't get it. Anyway, I think that's about it for that topic of discussion. It's just, I'm definitely gonna like push that out, and I'm probably gonna like talk about it on Twitter if anyone wants to engage with that. But I'm definitely wanting to make a video about this because it just feels so obvious to me. And it's just so characteristic of Yu-Gi-Oh! Twitter drama, just being really silly and really dumb. I quit all TCG, it's all bad. Pay to win gambling, microtransaction, unless you play draft. Yeah, draft is fun. It's not pay to win. I do wonder when it happened, but a couple of years ago, a lot of casual players turned themselves into what I like to call competitive junkies. I mean, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! For more than a month, you're basically, try hard sweat. No, it's, the longer you play Yu-Gi-Oh, the more you fall into that though, that bucket. So anyway, great video and really fun point of discussion. I definitely enjoy that. Okay. Let's see over here. Yeah, we have some fire stuff lately. All right. What is this? The biggest problem with Yu-Gi-Oh right now by Yassine. The biggest problem with Yu-Gi-Oh right now is lack of like game modes and diversity in gameplay, lack of ways to interface with the 12,000 cards you have in your card pool, right? That's definitely the biggest problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! And, you know, especially when you talk about Master Duel, the biggest way and most accessible way that people can interface with the game and play with the cards because they don't have to spend that much money. It's a huge problem that, you know, I feel like Konami's just going to be way too slow to adapt and capitalize on, essentially, right? It's to solve. They're going to be way too slow to solve that problem because they don't, I don't know, maybe they don't understand it, or maybe they just don't care.
So I don't know if it's just me, but for the past almost like a year at this point, the game has been pretty stale. The most recent sets didn't really change that much to the dynamic of the game because they either added some new decks or made some older decks a little better or added some new staples.
Yeah, the game's stale because there's no new master rule change coming around the corner. There's no new summoning mechanic. There's no new anime. No anime. You'll never get an anime. Master Duel format, advanced format, Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime will not happen. Konami or whoever produces the anime, they're having a lot of fun producing Go Rush. They're enjoying wide level of success over in Japan. That's the only context that they care about. You're not gonna your game, yeah, it's on a downhill slide.
For example, Duelist Nexus gave purely like one card, which was E Purely Noir, which made Sleepy Memory much better, which also made the deck infinitely better than it was before. And then it gave Unchained a lot of a crazy, insane support. And then Age of Overlord gave the Rescuers deck the Sinful Spoils engine, which is also splashable in like 10 billion other decks, as well as Typhon and SP Little Knight. But honestly, all this really did was just make the same decks better while not really addressing the main problem that this game had for like the past year. And I plan on tackling this subject on today's video because I do believe that a lot of players share the same opinion I do. But before we go any further, I would really appreciate you if you could smash the like and subscribe button for me real quick. Alright, so first things first, let me define what I mean when I say...
I started playing speed duels, was funny, but unfortunately nobody played. There's no place for casuals like me in this game. Yep, because that's where the culture surrounds, and that's the product that they've sold. That's the player base that they've cultivated, and everyone is only really concerned. Anyone who's played this game for, you know, a while now is only really concerned about competitive viability.
Say that the game is stale. I'm not talking about formats being completely identical with the exact same decks always being the best, because we have seen a few shifts in competitive domination. So for example, Kashtira was the best deck for like pretty much half a year, if not more, and then we got Unchained, and now we've got Rescuers, although we can say that Unchained is still really good. To put it simply, what I'm trying to say is that it doesn't really matter if these decks are slightly different in how they look because they all share one major similarity with each other. They are all mid-range decks. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the term, a mid-range deck is basically like an in-between of a control and a combo deck.
So basically, like, I don't know, if you come from other card games, right, in Yu-Gi-Oh, in other card games with the resource system, mid-range just means, you know, you're playing within the middle mana. You're not aggro, right? You're not aggressive. You're not playing things on turn one and trying to aggro your opponent down and destroy them immediately. You're not control, where you play high-value cards and try and stall the game to a point where you can create these high-value situations and, you know, control the game outright. Mid-range is the middle of the road. It's the in-between. Usually it's the optimal strategy in the context of other card games. In Yu-Gi-Oh, because Yu-Gi-Oh's resource system is purely just the number of cards in your hand and the quality of them, mid-range just means that you're not putting as many things on the board and you're not committing so much of your hand, or you're able to replenish your hand and keep resources so that you could play for more turns, essentially. That's what mid-range is. It's common mid-range archetypes, I guess it's Rescue Ace, but Sword Soul. Sword Soul is a very good example of a mid-range archetype where you're not committing so much to the board.
So mid-range decks are less powerful than combo decks, but they do have a better grind game, but at the same time, they are more powerful than control decks while having a worse grind game than them. On the surface, this is completely fine, because all it really means is that there is a playstyle for each player out there. If you are super aggressive and you like to play with your full hand and solve really complex puzzles, then you're probably more of a combo player. If you like to outplay your opponent and actually grind him out to death, then control is probably your playstyle. And if you want to be able to play every game while never really getting blown out and just being balanced overall, then you're probably a mid-range player. The issue though is the following. Mid-range decks are no longer what they used to be a few years ago. Just when you take Sword Soul and Salamangreat, for example, which I actually consider to be the two healthiest mid-range decks of all time. So these decks actually forced you to use your sense of judgment in order to make some good decisions, because otherwise you were getting blown out.
So what Yassine is about to say is that playing Rescue Ace, and whatever other deck he mentioned is for brain dead idiots, and that these decks play themselves. That's basically what he's gonna say.
For example, if you're playing a deck like Sword Soul, are you trying to always search the trap card with the Yugioh, or are you searching the Long Wand in order to extend and go into a Baron? If you are searching the trap card, then you're playing it safe because you're basically only passing turn on 3 summons, whereas if you're going for the Long Wand, you're making the Baron on summon number 6 and you are losing to Nibiru. The issue with searching the trap card is that now you're actually a little more fragile if your opponent has a good hand, depending on what you're facing. Because without an Omni Negate, it's a little easier to crack the board, right? And also in Sword Soul, do you just always vomit your whole hand in order to make as many interruptions as possible, or do you just keep resources in your hand to make sure that you have a follow play for next turn? Regardless of what you chose to do, just because you went first with Sword Soul didn't necessarily mean that you would win because the deck was inherently fair.
Okay, so yeah, he's saying that there's a lot of different lines of play. There's a lot of different ways you can go about making and constructing your Sword Soul board, and ultimately it is up to like what you value as a player and like how much resources you want to commit, and obviously the quality and quantity of cards in your hand. And so I get that with Sword Soul. And what he's gonna say is that Rescue Ace and Unchained just play themselves, and they just inherently generate you so many resources and inherently are able to make a respectable board. Maybe not a totally committal board, but you know, it's able to give you so many things.
Except for Protos. But if you happen to lose the dice roll in the mirror match, you weren't necessarily out because the deck was extremely good going second. Sword Soul mirrors are actually very back and forth and gave everyone a chance to interact with each other. But that is not...
This deck is good, and it requires a brain to play. These decks...
what the current mid-range decks are looking like. The Unchained deck can actually put up like 5 or 6 interruptions with only like 1 card or 2 cards, and there is no 1 card board breaker that beats it. Not to mention that the standard combo naturally gets you the follow-up that you need in order to win on turn 3 anyways. Your Caesar could trigger to search the Dark Contract, which is pretty big, and then the Sharvara can trigger to set a trap card, and then you also have the Unchained Soul of Rage to recycle back a Fiend monster from a grave to hand, and the Yama to revive back a monster. So now the thing with Unchained is that, for example, if you win the dice roll and you go first, if you open your 2-card combo, you don't really have to...
You auto-win. You don't have to use your brain. This is exactly...
to think about anything. You just play it out and it just solves all of your issues naturally. It's not like...
Wow! Who could have seen that one coming? Power creep!
Sword Soul, where you played it out differently because the rest of your hand might be a little fragile and you need to really think about your follow-up play. Everything is already included in the package, you don't have to think. And because of the fact that the interruptions are so generic and cover so much ground, you're never really in a position where you can't really do anything against a certain deck. The only moments when decks like Unchained really have to change is when new trends emerge that make previous combos a little riskier. So for example, the existence of monster-stealing cards like Change of Heart can force players to develop a combo line where they now have to destroy their Unchained Soul of Rage and then recycle back the Sharvara in order to be able to respond to the Change of Heart. So now if you're targeting the Caesar, they can destroy it with a Sharvara in hand, and then they can use the effect of Yama, revive back the Unchained Soul of Rage, and they're still fine. But in this...
I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about, but it sounds like he's saying, yo, these complex interactions, they're dumb. Yo, these things that you're doing, they dumb, they stupid. I know it like the back of my hand, they're dumb, and you're dumb for playing this deck.
Instance, what happens is that everybody is made aware of the combo and starts copying it anyways. And again, it remains the exact same 2-card combo, so you don't really have to go out of your way to do it. The Rescues deck is pretty much the exact same. I mean, you have a bunch of 1 or 2-card combos, you can play through hand traps depending on what you drew, and the deck is super predictable. But if you're going first with Rescue Ace and your opponent doesn't have any hand traps, well, congratulations, because your 1-card combo leads to 4 back row and a bunch of cards in hand on the field. Again, because of the fact that the commitment is so small, you don't really have to lose anything and really think about anything because you always have a follow-up built in your engine.
It's exactly what I said. These games are for brain-dead morons and idiots. That's what he's saying. Because they play themselves. They're so easy. So... can people stop gatekeeping decks? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. It's that's what Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, is. At the end of the day, like, even when you're talking about Sword Soul, for instance, right? Sword Soul is a lot more brain dead and easy to play than playing any deck in like Edison format and, you know, adjusting your play on the fly or whatever. Like, it just there's no like the interaction and level of interruption that you get from a back and forth game where where turn and priority is being passed back and forth, right? It's a deeper, it's a complex, it's more skill intensive game when you're having to grind and having more points of failure, essentially more potential points for failure. So I don't like, this is just an age-old problem for Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's only going to get worse down the road. But or rather, it's going to stay the same, I guess, right? The more powerful the decks that the new decks are, the more brain dead and easy it's going to be. And it's always going to be in a context. It's always going to be when you compare it to what happened before. That's how it is. Yeah. Sword Soul. Mm-hmm.
And again, let's not pretend like Fire King is any different, because 1 or 2 cards leads to like 5 interruptions, and they can also play like 12 plus hand traps. Not to mention that literally every mid-range deck out there is playing 3 Prosperity, which increases the consistency by a long shot. And again, because of the fact that everybody can play with a bare minimum, everybody can play the exact same non-engine cards, and sometimes even the same engine cards as well. Wow, so exciting and refreshing, no way. But yeah, basically what I am saying is mid-range decks are no longer what they used to be back in the days, and they are looking way more like combo decks, but at the same time way more resilient and way more grindy. Mid-range decks being able to actually put up unbreakable boards and immediately winning the game on turn 1 is completely new when you think about it, because back in 2019, that wasn't the case with Salamangreat.
Okay. Before he gets really into it, right? I just want to say this problem is never going to go away, and it's always going to change. Like, just the details will change. But the problem of when I played Yu-Gi-Oh was good and it was skill intensive, and now when you play Yu-Gi-Oh, it's for dummies and idiots. Like, this problem will never go away because power creep, because new decks have to be more powerful, they do more things, and it's just going to lead to dumbing down the game. And you can't create decks like Tier Elements where it's super high skill intensive all the time. You really just can't. That's why people like Heshchira more, is because it's way easier to play. It's really, you know, it's not nearly as complicated or convoluted as Tier Elements. It's so much easier to play. It's also very easy to sort of counteract and beat because it falls to these, these board breakers. You know, this is an age-old problem of Yu-Gi-Oh, and it'll never go away. It'll just change the details. It'll change the names. It'll change the wording. When I play Yu-Gi-Oh good, when I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh good, now Yu-Gi-Oh bad. That's all it is. Because that's the downhill slope Yu-Gi-Oh has always been surfing, has always been like riding down, you know? That's just what it is. Because it's just always going to dumb down the game. The game will be dumbed down further and further and further to, you know, you'll have a high skill intensive deck every now and then, but in general, there are going to be more archetypes. You're not going to have as many like novel or skill intensive decks as you are decks that are just really easy and brain dead to play. You're just not.
Just because you open Spinny Gazelle and like a hand shop, for example, didn't necessarily mean that you won, because you're not making like an unbreakable, crazy, insane board. Like, there wasn't one card combo that was making like infinite billion interruptions because you needed like your whole hand in order to make a lot, or you could play with like 2 cards but you were making less interruptions, but on the bright side you could play hand shops. Now forget about it, this is no longer the case. You can play with 1 card and play 12 hand shops and make like 10 interruptions, no problem. And the reason why I'm saying that every deck kind of just looks identical is because everybody has the luxury of playing like 12 hand traps regardless of their playstyle. Like, even though Labyrinth is a trap deck and should act like a trap deck and a control deck, it really just isn't the case, and it actually feels way more like a mid-range deck because it can play so many hand traps, and it's also really fast. Now, the Mana Dome and Infernoble decks actually look like combo decks, but when you really think about it, they're just like more mid-range decks because they also get to play a lot of hand traps, and, well, at least they're 1 and 2 card combos when they go uninterrupted. But even if you are playing through hand traps, it's not even that impressive because you can just memorize the sequencing. The only true hardcore combo decks are Tier Elements and Mechanical this format. Tier elements actually force you to really think with each hand you draw because every combo is completely different and it all depends on what you mill and what you have in your hand.
Yep.
Mechanical is pretty much the same. I mean, the deck is extremely complicated to play and there are a lot of wrong routes that you can go into and a lot of ways to get blown out by hand traps that you have no business losing to. In my opinion, these are the only 2 decks in the current format that really kind of deserve the power level that they have because even though they're really strong, they're very complicated.
And so there's like a whole conversation, there's a whole topic of discussion about what deserves to be powerful, what ought to be powerful. If Yu-Gi-Oh is a skill-intensive game designed to reward the most skilled players, then these decks should be good. It's like, dude, you're literally playing a pay-to-win game. Any constructed card game is a pay-to-win game. The only person who deserves to win is the person who spent the money buying the correct deck, buying the most powerful deck. You're playing a pay-to-win game. It's a children's card game. It doesn't deserve what ought who like. It's just you know, it's Yu-Gi-Oh players, Yu-Gi-Oh community creating a context that fits their ideal, and it is, you know, it's fictional, right? At the end of the day, they're going to push really strong archetypes. They're going to push really strong decks, whether it's skill intensive or not. You know, sometimes they have room for design and they're able to make it like really fun and engaging, and a lot of the times they're not, and they're just going to push those out. You're going to buy them and you're going to like it, or you're going to grow out of the game and play something else. Hopefully you do that.
And they typically don't really allow you to have a lot of room for non-engine cards. They're also some of the only decks that I can think of that can actually play through boards naturally with just their engine going second, which is pretty wild. Unlike the mid-range decks, which currently are low-risk, high-reward decks, these combo decks are actually high-risk, high-reward decks, but in the real way. Again, if we want mid-range decks to actually stick to their true nature, they should be mid-risk, mid-reward. I mean, they're mid-range decks, they're not like insane range decks. Now, there is one more thing I wanted to discuss in this video. I've been keeping a close eye out on the topping deck list and the feature matches from YCS Bologna, and it just confirmed something that I already kinda knew. There's no real innovation and no true secret solution to this streamlined format where the key is doing a lot with very little, and being able to play billions of hand traps and also play through hand traps.
It's funny. It's just funny. It's really funny. It's just like, oh, you can do so much with so little. You can do so much without committing. That's just how it is. That's just how it's going to be. That's just how it's going to continue to be, right? I could say the same thing if you're talking about like comparing modern to like when I used to play 2014, 2016, right? People actually played traps. They committed things onto the board. They had interaction. They passed turn back and forth. I could compare it to Edison, right? It's just like they're not, even with comparing it to Sword Soul, you are not committing as much to the board as decks were in those previous formats. You just weren't, because those formats were slower, and those formats, you know, didn't have like insane turn one card combos. It just, you know, I mean, like 2014, 16, they definitely did, but like, let's say like Edison or whatever, right? It's not as filled with that. So
I wasn't impressed or surprised by anything or anyone that I saw, and even the winning deck list that Joshua piloted wasn't anything new when you think about it. Not to discredit him or anything, but the Bestial Runic deck was...
Damn! Out here firing shots, not to discredit him, but, you know, Joshua Schmidt's deck wasn't totally innovative or fresh or new or cool or exciting. It was kind of mid.
I piloted wasn't anything new when you think about it. Not to discredit him or anything, but the Bestial Runic deck was already a thing a few months ago. And it's sad to say, but his victory with the deck didn't really disprove any negative aspects about the format either. The dice roll still completely matters, as we have seen on the feature match against Pag, because if he were to actually lose the dice roll against Infernoble, he definitely would have lost game 1. And drawing hand traps is still a necessity because your engine itself is usually just not enough to clear your opponent's board. And drawing the right combination of cards seriously matters as well. You can't just have like your one card combo going second and call it a day. Like,
I feel like this is like the natural path. It's the natural course of events for a Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? You're on this roller coaster. You're coming up to like the hill where you're about to drop, and you're fun. You're having fun. You're excited. You're learning about the game. You're learning about all these new combos and fun interactions and how complex it is. It's so fun. It's so engaging. Wow. And then like as you play more and more and more, right? As you play more and more and more. So like. Right? As you play more and more and more. So you have this, right? And then like what? You have like excitement, right? And then you have time, right? You know, as you decide to commit to Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You're building more and more excitement. I'm learning so much about the game. Wow, the game is so deep. It's so complex. It's so cool. There's so many interactions. It's so great. It's oh my god, the new decks that are coming are so like dumb, and they're so brain dead to play. It's so dumb. It's oh my god, it's just horrible. It's just not fun or engaging at all. They're committing nothing to the board, but they're getting to do everything, and it's like I feel like this is just a natural course of events for every Yu-Gi-Oh player, right? Because power goes only one way for Konami, and that's just what it is at the end of the day. It's so funny. It's just so funny to see how jaded people get with this game and how it's only a matter of time, essentially.
Literally every single time I saw players win going second, they were always using like 5 or 6 cards, which is ridiculous. Like, all they needed to lose was to draw, like, a Garnet or 2, and then they were completely screwed. Like, you basically need to draw perfect now if you want to have a chance going second, which I actually find just to be unfortunate. Now, outside of this, I've actually witnessed a lot of illegal moves and unintentional misplays, I want to say, by a lot of players, and it's a little concerning. I obviously don't think that people
pack sheeted
have bad intentions when they do these kind of moves. I just give them the benefit of the doubt, and I assume that it's just unintentional. But I guess it just shows that not everyone has really had the time to really know and understand their deck on a very deep level. I don't know, maybe this is the case because people just feel like they have to change decks every 5 seconds because of the format. I don't know, I'm just saying at this point. But yeah, that's all I had for this video right here. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys very soon. Peace.
I don't know. Maybe my game is for idiots. Sorry. No. Fun video. Definitely a very fun topic of discussion. Maybe my game is just, you know, getting more and more easier to play. Like, thank you guys for that. That was a fun one. Make sure you guys give that video a like. And yeah, I like these discussion videos for sure. I don't know. It's just it feels so. It's like no matter when you come into Yu-Gi-Oh, when you get into Yu-Gi-Oh, when you engage with Yu-Gi-Oh and decide to take it seriously, I feel like this is a tale as old as time. It happens every time without fail. You're excited, you're engaged, you're learning, and then it's just a sharp drop. Wow, the new shit that Konami makes, do they even play their game? Do they play test their game? That's ridiculous how crazy strong these new archetypes are for so little time, commitment, and brain power. Oh my god. It's just, oh god, it's so funny. I don't know if it's becoming easier to play. It's easier to beat down your opponent through, though, especially if they don't know what is going on. Like, okay, so when we're talking about like skill, like difficulty of play, right? There is like skill floor and skill ceiling for sure, right? And like skill floor gets higher and higher with Yu-Gi-Oh as time goes on, for sure, because you have more and more complex interactions and decks. But it's just like the number of things you have to learn, but there's not necessarily a lot of depth to them, you know? Like, anyone can look at a spreadsheet, follow a combo guide, and poop out a board that is really substantial, and, you know, it's easy to say like, yeah, I negate your ability to special summon this or that or whatever. It's not hard to master Yu-Gi-Oh. It's hard to learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's not hard to like master it or like get good at it or improve at it, in my opinion. It's just that's how it is to me. So yeah. Best way of saying Yu-Gi-Oh is to be casual and be in a group that's just casual trust. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Play your game. Make the game better by having your own rules and playing the game that you want to play. Absolutely. Yu-Gi-Oh has so many cards. It has so many ways you can interface with the game. It's just a shame that it's not officially supported or pushed or marketed by Konami in any which way. It's silly. Right? Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh's not hard at all. You just need to memorize a lot of stuff a lot. That's the problem. Yeah, it's on the surface, right? I like to always say that it's very surface level, right? There are a lot of things, right? You go wide, right? But it doesn't go tall. There's a lot of things to learn, but the depth of these things are fairly small. It's not hard to grasp once you understand the language, right? I've always likened Yu-Gi-Oh to, like, you know, learning a language. Once you understand the language, the grammar rules, how everything interacts with each other, how everything kind of pieces together, right? You're able to talk and speak very clearly, very easily. It's not hard after a certain point to learn more about the language too. So, yeah. Hard to learn, easy to master, which should be vice versa. I mean, shoulda, woulda, oughta. I mean, you like the game, you like the game. It's not what I prefer. That's it. Only good thing Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game did was make stakes and a good story. If you haven't seen yet, we got a new patch rundown from Mordog. Nice. I think I'll probably watch it later, but I'm kind of having fun, like, talking and taking a shit on Yu-Gi-Oh! But we'll probably watch it later. Yeah. I think we have like one more video to watch. Which is, why does Yu-Gi-Oh! Struggle to draw new players? This one's a little long, so I'm not too sure if you know, how much we're gonna stick with it, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, what are you guys saying? I think with Yu-Gi-Oh! Being difficult and expensive for current format drives a lot of people not wanting to play, at least compared to other TCGs on the surface. Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of things to learn, really expensive, gatekeepy game, gatekeepy community, not fun for a lot of new players. The only good thing Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game did was make stakes and a good story. Yeah, anime was good. That's why people played the game. That's why people fell in love with the game. Anime was good. Sincere question. Would you say that anti-Yu-Gi-Oh! Content does better than actual Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, especially with the creator response? No. I wouldn't say that. It's something I'm more inclined to and something that I can do better than people who support Yu-Gi-Oh! Obviously. But I wouldn't say anti-Yu-Gi-Oh! Content inherently does better. Just look at Farfa, MBT, or Nim or any, like, career Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator. They do very well. Distant Coder, they do super well. And they love the game, or I don't know, that at least they look like they're loving the game, right? They're playing the game. They make good content. They push out content regularly. They have jobs and careers built around it. Does it inherently do better? No. It's just something I can do better because I know about the game and I don't really like a lot of facets about the game. That's it. That's all it is. I do that better. Reading honestly isn't a problem with player. It's the fact that players memorize a certain card or interaction that they might slip if it comes up. Yeah, reading isn't hard. Well, no, I would say reading is pretty difficult too. Like, not necessarily reading, but comprehending, right? Comprehending what a card will do and how it interacts. Yeah, I think that's an important thing. Yeah, just like Spacebar said. I can teach a person to play, but I cannot reasonably get people into paper due to the price. Yeah, I don't think you would. It's a hard ask. Yeah. All right. Why does Yu-Gi-Oh! Struggle to draw new players? Featuring Golden Nova Yu-Gi-Oh! And Red Claw draws. Let's see.
Right. Question of the week. Do you think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an issue with attracting new players? And if so, what and why? And for new and returning players, how do you feel about learning Yu-Gi-Oh! That was our question. Let's start things off.
Do you think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an issue with attracting new players? And if so, what and why? Yes. The sky is very blue. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Strongest way we possibly can. If I just go on over here.
Focus.
Stop.
Bad dog.
Here is my my least favorite tweet. I am glad our game is as difficult as it is. In 2023, where gamers have been around for decades, optimizing it all. A game as complex as Yu-Gi-Oh! That gives such a raw and almost hopeless challenge at times is a godsend for competitive gamers. The challenge is what keeps us in it.
This is the cringiest, the silliest, the funniest thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just wait, what? He says at Lorcana. Wait, why does his Twitter handle say at Lorcana? I love hopeless games. I love games that are super complex. It just rewards my level of skill and makes me think I'm a very smart and intelligent person. Damn, that guy's sniffing his own farts. Holy dude. This is just peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Response for sure. We stand on the shoulders of giants. Look at how much we've optimized this game. Meanwhile, we have tier 0 formats, and basically, like, if we look at Magic the Gathering and they play Modern, which is a very similar format to Yu-Gi-Oh!, they actually have a much more diverse metagame because they have more data and more players playing it and better prizes and more, yeah, just it's a better, bigger game. Yeah, it's funny.
Wait, before we do that, can you do me one favor? Just start reading it again. I need to add some extra, like, effects to it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm glad our game is as difficult as it is. In 2023, where gamers have been around for decades optimizing it all, a game as complex as Yu-Gi-Oh! That gives such a raw and almost hopeless challenge at times is a godsend for competitive gamers. The challenge is what keeps us in.
Yep, there you go. Perfect.
And the loser is out!
I gotta say, this is the most L take you're gonna hear tonight.
Good tag team there.
Yeah,
Proud of you guys.
It's so funny how people will pride themselves and focus and center their personality around being good at, you know, a very niche game, a very niche children's card game that very little play, that is not as competitive as even other card games like Magic the Gathering. If you want a game that rewards you for skill and time for learning it and what is like complex, play chess. Competitively viable, world recognition, play chess. Like, that's a hard game, right? That's a hard game that people have been playing forever that are if you started now, you can never hope to beat anyone that's been playing it, that's been learning it, that's been dedicated to it for their entire lives. People dedicate their lives to chess, and it's like it's just silly. It's funny, right? Like, this rewards my knowledge and critical thinking skills. No, it isn't. It's a children's card game. It's pay to win. You're getting shoveled like power crept content. It's really easy. It's a really easy game to play. It's not an easy game to learn, but it's an easy game to play and master.
Proud of you guys. Yeah, that was really how it should have been done. Yeah, that's got to be an L take. Also, it's got to be that bad of an L take. It has no interaction.
Okay, so
300 people have seen it nearly, and it had 0 interaction. So
you want to know what upsets me about this? This is copy pasta gold.
It is.
It
And
is.
no one's done anything.
And maybe it's ironic. I don't know. He says at Lorcana, right? And Lorcana is a great game, to be fair. Like, it's a great game, and I love it. And honestly, I think there's a lot more complexity and, like, as far as metagaming and, like, how deep the interactions go in Lorcana than in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you have to understand, like, in Yu-Gi-Oh!, like, the fact that turns don't pass, the fact that there's so little the opposing player can do, it is really limiting, like, the level of interaction. And, like, people can say, oh my god, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's so many open game states. I can interrupt anytime I want. Okay, yeah, but, like, in what meaningful ways, right? In how many meaningful ways? The fact that turns pass in Lorcana, the fact that there's no quick spells, doesn't make it less complex or interactive. Because when you're passing turns, passing priority is the same thing as passing turns. What matters is how much you can do in the turns that you have, and how much you can influence the board in the turns and the availability, the time that you have. That's what really matters. That's what determines how complex interactions can get, and how many choices you have, and how many points of failure there are, and how ultimately skill intensive it is. I think Lorcana is a much more skill intensive game than Yu-Gi-Oh! By far.
Thing with it.
No, this is copy pasta gold, and no one's doing nothing with it.
No, they will. We'll make this big.
And you want to know what supports that? Just look at chess. Chess is a totally turn-based game. You cannot interrupt. You cannot interject at any point. It is turn by turn. And guess what? Yu-Gi-Oh! Is too. No matter how many quick spells, how many counter spells, how many spell speed 3s, 2s, or open game states there are, it doesn't matter. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is still a turn-based game. The only thing is you have mini turns, which is priority, being passed back and forth, and you have the actual turns. And the thing is, you have a lot of turns passing back and forth with Yu-Gi-Oh!, but the availability of options and what you can do in those mini turns is severely limited. And totally dependent on the quality of cards in your hand.
Video, and then they will.
Cause this is on the same level of only intellectuals understand Rick and Morty.
Yep.
Like it's the same level.
Yeah.
This feels like no. If you aren't coming into this already good, then you're not a real gamer kind of vibe. And I think that's the reason why it has 0 interactions, because compared to like I said, there are going to be responses. I took a peek that I will at the end of the day disagree with, but this is literally this whole post is literally what people imagine the sweaties are. This is the stereotypical sweaty Yu-Gi-Oh nerd.
Yeah, it's not great. It's a bit of an L take. As much as I hate to say, oh, it's an L take because I love discussing things, that one holds a special place in my heart for being an L take.
Well, because it holds no welcoming for actual discussion. It is just get good or get out, and it's like there's no room for discussing with this type of person. There's no room for debate. There's no room for actual meaningful talk.
What you do?
Yeah, they made their mind.
You were in my shoes, 'cause you're not me. That's what that guy's basically saying. As for the people who actually wanted a discussion, let's have a look. First up, we had A-Drive just saying, this is a very insightful thread. Thank you. To which then we just had a chat about Alestral.
Nice.
That's what I got. So I'm glad A-Drive,
Very delightful.
You found this thread helpful. I'm glad it was useful for you and your card game. I wish you all the best in not ending up with these problems. Patter says, as a person who's been playing the game non-stop for most of their life, there's a lot I could say and not say, as I'm a bit of a sweaty player myself. But if I'm honest, I don't think there's one reason overall that stops newer or returning players wanting to play.
What? I don't think there's any reason for new players to not interact with this game. This game is super welcoming. Look at the community. Look at how many things you have to learn. This game is easy. This game's child's play. This game is super easy to learn. It's super easy to want to engage with, because it is totally not dependent, not knowledge reliant, or the power levels between players is not totally dependent on how much you've interfaced and interacted and studied this game. It's totally not like that. Anyone can play this game and have fun and enjoy a relative level of success just from the get-go, if they were smart enough, if they weren't brain-dead idiots.
New players might say the game costs too much and can't get the cards they need. Older players might not want to give it the time of day to relearn or learn the new things added to the game over the years. Using an outdated deck or...
Oh my god, and yeah, don't get me started about the cost.
just preferring the game when it was just simpler. I also think other folks can over-exaggerate some things in the game too often, and that can put folks off from looking at the games or memeing it, like one-turn kills or the game taking too long.
I hate this meme. I hate this argument. I hate it when content creators or people talk bad about the game. There's nothing wrong with the game, and that's why people are not liking my game, is because so many people are talking mean things about my game. My game is absolutely viable. It's so good and so new player friendly. It's people exaggerate and hyperbole and complain way too much. Fuck off, dude. Your game sucks dick. That's why I have complaints, is because it sucks dick. Did I make it out of nowhere? Did I pull all my complaints out of my ass? Is that really what you believe? It's just so stupid. It's the dumbest take ever. It's all these mean content creators trying to farm views. It's dude, I would have farmed more views. I would have farmed bigger live streams. I would have farmed more content for playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And liking Yu-Gi-Oh! 100% I would have. Fuck off. I have a financial incentive. I have an incentive to be a negative Nancy about this game and voice my real concerns and my complaints about it. No, absolutely not. It's the exact opposite. It's the exact fucking opposite. Like, this game has a lot of bad things going for it, and I'm going to speak my piece. I'm going to use my platform. I'm going to talk about it because I want to put my content out there. I want people to watch it and understand and relate and talk with me. It's my form of communication. That's what it is. And I don't like this idea that, oh, so many people are mean about my game. There's a lot of things to not like about the game. Let people talk about it. It's not fake. It's not illegitimate. It's not invalid.
Or other games communities like LOL, League of Legends, where there are always going to be toxic folks to be asses to others who are returning, new or even just to normal players who might not 100% get something. But honestly, I could go on all day about these, and even though it's not the perfect community in game,
Oh, my game's not as bad as LOL. My game is not as bad as League of Legends. That game is super toxic. You get called a retard. You get called a brain dead mongoloid idiot, whatever. It's like, okay, sure. It's like, at least we're not that game. It's like, oh, okay. Like, all right. It's like every game that's not League.
I still love the game. There was a lot of
And honestly, to be fair, you still get called, like, you know, you basically still get called a retard when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you do stupid things. You're just not outwardly being called that word. You're not being outwardly said, like, they want to dance around the word, but the meaning and intent is the same. They still think you're an idiot.
A lot of points there, Patters. A lot.
I honestly believe everything that they said is true.
Yeah, that's the thing. At no point when we're going into this should I point out that we're saying this game is perfect, nor are we negging on it and be like, oh, you fucking suck. We're doing neither of these two things. We're just openly discussing these things.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I honestly believe that everything that they said is true. Like, it is not just one reason, and I think that's why. And to the point, like they even alluded to it. It's kind of even why criticizing Yu-Gi-Oh is a meme in and of itself, because there's a lot about this game you could freaking rag on. Like, you can rag on like almost everything in some degree.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of L's.
What they said, I still like the game, but I do believe that it is not just a one issue thing. Especially if you're playing TCG, price is definitty a thing. Even I'll admit that, my biggest criticism of the game is the floodgating. Like, it's
I hate it.
Like, I understand being able to counter and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying that you should not be allowed to stop someone from doing something, but if it is literally my thing is literally just if your entire deck is just I'm the only one that plays. And I get it, it's competitive, but my brain is also I thought this was a game.
If Yu-Gi-Oh had chat during match, you definitely would get flamed similar to League. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just play Dueling Book. Just play Dueling Book. I literally, I was looking at the people I was following for Yu-Gi-Oh, and I saw Nim was streaming, and I saw he was streaming Dueling Book. I don't really watch Nim. I don't watch any Yu-Gi-Oh content creators, but it was funny. He was streaming Dueling Book, and I just wanted to see. So I hopped in, I looked at his stream, and literally the other person he was talking with, the other person he was playing with, the other person Nim was playing with, was calling Nim like, oh yeah, just do that stupid combo, and oh yeah, I know how this play goes. You're playing a brain dead deck, and basically you're an idiot. You're whatever. And it was just, it was like Nimna was like, what's this guy's problem? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? And that's just it's the same thing. Like, you will have toxicity no matter what, especially if the feelings are super involved, especially in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh, where knowledge is rewarded, but power is gapped and closed by, just arbitrary things, arbitrary design that Konami pushes, right? Rescue Aces are just going to win more often than not versus older archetypes like Elemental Heroes. That's just how it is, right? It doesn't matter how smart you are. So it's, it's it's a toxic game, and the community is toxic. Worst thing about game is that they make some invincible board. I start to break, then Maxi arrives. Goddamn, true.
Aaron says, I think it's primarily due to the complexity of play, walls of text, and simply unwelcoming environment for new players. The worst feeling I had when I started getting more into it was I would get turn zeroed or 1D'd after my opponent combos off for 10 minutes.
One deed. Yeah, I mean, this totally is correct. I generally don't understand the gatekeeping of Yu-Gi-Oh. The gatekeeping of Yu-Gi-Oh. Why Yu-Gi-Oh is so gatekeepy? Why the community is so yeah. Okay. This is why. You guys want to understand why? Okay. Why Yu-Gi-Oh community is so gatekeepy is because the culture revolves around it. Because the game, the product itself, right? Yu-Gi-Oh as a game is a very knowledge-reliant, knowledge-dependent game. The more you know about Yu-Gi-Oh, the more you've learned about Yu-Gi-Oh, the more time that you've put into studying Yu-Gi-Oh, the more you are rewarded with player power and basically just power over other players, right? You are rewarded more for that. So you are validated for it. You are validated for essentially putting more time into learning arbitrarily complex subjects and topics. So when you have that, you have a culture that surrounds and is centered and focused around, I'm smart, that's good. You dumb, that's bad. You weak, right? It's just very simple, right? That's what it is. And people will reward and reinforce and validate people that have good performances, that are smart or logical or like to break things down in like digestible ways, and they will criticize and they will push away the people who just want to play this game for fun and just they view it for what it is. It's a fucking game. It's a children's card game. That's all it is. I gatekeep because I'm a Gate Guardian enjoyer. True. This Master Duel stream they're doing is so ass. This breaks it longer than the content. Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I think it's fine. They're just doing a Twitter thing, and it's a collab. The thing that's really hard about this video and what they're doing is that it's a collab, and the editing needs to. When you're doing like these long stream formats and these long episodes, these long content, you have to, and you're trying to like put it into a video format, the editing has to be super fucking heavy, right? I feel. But I feel like it's fun. It's fine. Also, the number of players that played the game for like a decade is very high, so they naturally get defensive for a game they spent their time decade with. Oh yeah, absolutely. People like to defend and protect like their validity, right? I wasted 10 years of my life playing this game. You can't say I wasted it. I love it. I enjoyed every second of it, and you're just too dumb to play it. That's it. Yu-Gi-Oh has a long history of only being competitively focused, where sink or swim is mandatory. Konami for the longest time never had it for fun stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Time and place for everything. Sometimes on a rare occasion, gatekeeping can be good, but more often than not, it comes off across as toxic or rude. There's a time and place for everything, sure. I played this game for 42 years. There's no way I could draw random cards and lose to some kid. Yeah, and a game that was designed for power to be gapped by arbitrary rules and design, right? That gets pushed out and marketed and needs to be bought, yeah. Elitists are more prominent in Yu-Gi-Oh community than most others, honestly. Well, that's what the reason why is because of what I said, right? The culture surrounds it. Knowledge is power in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, right? In real life, in real world scenarios, power can be gapped by so many things. Your looks, your charisma, the ability to make friends, so many more things than knowledge and intelligence and being able to, unwrap complex situations. Real life success can be attributed to so many different things. But in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, you must attain a certain level of knowledge and know-how and study in this game to be competent and play well. Experience, right? And that's what it is. And if that is the sink or swim, if that's what determines your ability to swim, then you're going to be judged for it. That's what the culture surrounds. Oh, that's the music. That's not the video.
Yep.
Focus, them. Bad dog.
Clive, this isn't your game. Get out of here. Clive, get off my face. Clive. There's definitely walls of text. The environment can be a little off-putting, for sure. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. Getting, watching someone combo for, what feels like 10 minutes. It feels like a really long time when someone is comboing for, almost the maximum clock. Obviously, in Master Duel, that's 5 minutes, but
it's kind of unfortunate because those decks feel like they have some really good, like really enjoyable to play out. Like seeing how one leads to another, getting to this card and growing it into a big boss monster can feel good. The problem is that you're turning your opponent into a victim of circumstance.
Yeah, you know, that's the and like I get it. It's really cool when you figure out like a freaking engine that's like, okay, I'll be able to get out like my freaking ace monster like turn 1 easily. But again, like if I'm like I don't know, maybe it is because I'm old and and my brain is like back in my day. But like I kind of enjoy a good back and forth.
But those are very.
It's so funny how unsure he is. It's like I kind of enjoy a good back and forth. I think it's like the modern Yu-Gi-Oh kind of bad. There's not a lot of like turn passing or like actual meaningful priority switching. It's not. Yeah, I think I kind of enjoy it.
Like those can happen at like the top level where it's like the finals of like a big tour.
How do you think we can change this culture into something more productive? You can't. Like your ability to influence the overall general consensus is so little. You just can't. You just can't. This is what the product is built around. This is what because the culture surrounds the product, and if the product naturally caters to and is marketed to the people who are rewarded for their level of like being able to know life this game, being able to study this game and be very good and like being able to like piece together logical components, right? Yu-Gi-Oh is a game of discrete mathematics, discrete logic, right? If A, then B, right? There's a lot of that in Yu-Gi-Oh. And so being able to piece that together and having the culture surround that, tying that in with player power, the product determines it. You don't determine it. You don't have any influence over it. Just like how futile it is for RJB 0 to say everyone's level of success is totally dependent on them and their like perception on success. Just how futile it is for him to argue that point. It's futile to want to try and change the mindset of Yu-Gi-Oh players because their personality is based around this game. That's all it is, right? This video is pretty long, and they're all giving their takes, their pieces about the tweets, and I feel like I'm kind of like just jacking their content. I don't really have a lot of points of discussion with everything here, but I'm sure it's a very fun and entertaining video, and then definitely you guys should check it out. But I think we're good with this one, so yeah. I need to take a piss. I need to grab myself some water, and then I'll read some more of your guys' comments in a bit. So give me a second, okay? I'll be right back. All right, I don't know. Here, I'll play their video for a bit, but I'll be right back. Give me a second. I need to be back.
Tournament, and you see like these insane back and forths where they both just try to kind of stop each other, and you can get those matches, but they're very rare because Yu-Gi-Oh has kind of divulged into a point where the top decks are just don't let your opponent play decks.
Yeah, and that's what that's what I mean. Like I get that it's a game that is meant to like be competitive, but at its core, it's still a game.
A big issue with accessibility is having a clear path of progression with newbies in terms of products. A clear market deliberation like Pokemon does with its 3 levels of complexity for its pre-cons can go a long way in easing people into Yu-Gi-Oh's more complex mechanics. See, that's kind of a new one talking about like the actual product, which is quite cool. And I agree, like, you don't know what product to pick up to get to where.
Yeah, like when I was getting back into it, because I got back into it because of like the VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh scene, and like everyone was playing Duel Links and then eventually Master Duel. So before that, I stopped playing when synchros were new. So having to learn everything is very intimidating. And I know so many people, myself included, who just like, okay, I have no idea what's good anymore. I'm just going to literally look at pre-mades on like Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck.
Yeah, it's not like there aren't resources out there, but like say you go to an OTS store You've gone to go
Yeah.
play Yu-Gi-Oh! And you see their products there. You wouldn't know what you're meant to pick up to start playing. Whereas on Pokemon,
yeah.
you can see the starter decks, you can see the tins that are usually a card that's quite used in competitive being printed, and then you can kind of go, okay, this is what I'm meant to do. I buy this deck and then I build it up. But in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, no, you buy 3 of that deck, you do these, and then you grab these ones for all these various boosters and GG.
Yeah, because it also doesn't help. That like whenever I'll be real, whenever I hear anyone like reviewing like new like structure or starter decks for Yu-Gi-Oh, they're always like, it sucks. I'm like, okay.
Thanks,
So
guys.
what you're telling me is the starter decks don't matter.
The starter decks, sometimes you can get cores off of them. You can get like a basic core off a starter deck, and that's fine. But then the rest of the cards you need to bring it up to being a tournament level deck or whatever format you want to be playing in are usually spread across a bunch of boxes.
Okay, I'm back.
And that can be problematic.
And we used to have like starter decks versus structure decks, but now it feels like
Yeah.
everything has to be this new game breaking, new update to Light Sworns or new update to Salamangreat and all that. And we don't just get a good entry level pack that has like, this is Foolish Burial. You might want to look at Grave Synergies and how the game works right now. Here's
Yeah, I
some
think
starter level Link monsters. These would be great to learn.
So I have a feeling on this, and please, and please, both of you tell me if I'm wrong. This is just my speculation as someone who has returned to the game after almost a decade of not touching it. And
Oh, is that what he is? That's pretty funny. All right, what are you guys saying here? Let me get on your comments really quick. What are you guys saying here? What are you guys saying? Individuals will do what they see fit, regardless to what others do say combat things, so to speak. It's more like the culture surrounds the product, and the product rewards and caters to a certain crowd, right? That makes sense. I want everyone to be more kind and help each other to learn. Oh, I mean, like, sure. I mean, you have to have a platform and you have to talk to people. I mean, like, you can... If you do that, right, then you could totally do that. It's fun. It's fine, right? I'm just saying, like, what people are naturally inclined to do if the culture and personalities surround the product, then it's going to be determined by the product. It's going to be determined by Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all. That's what I'm saying. I've tried to get my friends into Yu-Gi-Oh!, but they're just too overwhelmed by it all. Yeah, no surprise. I think most people are fairly kind about things. It's just that bad apples, cruel people are far easier to focus on. It's easy to focus on the bad rather than the good. Most do not wish to speak up and ask toxic people to leave. Even if we ask bad people to leave, doesn't mean they will or have to. Yeah. You can change it, but it requires growing your influence to become the next TCG player. I don't think players will... The thing is, like, I feel like the product caters to a certain crowd. The product caters to certain players. And so, yeah, you can change it, but the likelihood that you're that kind of person, is pretty low. And the likelihood that you'll have a lot of success and a following for it is pretty low, because there are only certain people that are attracted to and want to dedicate their time and commitment to this game. Starters have the right to decide if someone's being too rude. There's a problem with telling new players to reinvent the wheel. It feeds into our learning reading problem. Yep. All right. Well, that was pretty fun. I don't know. These Yu-Gi-Oh! Discussions are pretty fun, and I definitely would like to do more of that in the future. Oh, Rena Luxper VODs. Pog. That's cute. But yeah, learning Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like reading a manual for something. It gives you a giant 300-page book, but in reality, you only need to read a pamphlet most of the time. Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot. But... Ooh! Wait, is this good? Hot off the press includes paid promotion. Where? Oh, I guess his sponsors. Did the TTS go through? No, because I turned off the alerts. Here, I'll replay it for you. Wait, where is it? There you go. Oh, wait. Oh, my alerts aren't here. Oh. We'll do it later then. Sorry, Termus. Yeah, I turned off the alerts here. Still waiting for that 2% start thing they just talked about like half a year ago. Yeah, that'd be interesting. All right. Let's see what this video is about. I kind of want to see my advice for new players. All right, let's check this one out. My advice for new players by Mr. Joshua Schmidt. This was an hour ago. Let's check this out. Let's see what the pro YCS Bologna winner has to say about new players and how they should interact with the game.
How many hours a day do you practice for an event? That is very dependent on how much time I have. Some events it's more, some events is less. I will say, like for YCS Bologna, it was not as much. Like I spent a decent amount of time during the last week, but beforehand, it was just one of the combination was just, I wasn't super motivated for Bologna because like there was just so many options and it felt overwhelming to me. And I was like, I looked at all the decks and I was like, this deck is cool, but it has some weaknesses. This deck is cool, but it has weaknesses. This deck is cool, but it has weaknesses. And it didn't feel super motivating to me. And it was just like a matter of, I don't know. I haven't done that much testing for YCS Bologna overall, which makes...
Yeah, okay. So it sounds like what he's saying is, you know, I didn't try that hard. You know, when you're a professional card game player, or maybe you're part of a team, you're preparing for a tournament, your aim is to win, and you're like, I'm super motivated, I want to win, I want to do this, then you do a lot of playtesting, right? You do a meta-analysis, you take a look at what's the most popular decks, you try and guess and predict what other people will bring, you try to, you know, play the numbers game. How many people are going to bring X deck, and what deck beats that deck, right? What deck has the better matchup against X, Y, and Z decks? All these decks. And in Joshua's case over here, I guess what he's saying is that I didn't really prepare all that much. You know, he's already really good at the game. He's, you know, built not a lifetime, but like a good amount of experience playing the game. And, you know, it's not like he lucked into it. That's not what I'm saying, or it's not what he's saying either. It's more like, you know, he wasn't the most prepared for it, but he won anyway. And yeah, it's interesting.
Makes it even more like, you know, incredible that it worked out the way it did. But I will say one big deal for me. One big deal for me is that the fact that I do stream these days, simply it helps so much. Even though I obviously, like, I don't show you my exact deck list on stream because that'd be like I would put myself at too much of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't test my exact list or build my exact list on stream. Still,
Smart.
The amount of time I spent with the game, just in contact with the game, is honestly one of the best preparations you can have, right? I feel like...
Yeah. The more you play the game, the better you'll be. The more you play at a game, the better you'll be. The more you interact with the game, you interface with it, you look back at what you've done, your mistakes, analyze it critically, and always think about like what you can do better, right? How you can improve. The more you think about that, the more you do that, the more you repetitions, the better you'll be at a game. It's, you know, simple.
Since I'm streaming, I'm so much more like up to date.
He's immersed
on what's happening.
Just like learning a language, right? The best way to learn a language, you want to learn Japanese, you want to learn German, you want to learn French, move to Japan, Germany, or France. Move there, right? I mean, like, if it was as easy, if you had unlimited resources, the best way to learn those languages is just to move there. Immerse yourself. Be there. Live it. Live the language. Live the game. Live the children's card game. You know, it's not that...
kind of new decks are around, what kind of what kind of text people are playing, what the trend in the meta is, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's also just practice. It's practice, practice, practice. Even if I play Master Duel, which is a different game than the TCG in like some ways, it still is. It's practice.
He's
It's
interfacing
just
with the
practice,
game.
and it's the most important thing. Even after having played this game for how long has it been now? 20 years? It's probably 20 years since I've started playing this game. Practice is always the most important thing. And
it's the most important thing, but it's not the only thing, right? It's also critical thinking skills. It's also being able to look back at your performance and really break down, how do I improve? What am I doing wrong? How can I do it better, right? It's also, you know, surrounding yourself with successful people, right? In whatever field you want to be good at, you know, surrounding yourself with successful people and being good at this craft, Yu-Gi-Oh, YouTube, learning languages, whatever, right? Gets you there.
Experience also, you just need to freaking accumulate more and more and more experience. And honestly, there's a lot of things. There are certain skills that are like they carry over from format to format.
Yeah.
But there are also a lot of skills that you have to reset every time when there's a new deck in the format. When the format changes, it resets. You need to learn the new decks. It doesn't matter that you could be the best player during tournament format. If you don't learn the new decks, you're not going to be good in the next format, right? And so it's like,
absolutely,
you need to work on both of these. Like, there's a set of skills that are just like overall, you know, the way you think, the way you approach the game. That is something you can like train over the course of years. And then there's a lot of work you have to put up every single format over and over and over and over again. Like that, it resets. It resets. New ban list, new set, reset. Start from zero, right? Some people are gonna be
yeah, it's like a drop, like a ripple, like a, you know, when you're introducing new decks, new archetypes into the format, right? And with Konami, how they do is they release more and more powerful, you know, archetypes, more and more powerful decks. Not every single set they do, but, you know, every 2 or 3 sets, there's a new deck that takes over the meta. But it's still like a ripple effect, right? Because Yu-Gi-Oh has so many decks, because Yu-Gi-Oh has so many archetypes, it's a lot of work for sure to be at the competitive edge, because you have to see how this new deck will interact with all the existing decks, or at least the existing competitively viable decks. And that's the thing about, like, more to MBT's point about what's a good deck, right? Has Yu-Gi-Oh meta been solved or min-maxed as much as it could be? Is the meta game, you know, as deep or complex or as developed as it could be? Absolutely not, because Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have that many players, and it's a card game, thus it's a data-driven game, and so there's not enough data. You can't really have a good concrete understanding of what is the objectively most powerful deck at any one point in time. You can't. You can only operate under pretenses, assumptions, what is popular, what are people bringing, and operate with those, I think.
Are going to be faster at it than others, you know? Like, I think I personally are someone who, at this point in time, I learn relatively fast when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, like because of 20 years of experience.
Yeah.
But still, I still have to go back every single format. I have to learn the new decks. I have to practice the new decks and so on and so forth. So it's really, it's hard to answer like what exactly you do. Just it's just like
no, it's not. You answered it perfectly. Practice, 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 practice. Play the game. I think the only thing he kind of doesn't mention, and I don't know if he gives credit to or whatever, is just his ability to critically think and analyze like what he did wrong, what he did right. How do I do more of the things that I did right? How do I do less of the things I did wrong, right? That's the only thing I feel like he's failed to mention, but it's like, you know, that's not too hard. I think it's just cope. They're addicted. They can't let go of their childhood. They make money from their YouTube channels and spend on cards. They can't warn people about the game. I mean, it's not cope for him. He just likes it. People are asking him, how do I get good at this game? How do I become like you? That's what he's answering. There's no, like, he's not there. He's not asked about, like, what are some of the pitfalls of this game, or why shouldn't I play this game, right? He's asked from enthusiasts, how do I get good? How do I get as good as you? And I think that's fine to answer.
Mostly a thing that you work on for like years and years, and you have to start over every format. Can you live only?
I wouldn't say you have to. I feel like he's emphasizing on this, and I think definitely there's a large scale. There's a large degree to like, oh, every metagame is different. Whenever there's a new deck type introduced, there's a level of reset. I don't think it's like starting over, but it is because there's obviously legacy skill in Yu-Gi-Oh. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, your knowledge base and your way to formulate and understand like how a card interacts with others and how the events would progress and how you can predict them, right, is a total legacy skill, right? And it is really important and prevalent in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Only with your streaming income, or do you need another job in the Yu-Gi-Oh community to make a living? I can live off of it right now, and I'm very thankful for that. I think it is part of the reason why the last 1.5 years have been probably my most successful in the game ever, right? Like it's...
Yeah, because not only... The thing about Josh, he's smart. He's great. Because not only is he good at this game, this very niche game, and, you know, he's a pro, he's a great thinker for it, but he's not just totally reliant on being a professional at this game. You know, he's making stream content. We're watching his video. We're watching his stream content. We're watching Joshua Schmidt Plus. He has another channel as well. You know, he's regularly pumping out content. And that's, if you're a professional at this game, you're skilled at this game, people are interested in that story and that tale and want to emulate you, this is the smartest thing you can do is, you know, make content.
I've always been a successful player since like, I don't know, 2012 or something like that, but it's never been as good as the last 1.5 years. And I think the fact that I get to basically commit to this thing full time is a huge reason for that.
Yeah. Why do NA players in League of Legends, why are they so much worse than people who play in Korea? Right? Why are NA pros so much worse than Korean pros in League of Legends? Well, in Korea, you actually have jobs, full-time jobs to get good at this game, right? You are fully supported, right? You are backed by a team. You're in a house. You are in an environment where you are able to totally immerse and pour all your time into mastering this game. So, of course, you know, there's a huge difference between NA pros and Chinese pros and Korean pros. They can put more time. They can put more time. They can dedicate more.
That is a huge part of the amount of success I've had in the last couple like years. I think it's because they invented Runics. I mean, maybe it is also. I will say it is true that Runics are a deck that I think they favor me as a player a lot. I think I'm probably exceptionally good at playing with Runic decks because.
And that's what people want to hear. I see like the root of the question, or like at least from that comment, it seems like, what deck do I play? Josh, what deck do I play? What do I, you know, what decks do I build? What should I learn how to play? Is there a certain play style? Is there a certain like strategy? No, it's just play the game. Play the game a lot. Find the decks you like. Find a play style that like gels with you and, you know, works with your brain more. Pray to God it's powerful. If it's not, work with something else. You know, it's not. The base of all of it is practice and time. In Asia, it's a full-on job career. NAEU, I can't say it's a side hustle, but at the same time, you could be gone from the pro scene at any point. Yeah, it's a lot more risky to be a pro at League of Legends in NA than it is for, you know, in China or Korea. It's a lot more risky. I mean, like, it has its risk in Korea and China too, but when you are a pro and you are there to make money, to win, to bring the gold back to your team, right? They're going to support your ass. And they're going to make sure that you have the time and that you put the time into playing and mastering that game. You know? That's all it is. Cooking, animation, metalworking, there's no substitution for time and effort. Nope. Yeah, what's the cheat code? That's what they're asking. What's the shortcut, Josh? You got this all figured out. What's the shortcut? There is no shortcut. It's time.
Because they just have a lot of player agency, and it's funny because I have 5 wins now if you include the Master Duel World Championship, and 3 out of those 5 wins have been done with Runic decks. Well, at Worlds it was only half of my lineup. It was only 1 Runic deck, but like it's freaking 3 out of 5 are with Runic decks, which is kind of crazy. Don't say bench. Runics are based, man. You think Master Duel changes your perspective for you? How do you improve in the team?
You know what's really funny? One deck that I've never played in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is Runix. One deck that I've never bothered to learn is Runix. And it's funny because that's probably what I enjoy the most. And I kind of learned this recently, but apparently Joshua Schmidt is a huge Sky Striker enthusiast. And obviously with Runix and Sky Strikers, he has a heavy tendency and favorance. I don't know. He favors control decks. And that's one deck that I've never really wanted to play or learn. But I'm sure if I did put in the time to learn something like Runix, I would probably enjoy it. I just think it's disgusting and nasty.
TCG, I mean, it's just more practice, I think. Like, that's what I mean. Like, Master Duel is a different format. Master Duel is basically a different format, but it's the same game, pretty much. So, you cannot learn the format-specific things in Master Duel, right? Like a specific matchup. You cannot learn that in Master Duel for the TCG because it's going to be different. But what you can learn is the way how you think in a turn of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, because like the information you get, how you work with that information, the reads you make, how you play your cards, all that kind of stuff. It requires a certain logic, like it's just game knowledge and how to work with the cards you have and all that. That is something that always works the same way, pretty much. Right?
Yeah, basically what translates between Master Duel and TCG is, you know, how you interface with the game, how you're able to reliably predict a sequence of events and understand what's coming next, how you are able to use that information to get into your opponent's head and understand their perspective and see how you can counteract that, for sure.
Right? So like whether you play Master Duel, whether you play current TCG, whether you play a Time Wizard format, it's always like, you know, learning how to make the best decision possible with the information that you have, with the cards that you have, all that kind of stuff, right? Like that is something you can practice in Master Duel as well, and it carries over for the TCG. You can even play other card games, right? You can. I've played other card games in the past, and it freaking like it carries over. Like I've had during COVID, I had a really good year in Legends of Runeterra.
Nice.
And I felt like I was at a huge advantage because I carried over like over 15 years of Yu-Gi-Oh knowledge into a different card game, and it was like.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Skills in Yu-Gi-Oh, skills in Yu-Gi-Oh translates well to other card games, right? Skills in card games in general. If you're like immersed and you're playing a card game, all card games are, you know, on the base level, they're pretty similar to one another, right? It's a bunch of logical components drawn by, you know, some luck, right? There's variance, very little variance in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, but there's still like a bunch of like pieces, tools, things that, you know, interact, you know, A to B, B to C, you know, there's a puzzle to solve. And the puzzle pieces that you have are the cards that you drew that you opened with your hand. And that does translate that level of critical thinking, how to piece the puzzle together, how to think in the shoes of your opponent and, you know, prevent their play or play ahead of them, right? That will translate for every card game.
Like freaking, it felt very natural to me, right? And that was really cool as well. Yeah. So I think it's just people tie when they try to learn Yu-Gi-Oh or anything. When they try to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like they focus way too much on just like learning one specific format, or maybe even learning one specific deck, or maybe even just making like a freaking spreadsheet for their deck and doing all the freaking what's it called, all the lines for one specific deck and like thinking that makes them better at the game, when in reality that's not.
Oh yeah, no, like it's the same thing with fighting games, right? Knowing the optimal damage combos or the highest damage combos in fighting games is so low in priority for anyone that's a professional player, right? What you need to know, especially when you're learning how to play the game and getting good at like something like a fighting game, you need to have tournament combos. Tournament combos are basically combos that you can reliably perform and reliably execute with a high degree of success, such to a point where it's like a 99 or 100% like hit rate that you can do this combo. You need to learn these sequences, these combos, and practice and perform that to, you know, and see the applications of these as much as you can, and find the opportunities to use these as much as you can, and be good with that. And then all the optimal damage combos or whatever that comes after is so much lower in the list of priorities. Understanding how the game works, what the mechanics are, who you are facing, how they are most likely to act, how you can counter that, that is what's always going to be the most important in any competitive 1v1 game, right?
Not really that much what it's about, right? It's not that much about learning all the possible lines for your deck. It's more like about just viewing it in a different way and learning how to use the cards you draw in your hand, and especially because a spreadsheet is like a very one-dimensional thing where your opponent is pretty much not included in the equation. You know, way more often than not, you go first. And your opponent hand traps you, or you go second and you have to play through your opponent's interactions and so on and so forth. And then a whole other dimension that isn't included in something like spreadsheets is predicting how your opponent is going to interact with you, right? Because you see, if you see your opponent's Baron, you don't necessarily know where they're going to use it. So like playing your cards in an order that encourages your opponent to use the Baron on the wrong card and so on and so forth is also really, really important.
Baiting out the response.
So,
you don't learn that on spreadsheets or combo guides, right? You only learn that by interfacing and interacting with another player. And that's the only way you can learn how to play this game. Combos are such a low list of priority, right? Obviously, you need to have the bread and butters, the combos, the things that you can autopilot and do, right? The small lines of play. You need that. You need to know essentially the bare essentials of how your deck works. But you need to understand how to play versus a live person.
Those are a lot of nuances that you learn just by playing the game, and being also very cautious is important. Like you have to like constantly reevaluate and look back at why what you did worked or didn't work, right? And I think that's the hardest part. I think people just play and they don't evaluate that much, right? They don't look back and they're like, okay, this was a mistake because whatever. Like they only see like my opponent top decked this and then they won, or my opponent had the hand trap and then I lost, or anything like that, which is always like, sometimes it's true, sometimes it's true that you couldn't do anything, right? But more often than not, it's not true, and it's
way more often than you would think, right? And so when people complain about RNG or variance in other card games or whatever, I think, like, to myself, it's like, no, like, that's very clearly not what's happening. And if you think so, that you're missing the point. The point of card games, poker, Magic, anything if it played in a competitive context where variance is a high degree, right, is how you mitigate variance, how you play around variance and acknowledge its presence and play around it, right? In Yu-Gi-Oh, for me, to my taste, I feel like there's so little of it that it doesn't make the game fun or interesting or exciting, or basically, how can you mitigate a dice roll? How can you mitigate a coin flip? How can you mitigate the quality of your opening hand? You can't really, right? You play with what you're dealt. In games like Teamfight Tactics or Magic the Gathering Draft or whatever, there's a huge amount of skill in making the right decisions at the right time with what you are presented. And long-term success, long-term consistency is rewarded to people who are able to, logic and piece together the puzzle better, essentially, right? And who are able to work and mitigate variance. So, like, yeah, obviously there are times and places where you can't do anything. You just got luck sacked, right? But there are more often than not lines of play, points of failure that you can induce and create that you didn't do, things you missed. Always look to yourself in terms of self-reflection and how you can. You should always look to yourself first when your goal is to improve at the game. Always reflect.
Be hard to distinguish between the two, because if there's a loss that you couldn't do anything about, then you shouldn't beat yourself up about it. But if there's a loss where you could have done something, you need to spot that. And but you don't want to be like you don't. But basically, if you are wrong about your assessment, then you're either beating yourself up about something that you couldn't change anyways, or you're the other way is also annoying, when you think you haven't done anything wrong when in reality you could have learned from that game, you know? That sort of thing, I think you would think it takes a lot of time, but then in reality there's also a lot of people that have done this incredibly well without like spending 10 years to do it or whatever.
No, that is totally like being able to reflect and analyze and understand your points of failure and what you can do better is a hack. It's a superpower. It's a skill that determines long-term success. And it is a total paradigm shift. It is a total like perspective. It is a totally different way of thinking than most people are used to, right? Because a lot of the times it's easier. It's easier to just say, oh, I just, it was raining that day, or, just my opponent drew the nuts or whatever, right? It's just like, it's so much easier to put the blame on everything other than yourself. But if your goal is to improve at something, the only constant factor is you, right? If you're losing a bunch of games, if you're not doing something right, what's the common factor? It's you. You have to look at yourself. That has to be the default opinion. That has to be the first thing you look at trying to improve is yourself. Because only you and how you interface with the game, how you interact with the game, that is the only way, that is the only thing you can control. And so you should always look to control that and change that first.
It's just some people that are very naturally gifted at it. Like the one that comes to mind that people always mention is like Pac, who's been like playing the game for what, like 3 years now, not even, and has already won 2 YCSs and is one of the people that grind the most, I think, and play the most and simply get rewarded for it. Because I think he's learned instead of learning one specific deck, he's learned how to basically evaluate the game as a whole very well, I think. So that's impressive, I think. Money helps though. I don't think money is a big factor in who's doing well in the game. I mean, of course the cards are expensive, but most people have like they either have the cards or they borrow the cards. If people are very like active in the community, they will also have the opportunity to borrow the cards. Like
I mean, I think honestly, if you're trying to be a professional at Yu-Gi-Oh and you're trying to be really good at it, or any card game, you don't need money. All you really need to do is like there's like a base level of money. Maybe you need to like buy a deck at first and prove yourself. But really, what it is, it's charisma, and it's hanging out with the right people. It's talking with the right people and associating yourself with the right people. Because if you're able to get good and chummy up with like a shop owner or someone who just has a bunch of cards or whatever, right? Then yeah, you could play however many games you fucking want with all the broken cards, and you can learn and do all the reps with the most broken cards. Like, if you really want to get good at these kind of games in a physical setting, then play with the people who have the cards, and also be friendly, be a good person. Right? And be a smart person too. You want to contribute, you're working towards a common goal of wanting to improve at a game. That's also a huge important thing. But like, yeah, it's not like, in reality, you don't need that much money. You just need to be a likable person. And that's another way. Another way is you could buy all the decks you want and play by yourself and play test as much as you like. But I don't think I think playing by yourself is such a small like avenue, and the level of success you can get from that is so much lower in potential when playing with smarter people, better people, Yeah.
before I was a freaking adult and had a job and the money to get the cards, which I thankfully do now, I used to always borrow my cards back in the day, right?
Yeah.
And that was never a big factor for me.
Nope.
I think it's mostly, I think one very big resource that is probably the most relevant to being good at Yu-Gi-Oh is time. Time is a huge resource. Like if people, if I was working a regular, I don't know, 9-to-5 job that didn't have anything to do with Yu-Gi-Oh, and I had
Absolutely not. You would not be able to be good at this game. You would not be able to be as skilled at this game. If your time is not being put into this game and improving at this game, you are objectively going to be a worse player. Absolutely.
Had to manage like
there's
keeping
no
up with
cheating
the
time,
game, and my like personal.
It's right above his head. it's right above his head. Time. There's no shortcut to time.
Relationships, you know, fiance, family, friends. If I had to do all that next to like 9-to-5 job, it'd be so much harder. It'd be so much harder. Like time is a very probably the most valuable thing when it comes to being good at this game or staying good at this game, right? Because it's not something like you can learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh once and be good at it and have a good game sense, but you still have to like reevaluate every format and learn new things, right? Pack does that. I mean, yeah, Pack works full time and stays up to date with the game. But like the thing is, I think Pack just spends a lot of his free time with it, which is something that some people can do and some people can't. It's not even like a negative or a positive, you know. It's not a front or anything, but like in my current situation, I wouldn't be able to spend my entire free time on the game simply.
So it's like you know, multiplication, right? It's like math. And what you're doing is you're multiplying these different factors. If you put 0 time into the game, or you put less time than other people, the likelihood that your product, the you know, these numbers multiplying will be higher than someone else is lower. More time is going to usually generate a lot of value in terms of improving at a game. And if you put no time in it, you will absolutely get nothing. It's the same as multiplying by 0.
Because there's other things that I value a lot in life, you know, my family, my fiance, my friends. So like I'm not spending many nights like testing and all that. I spend a lot of my time that I spent in contact with the game is like during stream. That's a large portion of it. It's not 100%, but like it's a large portion. Thankfully, your job is your hobby. I am very thankful for that. Like, unironically, it is one of the best things that happened to me. The day that I started streaming, when Master Duel released, I still view that as one of the best things to ever happen to me personally. Cool. Any advice to newer players? I'm trying to get as good as you. I would suggest to take it one step at a time. Maybe that shouldn't be your first goal. I'm not saying you can't. No, you maybe you could, but like I don't think that's the. That's not. I don't think that's the freaking. I don't think that's the right. What's the word?
Right mindset, the right approach,
the right goal to begin with, because that's probably going to be frustrating in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think you should approach it one step at a time, and it's not like start playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Step 2, be as good as I am. Even I still take tournaments step by step. Right, even like if I go to a tournament, it's like step 1 make day 2, step 2 get through day 2, step 3, and then like every single match in the top cut is another step. Step 1 buy 3 Fire King structures. Step 2 win world champions. Yeah, I just have a great time playing Yu-Gi-Oh and have fun with my friends and my local community. That seems like a much better way to start. Yeah, that seems like a much better approach, because that's honestly. The reality of things is that's how I started as well, right? I never started this game with the intention to even play competitively, with the intention to...
God, if you're looking for a competitive card game to play, if you're looking for something to sink your time in and be rewarded with like fame and fortune and like prizes, please, for the love of God, do not play Yu-Gi-Oh! Play anything else. Play Magic the Gathering, play Flesh and Blood, play Teamfight Tactics, play like anything else other than Yu-Gi-Oh! Holy, If you just want to be good at this game, then you already love this game, and that's great. But I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for just something to be competitive in and sink your time into and reward your critical thinking skills and like level of logic, whatever the fuck, whatever your fantasy is, it's not Yu-Gi-Oh. Learn chess. I don't know. Just please, for the love of God, that's not Yu-Gi-Oh.
To win a big tournament or anything like that, because when I started playing this game, we didn't even have that. We didn't have big tournaments. Like, I started this game freaking when, like, Playground, and then I went to locals for the first time with, like, at the age of 10 or anything like that. And from that point on, I always only played the game because I liked it. It was never like, oh,
he loves the game.
I'm gonna win a YCS because I want to do that. I've been playing the game, and so I just my natural progression. Just eventually, you know, it brought me from Playground to locals, and then I was having fun at locals. I made friends at locals, and then eventually I started winning locals, and then we went to like bigger tournaments, like regionals or console tournaments.
Yeah.
And I started doing well at those, and then eventually I was like, okay, I was old enough to go to like nationals and so on and so forth, and then the first YCS happened in Europe, and so on and so forth. So even that was like a step-by-step development where I never started playing this game with the goal of playing competitively, with the goal of winning a YCS, or with the goal of being the best or anything like that. It's just always been, I just like this game. I've loved this game in 2003, and I still love it to this day, and I think that's where it comes from, because the rest is natural. The rest is a natural development, right? Because I never feel like I'm forcing myself to play the game to get better at it. I play the game because I want to.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Cool. There you go. There's the video. Like and subscribe to Mr. Joshua Schmidt. Definitely, there's the recipes for success, getting good at the game. 1, ability to reflect. 2, time. And 3, you gotta love the game. You gotta have a lot of things that you like about it. You have to find motivations other than just success at the game to play it, right? And that's what it is. Yeah. We set ourselves up for failure in a way. If our goal ideas are set too high, we have to crawl, walk, and run. Yeah, definitely. If you're setting high expectations, high goals, or whatever, like, of course it's good to dream, but you have to be able to gauge your success. If your only gauge for success is something so like arbitrarily, just so far away, right? If that's your only gauge for success, you're not going to really go that far. You're going to lose a lot of motivation. You're going to burn out. It's not going to be a very fun experience for you. Take it one step at a time, for sure. Yeah. It's, you guys take it one step at a time. All right. Yeah. That was fun. I mean, I like Yu-Gi-Oh! Reacts. I like talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Or what I like to do is I like to frame Yu-Gi-Oh! Around, topics about competition and competitiveness and, drive, or how silly Twitter arguments are and Twitter drama is and what people's perspectives are. It's a fun sort of backdrop for sure to discuss these topics. And it makes sense because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a big part of my life. A big part of me growing up. It was a huge point of interest for me and what I played with my friends, right? So I definitely, it's fun. It's fun to like frame everything kind of around Yu-Gi-Oh! You see that Pleasant Kenobi video out there? Pleasant Kenobi? Which one? Hasbro, Cruel and Greedy. I don't really know what Hasbro products there are. Is this like a Magic the Gathering thing? Monopoly? I'm not too sure. One of the most helpful things in learning any skill is knowing how to break it down into tiny steps. Oh yeah, absolutely. Take it one step at a time. The reason why people don't interface or interact with certain things is because they think it's too... The number one reason, right? The biggest reason why people don't like to engage with things is when they think it's like too big for them to handle, right? So that's a huge point for sure. Tangent. Some StarCraft 2 players have never played the single player mode. No, they haven't. Because if you want to get good versus other players, then you need to play versus other players. It's just simple. It's simple. It makes sense. Speaking of games that I want to get good at, I want to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Not Yu-Gi-Oh! Holy shit, that was wrong. I want to get good at Teamfight Tactics. So we're going to do that. Yeah. Hasbro owns Magic. Oh, really? Hasbro laid off 20% of their workforce? Damn. That's insane. Yeah, that was fun. I want to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Fuck no. Hell no. That is definitely not what I want to get good at. I am done with Yu-Gi-Oh! I am absolutely done. I'm over Yu-Gi-Oh! 100%. The Freudian slip. Oh yeah, my true desire, my true goals is to get good at Yu-Gi-Oh! You caught me. You caught me. You caught me. I can't. No, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is, I mean, again, like, people are valid. They like Yu-Gi-Oh! They play Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not my cup of tea. It's not my preference. But I sure as hell am going to farm videos out of it and discussion videos out of it and reaction. Because I think it's fun, right? I mean, a lot of you guys, especially if you're on YouTube, right? You at least played with Yu-Gi-Oh! You interface with Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, we have a, you know, a common relation in that at one point in time, we did like this children's card game. Maybe you still like it. I don't know. But, I mean, you know, that's the point to relate on. It's an interesting game. All right. This is really loud. I heard D&D is getting some new stuff, right? They got like new books and new skills. I think martial classes are a lot stronger now, right? That's pretty cool. I never really got to play like D&D myself. Completed Anvil. Nothing is for everyone. Passion can mean the difference between growing and leaving something behind, at least for the time being. Yeah. I mean, well, it's definitely not for me. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely not for me. I'm good. Me and Yu-Gi-Oh! We're good. Hasbro had huge profits this year. Oh, nice. I mean, like, what they're doing with Magic, right? Introducing other universes and bringing in so many different communities and basically, like, it used to be a thing that so many communities did, right? Which was like, one thing I used to do in 4chan a lot were like, there were some threads of like Fate, Magic the Gathering cards in the Fate universe, or Fate universe characters with Magic the Gathering cards. Magic is like, it's like the universal card game, you know? And it's fun to imagine cards in that context because, you know, I feel like Magic has a powerful level of expression in its cards. And I feel like you can't have that. You can't have that level of expression in Yu-Gi-Oh! For instance, right? Like, can you imagine, like, Fate Stay Night characters in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Context in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game? I sure as hell can't. I definitely can't. I feel like Magic has so much more, like, room for expression. I think it's cool that they're tying in other universes, and I think it's smart for them to do that too. A lot of people are going to not like it, and they're going to say it's bad or whatever, or the game is going to shit. But, I mean, it's a fun concept for sure. Yu-Gi-Oh's like someone else's kid. It's fun as long as you don't have to deal with it full time. Ooh, we got Shojins. Okay, let me... Can I sell? I can't sell. Okay, we can put something out here though, right? Okay, so we can't do anything else besides that. We can get AFK, which probably is good. Or blood money. Is blood money better than AFK? Augments. Let me see. Blood money, AFK. I think blood money is better than AFK, right? Gain 3 gold per 10 health your tactician loses. Okay. I'm going to get this then. I don't know. This is definitely a pretty decently strong board. So I'm a little worried here, but I'm not going to spend my gold leveling, that's for sure. 3 gold, yeah. I mean, we're going to try and lose. I guess I'm going to try to... yeah, I'm going to put my characters back. I'm going to put my headliner back, for sure. I ought to. No! Too strong. My board too strong. I need to lose more. Yeah, we need to go back. We'll buy the components, the superfan shit, to be good and catapult later, but yeah. Magic has fake characters? No, they don't. But I'm saying like the thought exercise and the game of like putting fake characters into the context of Magic is something you can more easily do in the game of Magic than you can with Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because I feel like Magic has powerful expression in their cards and they have that ability personally. So I think it's cool. Yeah. Magic is the most likely TCG to not die in 10 years. If you were to tell me which game lives and dies in 10 years or has more success, Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic, it's always going to be Magic. Absolutely. And especially the way they're going with like trying to appeal and incorporate so many different universes and bring in so many different communities, absolutely. I'll always raffle Magic the Gathering having My Little Pony cards. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, for me at least, you can't deny that it's cool. You know, it's cool that they tie in so many different things. That's how I see it anyway. I think it's fun. Saw one person say that Magic crossover are nice because you don't have to invest in a Doom card game. This will guarantee Magic success. Right? I mean, honestly, just look at it, right? Just look at Fortnite, for example. Look at Fortnite, look at what they're doing. Their model for success. That's the real reason why Magic is doing what they're doing. It's because they see Epic Games do it and they see Fortnite just tying in and using their game as a platform, as a base to incorporate all these different IPs creatively and in a fun way, and the level of success they're getting, right? Fortnite is a huge inspiration for Magic the Gathering, and I think there's like one other IP that is doing something similar. I can't remember what it is though. But I mean, it's a huge source of inspiration for that. Fortnite is wildly successful. I guess what you can look at is like, you know, Roblox or Warcraft 3 custom games. The incorporation and using other IPs and thinking about them in different contexts, like the game of Magic or Warcraft 3 or whatever. It's a fun idea. It's a great idea. And it works. You know, it works. Eventually it'll just be too much. I mean, is Fortnite too much? Like, everyone likes to say like, oh, Fortnite, you know, this is gonna blow up in their face one day, right? Or, you know, people aren't gonna like it at some point. But I would argue you're probably gaining more people. I'm pretty sure like they would stop doing it if it wasn't printing money. and if it wasn't generating interest. But the reality is that it is. It's a fun idea to incorporate these other IPs into your game, your project. It just is. And can you really fault a company for going where the money is? I can't. Is it at a gross negligence, or are they, you know, harming their player base? Sure, maybe their existing player base somewhat, but I feel like most of them, you know, they don't really have an opinion, or they're cool with it, generally speaking, you know. And the trade-off is generating a new audience, generating new culture, new player base, and I think that works. I think that's, you know, a good thing for a game of business. You know what collab I would really love to see in Universes Beyond, or whatever the fuck, you know, Magic the Gathering is doing? I want to see them like bring in Fate characters. I think if they had Fate characters in a Magic the Gathering game context setting, I think that'd be so cool. I think that's like totally suitable too, right? In the world of card games where there's so many rules, and the theme of cards are that they break rules, they break the rules. Card games is a game of breaking the rules. There are always a large rule set that the game operates under, right? And the cards, the individual cards themselves, what's the golden rule of all card games? The card, whatever it says on the card goes. Cards break the rules. Cards change the rules. Cards warp the rules. And that's like a huge theme in Fate. In Fate Stay Night, in the Fate franchise, how individual pieces, individual characters, their interactions with each other, how they warp and change the rules. It's a huge point of their, you know, of what they are, of what it is, of their theming, right? You know, there's no way Emiyashiro should be able to defeat Gilgamesh, but he did, because it's a good matchup, and, you know, Gilgamesh was, you know, very cocky, and, you know, it's like, there's he has the tool, he has the power, right? The one rule that you hear a lot when you start a Fate series is that masters cannot defeat servants. Humans cannot defeat servants. They're superpowered beings, and there's no way at all that they can do it. But, you know, Shido did. Kiritsugu is crazy, right? Everything like breaks the rules. Fate fans are already spending their entire paycheck in Fate Grand Order. Yeah, well, hey, I guarantee you they have more money to spend. Honestly, that's not super unlikely, but they have other IPs higher in the priority list for sure. Yeah, no. I mean, that's kind of the cool and exciting thing about it, right? It's that it's possible. I probably shouldn't have made this. But at the same time, this seems more powerful than her. What can I get here? Fire, red buff, adaptive helm. I could get red buff. Yeah. This is good. I'm gonna start like win streaking now. Maybe I didn't need to get to 6 right immediately, but yeah, it's fine. I would actually try Magic if they had Fate characters. I would too! I mean, like, I play Magic already. Like, I don't play Magic regularly, I don't play off stream, but I mean, like, I like Magic already, right? It's not going to take too much for me to, like, hop on Arena and play Lost Caverns of Ixalan Draft, right? I already am kind of sold on the idea of Magic as a card game. But what I am saying is, like, you know, I would probably buy a real-life Magic product and real-life cards if they had a Fate collab. I think that'd be sick. Please do not fucking kill me. Ooh, let's go. Oh yeah, they're gonna have Final Fantasy stuff. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be awesome. They are gonna have Final Fantasy stuff. I think that's a great idea. Yeah, we don't have anything here. We just save. We'll probably hit level 7 on 3-5. One of the faces of the Fallout Commander decks is dog meat. Really? Wait, hold up. Do you know what I want to see too? Is I want to see like Knights of the Old Republic. I want to see HK47. I don't know why. HK47 is such an iconic character. Dog meat ever loyal. When Dogmeat enters the battlefield, oh, that's so cute. When Dogmeat enters the battlefield, mill 5 cards and return an RO equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, so he's like fetching. That's cute. Whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, create a junk token. Nice. That's cool. So he's a commander, right? Is this like a, like there's no other card like it? Like it's a unique card? Because I know like Chun-Li is a unique card, right? From what I've heard. It's not based off anything. But that's cool. Dog meat. Yeah, it is? That's awesome. I love that. I need this Warmogs over here. Please don't take the belt. Nobody takes the belt. I take the belt. Give me the belt. Hell yeah. Okay. We definitely need to like get something going here because our board is pretty weak. I mean, at the very least, we have a very shitty backline. Not a lot of damage. Off topic, but I want to get into Shadowverse. I mean, they're gonna have Shadowverse Worlds Beyond coming out in summer 2024. Definitely a good time to get into it. Personally, I would say my experience with you know, with Shadowverse, I will say that playing Shadowverse last night has made me realize why I don't play Shadowverse. I just don't like it as much as I used to. I don't. It's just really convoluted. There's a lot of things you have to learn, a lot of interactions. I don't like the idea of invoke. Invocation is like, to me it just feels so similar to Yu-Gi-Oh. I hate it so much. It just doesn't, it's not fun for me. And if you don't know what invocation is, basically in Shadowverse, cards that have invocation as a keyword basically state a certain condition, and when that condition is met, then they literally fly out of your deck, right? They fly out of your deck and come out onto the battlefield, which I think is the silliest thing. I think it's so dumb. I think it's so, like, what? Why? It's basically the equivalent of Yu-Gi-Oh! Special summoning from deck. But the thing about invocation is it's a little more cracked than Yu-Gi-Oh! In that these decks literally, or these monsters, these followers, literally special summon themselves when these conditions are met. And they oversee it, which is insane. In Hearthstone, that's on Patches. Yeah, Patches the Pirate was a card like that. Absolutely. And I think it's a silly idea. It ruins... It takes away so much from the variance in card games. And I definitely want to do like a discussion video, a discussion topic about variance and what its role is in card games, right? Because that's a huge topic of discussion that I feel like is totally foreign to Yu-Gi-Oh! Audience and Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, is that because like variance and reducing variance is tied so much to player power, people hate variance. They're like, ew, variance? Why would you have that? That's such bad design. They conflate variance in card games with bad design, which I think is so silly. It is so inherently silly because card games, basically mitigating variance and contending with variance is a huge point of skill. It's why poker is played professionally and why people have a high level of skill with it. Is because managing and mitigating variance is hard. It's difficult. Managing probabilities is not an easy thing to do, you know? But you can do that with card games. Card games are a great platform for that. And so when people conflate like variance in these games with bad design, It's such a... I feel like it's such a silly way of looking at things. Like, obviously, there's a spectrum. Obviously, there's a point where it gets a little ridiculous and it makes it too annoying. Because when variance is outside of your control, or when there are too many degrees of variance, I can totally empathize and understand the frustration with that. That's what the problem with Hearthstone is, right? In Hearthstone, a huge point of critique of it is that there is too much variance. And I think that's valid, for sure. Holy shit, I broke that board. So like an extra deck monster, if an extra deck monster automatically launches itself from the extra deck and puts itself on the board, yeah. But no, not really. The Bean Bros. It's like, it's not necessarily like an extra deck monster. We could try and do What the Forge, I think. What the Forge is... Yeah, let's try What the Forge. Trickster's Glass. 70% max health and 30% max mana. You cannot equip items to the clone. Can I do it like with him? Oh, I can't do it with him. Okay, that's interesting. Another sniper's focus? That's weird. Effects from deck are dangerous from design perspective too. Breaks the game easily. Oh yeah, it's just way... It's super ridiculous. Does this stack? I'm sure it does, right? Doesn't feel like it though. Do you like bobbleheads? In particular, it's whatever. It's bobbleheads. What do you mean by that? Intelligence bobblehead. Add 1 mana of any color. That's interesting. I played Fallout a bit. So bobbleheads are like permanent stat upgrades in the world of Fallout. So that's kind of cool. I get that. I don't know if this is good enough, but looks pretty sick. Probably want this guy on the board. Let's see if this is good. Trickster's Glass and Sniper's Focus. I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, Trickster's Glass probably sucks ass. Oh god. Probably need to sell him and put it on like a tank or something. They have serialized bobbleheads for the whales? Really? Serialized bobbleheads? Wait, what does that mean? Serialized bobbleheads? They have like unique serial numbers for the bobblehead cards? Ooh, Alawi. Okay. I'll take Alawi. Yeah, then I'll probably put all 3 of these and Trickster's Glass on her. I'll sell the Ezreal. I think it was probably a mistake to put Trickster's Glass on him. And let's maybe not stack another Sniper's Focus on him too. Oh god, no. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, there we go. What's this? Hopefully it's good. Nice. Probably works out, right? That's probably good, right? I think so. Whoa, what the fuck? Shelby. Oh my god, dude. You did not have to do that. We're gonna hear that like 5 times. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted subs. You're crazy. Oh my god. Oh no. It'll never end. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub. Welcome, Gadget Ita, Terma79, Patanda, Galactic Tides, and Huda. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes. Yeah. Definitely need to work on like incentives and things that for you guys. But I appreciate you, you know, supporting me like that. Hopefully I can pay it back with good content. We got... Everything here looks fine, right? We just need like better... Just better things. Don't need this. Probably just... Also just better off playing another version of her. You just have a bunch of copies of Alawi. Do they all do their skill? I wonder. So they all like refresh this? It doesn't really matter, does it? Mana Zane. Definitely a good item on her. Unfortunately, I feel like I've lost way too much health that I can't find, how do you say? I can't reach level 9 at a very good rate, unfortunately. Because I would like to be level 9 at 5-2, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be like that. What does Deathfire Grasp do? Combat start? Okay. Sick. I mean, it looks pretty good enough. Looks like I'm doing alright. I'm strong. Feel strong. Okay, we have 2 rapid fires here. If I want to do something like that, but is that stronger than just having this? Probably not. Yeah, we'll just do this. It's fine. Let's just level up. Probably sell these, honestly. Well, this is 6 gold, so I can get 8. 8 points of experience. Uh-oh. No! Dude. That snipe would have gone so hard, I think. I think we are lucky to hit top 4 here. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong here.
I know.
Right? I'm trying to self-reflect here. But it's hard. It's definitely really difficult. Who has a collie? I don't have a collie here. When the resources effects are free and have no cost, then what it took to build it up, that will inevitably be broken on some level. People will complain about it. Yeah, it's like with Shadowverse, there's a lot of hidden information, right? Like what tokens can they generate? What are the invocations in their deck? And obviously, with time and patience and playing the game enough, you'll understand. You'll figure it out. But it's just it's a hassle. It's annoying. Personally, I don't care for it. That's how I feel. You know. I don't like that kind of gameplay as much. We're gonna grab Kiana if we can. We can't. We'll grab Ari then. Because items we turn into are random artifact items. Rightly so, in my honest opinion anyways, it can easily tip the scales of balance to favor one person over the other. Well, because like, what I don't like about games are super knowledge dependent, knowledge heavy games. Like, oh, like, not knowledge, it's more like, how do I say it? Not those aren't the games that I dislike. What I dislike, I definitely dislike it when it feels like it's a cheat. Like power was cheated, I guess. You know? Like when you can't adjust to something on the fly. And when something is like super unapproachable. So like when it comes to like invocation as a mechanic, it's like, how would I have known that? The only way I could have known that is if I played enough games, and it just doesn't feel, that to me doesn't feel very rewarding. It doesn't feel very like fun inherently. It's just like I had to play more games to know the specific interaction with these specific cards. That's not fun for me. That's how I feel about that, I guess. I don't know. This is rough. Okay, it looks like I might hit top 4 here. Nice. He's not dead? Oh my god. I might get cheated here. I don't know. It's hard to justify taking out that. Yeah, I could take out Guardian. Take out one of these guys for sure. I'll keep the 8-bit. We'll take out Echo. Right? That makes sense.
Another week at the top of the charts.
Nice.
Hear that? It is the end.
We are not one soul. We are many.
Jaw dropping, I know.
And that's all I can do, right? Let's try it. Let's see. Probably top 4 already. Well, I have to survive against this ghost, which should be okay. I have a, you know, 2-star Alawi with some pretty good fucking items. Should be fine. What is Trickster's Glass? What do you think Trickster's Glass is good for, chat? Like, who do you think it's best on? Because I think, like, on a tanky unit it makes sense, right? Definitely, like, what's his name? Jin could be really good with it, right? Jin could be good with Trickster's Glass. right? Because then he could potentially fill up more violins faster. Either your main tank or your main carry. I feel like it's a waste on the main carry, or at least it was a waste on her. Because like you don't get the items, and carries are pretty item dependent, and tanks are item dependent, but not as much, I want to say. It certainly is what it is. We have to adapt, accept, find a way around it. It isn't fun to everyone, but some do indeed enjoy it. Well, I don't have to adapt. I just play a different game. That's my solution. It's just like, I don't like the game. I'm playing something else. And definitely that's the case with Shadowverse for me. Like, I don't really vibe with the game that well. Like, revisiting Shadowverse in anticipation for Worlds Beyond has lowered my expectations and lowered my enthusiasm for the IP and the game so much. Because it feels like they're not trying to dumb down the game. They're not trying to make the game more accessible. They're not trying to make the game more watchable. Their whole idea is like, let's just relaunch this game, and this game is perfect as it is, and it's great. And for me, it's like, that's not how it is for me. For me, it was like, you know, it's just convoluted. You made top 2 this game, you're strong? Yeah, it looks like it, right? It looks like I am pretty decent here. Are you guys talking about Yu-Gi-Oh? Nah, I was talking about Shadowverse. But I mean, it applies to Yu-Gi-Oh too, right? My solutions with, you know, way too complex games or whatever is just to not play it. If it's not fun, I don't play it. As simple as that. That's all it needs to be. That's all I want to be. Oh wow, he lost to a clone. This guy basically got Disco, I want to say Disco Dazzler, but not really. He just has 3-star Echo with like Blitz on Disco 6. That's, I guess, what it is. He's not putting Blitz on the Disco tile, which I think is interesting. I don't know how I feel about that, but okay. Alright, I mean, it is what it is. Disco, 2-star, or Headliner Blitz. Headliner Blitz does what? Passive always deals a max health magic damage. Damn, that might actually be really good. Maybe I should pick up Disco Blitz as a headliner more often. You know? Tank carries. We should think about 4-cost tank headliners more often. Usually I default to like carries like TF or whatever. But honestly, like a 2-star TF is enough, right? It's not too bad. I should be more open to that. Yeah. Disco's cracked. Yeah, Disco's good. Disco's a great, like, Fast 9 comp. 6 Disco is so strong. I destroyed the lobby 2 times. I got it, and one with like 70 HP in rank. Damn. Damn. Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll try it then. Maybe we'll give it more of a shot then. Makes sense to me. Oh man, my voice, my throat. Ugh. I need more. I need like those like vocal exercises or something. I feel like we talk so much with those reaction and discussion videos. Sometimes it's like it's bad. All right, what is this card? Intelligence Bobblehead. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap it. Add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so it's a land. Bird of Paradise. 5, tap, draw X cards where X is the number of bobbleheads you control. That's cute. I like that. Yeah. You kind of like, I feel like there was a collection aspect to the bobbleheads in Fallout in terms of like collecting different types was good. But I don't know. I'm pretty sure there were permanent stat upgrades in Fallout, and I think this makes, you know, it makes a lot of sense. Bobbleheads are more effective the more you have of them, right? It's cute that they also just stand there and, you know, they do their thing. They help you out. It's a good nod to the game, that's for sure. That's what I like. Flavor-wise, like, you know, does it make sense that bobblehead's giving you stats? No, but that's not the point. The point is, like, you know, it's a good nod to the game. Add 1 mana of any color. That's cool. Do they have other bobbleheads? Or you link this one, serialized bobblehead. Oh shit. Oh, that's the pay to win bobblehead. Wow. That's cool. This looks like pretty cool too. Serialized bobbleheads? Oh, so it's like the Fallout serial numbers that you have on your dude? Oh man, that's cool. I like that. That's cute. What are the other Fallout cards? We should take a look at the Fallout set. Oh my gosh, Caesar? Legion's Emperor? Dr. Madison Lee? The Wise Mothman? I don't remember that. Mr. House, President and CEO? That's pretty good. Oh man, this is nostalgic for sure. It's kind of crazy saying it's nostalgic when Fallout feels a lot more recent and modern, and we're not talking about the, you know, this game. We're not talking about this game. Wow, the lands look good. This is so cool. I like that. I like this. This is sick. Maybe we should do like you know, like how we do Flavor Matters, right? And Pack Wars Flavor Matters. Maybe I was thinking, and we already did like a recording of it. I want to, you know, I need to edit it and push it out. But basically what we did with Yu-Gi-Oh was we looked at all the Vanquish Soul cards and we analyzed like the flavor of it, like what it was trying to express, and kind of like critiqued them on how cool it was, right? And I feel like this is something we could do with Magic too. And these sets are pretty small, which is really nice. I like that. I think this could be a good video, you know, just Flavor Matters, but for Fallout. I would have to do a little more research. I don't remember Dr. Madison Lee, but I remember Dogmeat. I remember Caesar, right? I remember Mr. House and the VAT system. So definitely could be a fun little video. Could be a fun little exercise that we do. Maybe on next stream. Yeah. I'll write that down. I'll write that down. For stream ideas, Flavor Matters, Fallout. You know. Oh man. Yeah, these sets are cool. These sets are really cool. Murders at Karlov Manor. Oh, these are the new cards, right? That's gonna be cool. I don't know, do you guys think that'd be fun? Flavor Matters. I definitely like the idea of the Pack Wars because there's like some stake involved, kind of. Like which card game will win, right? But like flavor appreciation videos can be cool too. Discussion. They're kind of like discussion, viewer participation stuff, right? Things where viewers can participate in a discussion, in a live discussion. I should try Shadowverse someday. Should you though? I think yeah, Shadowverse is a fun game to try, and you know what's really cool is that you can play the solo mode. You can play the story mode in Shadowverse, and they'll give you rental decks, and they let you actually play with powerful decks too, which is definitely a cool part of Shadowverse. Shadowverse, the thing about Shadowverse, right? The great thing about Shadowverse is that Cygames does everything it can, does so many things to try and make Shadowverse accessible to new players and accessible to a wider audience. They have a great story mode. They let you play with powerful decks in story mode. They have deck rental tickets. They make the game as accessible as possible. They have Take Two. They have a variety of game modes. It's great. It's awesome. And I think they deserve a lot of credit for it. You know, unfortunately, I don't like the game as much. But I think the fact that they do try so hard with making the game accessible, it's something I wish Yu-Gi-Oh would do. You know, it's something I wish Yu-Gi-Oh would try harder in. And I feel like, while maybe it's not so crazy successful with Shadowverse, at least in the West it isn't, like, I feel like it would be a totally different story with regards to Yu-Gi-Oh. I feel like you would have a high return on your investment if you made more alternate game modes, you put more money into solo or an interactive story, or incorporate the anime IP more when it comes to Master Duel. When it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh, I think they could definitely do a lot better. And they could learn a thing or two from Shadowverse. And it's weird to say because, like, obviously the level of success isn't really there, but I feel like the level of effort is commendable, and I think it does create good content. And I feel like with a better IP, with a more, with a stronger IP that is, you know, a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh, I think it's possible. You know, that's how I feel. Sounds fun to me. Yeah. Flavor matters. I want to like try and like incorporate other creators too with that somehow. But Pack Wars did so poorly, so it's hard to like come up to them and say, "Hey, look at how well Pack Wars did." Pack Wars doesn't matter, right? But why Pack Wars did so poorly was had a lot to do with my editing and me not being able to make it into a digestible format. Unfortunately.
Let's get this party started.
But I mean, I at least recognize the problem, and you know, I'm trying to improve on that. I think it's something that can be improved on, for sure. For sure, for sure. Dude, these headliners suck. Dick. They're so bad. If Konami, the people in charge, could make a game that is both balanced and still makes them the most amount of cash, they'd gladly make things balanced. Yeah, well, I mean, like, with card games, balance isn't really important. For me, what's more important in games in general, when it comes to fighting games, card games, whatever, is the game fun? Is the game... Yeah, is the game fun? Is it expressive? Can I do what I want, right? And that isn't a thing with Yu-Gi-Oh for me. And yeah, I know. I mean, like, balance is... Like, I guess not a lot of people like to think about this or put this into perspective, but balance is such a low... It's a low tier, like, thing in terms of the list of importance, right? It really isn't that important for a game to be balanced. You have tag fighting games. Tag fighting games like Marvel vs. Capcom are the most popular fighting games. And a lot of the times they have a high level of competition too. And the reason why they have a high level of competition, why so many people love those games, is because they have a good IP and they're fun. And tag fighting games are the most broken fighting games to exist. They're meant to be broken. They're meant to be exploited. They're meant to break the game. Like, the game assists and like having multiple characters on the screen is meant to break the foundation and the rules of fighting games. So balance is super like low on the list of priority. What matters is if the game is fun, if it has likable characters, and if it, you know, allows you to express certain things. And that's what fighting games, that's what, like, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom does, for instance. You know? There certainly is a tier of what is actually important in the game, be it on the consumer side or the company side. Yeah. People love to say, like, oh, balance is important. But in reality, like, you know, what's really important is how fun is the game. That's the first and foremost. It's the thing that people, like, often forget, is how fun is the game. Fun is the most important aspect. Making it balanced and fun is hard. Yeah, but not only is it hard, it's not even worth doing a lot of the times, right? That's what my point is that you're better off trying to make a fun game and prioritizing that first and foremost. than you are to make a balanced game. A balanced game is Rock'em Sock'em Robots. A relatively balanced game is chess, right? I mean, obviously, first player priority, white player is usually stronger than the black, but, like, you know, generally speaking, it is balanced. That's why people play competitively. Interesting hearing your point of view about balance. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it's something I pick up from other content creators or other people who try and think about gaming as, like, critically. I watch a lot of Maximilian, dude, and that was his, like, assessment. And for sure, that was very interesting for me to hear at the time, too, you know? It's that, you know, at the end of the day, like, but it puts it into perspective, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially when you look at what works, what doesn't work, right? Games need to be fun before they need to be balanced. First and foremost, straight up. Nobody's gonna play an unfun game.
Music brings us to life.
That's just the reality of it,
That's
right?
worth fighting.
I have good things, but I just do not. I mean, we gotta basically throw this game, so let's throw it. White players in chess, yeah, I know. You know, the white pieces. Yeah, no, people like love to get caught up in the esports aspect of games, and that's like a trap that even like companies and brands fall for, right? Is the game balanced, right? What, and does balance equal like audience? But in reality, it doesn't. How the fuck do I win that game? I'm sorry, like, I'm mad. How the fuck did I win that? What the fuck? He ruined my loss streak, man. Ginsu OP. Yeah, I should have taken her out. Fuck me, dude. That's so sad. I should have taken her out. Okay. Yeah, that works. I want better headliner, better abilities. I also want my other super fan. Where the fuck is my other super fan? Where is it? Where are they? I want to know. I would really love to know. We have Morellonomicon, we have Evenshroud, we have Ionic Spark. Hard to do those things. Definitely not easy to slam those items, but I don't know. I saw like in TFT Vegas Open that someone was slamming Ionic Spark pretty often. That's what I heard anyway, but I should probably like, I need to study those games. It's like whether it's studying, editing, or not, I don't know. I need to use my time more effectively. For sure. Maybe when we don't have anything to react to, we could like study more on stream. But I need to make more. I need to make content about TFT. I really do. I could recombobulate, but I don't know. I wish I had a 4-cost unit. I'm gonna get Vampirism. This is really bad.
Wait, hold up. We can stay for this.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm trying to lean into Pentakill now. I need some more power. I'm losing a lot of my games. That's what I'm trying to do. Try something else here, you know? Kale definitely sucks. Onyx Spark is a good overall item. Fits almost any comp. I think so. Alright, we'll try that. Yeah, you know what? That is a pretty good item. You're right. Okay. Try that. Wow. It's gonna be tough. I need them to focus and center around Mordekaiser a little more. I think I could probably lead to left. Should be fine. What I want them to do is attack the dummy first. That's kind of why I'm positioning the way I am. Let me get a belt. Get the Warmogs, put it on him. I need like... we're looking for like Karthus, Akali. Ginsu suck for that, but whatever. Someone else is throwing Pentakill? Oh my god. He also has Mordekaiser as a headliner. What the fuck? So weird. Yeah, definitely Disco is a consideration, right? Actually... let's do that, right? Lean towards KDA. Because we have Ari. Definitely a good carry with the items that I have. KDA Disco. That works. Do the Spellweaver stuff too. Right. We're gonna Pentakill. Put this out when we level to 7. Let's level to 7 right now. Yeah. Just like that would work, right? Yeah. That's good. That works. Star Pharaoh. You know, this stream was really fun, and it went a lot better than I expected, just being able to react to the Yu-Gi-Oh videos. We got pretty good stuff out of it, too. Especially the video where we were talking about, what's it called? Like, what's a good deck? What's a bad deck? That pissed me off so much. I got so angry at that. It just seems like such a weird thing to talk about, I guess. We'll point out. video is funny. Yeah, I feel like it just completely ignores and willfully misses the point. You know. You know, at a certain point, if you're having two different conversations, you know, it's not. You have to realize that. You know, you're not talking about the same thing. I feel like often that just gets missed. Skill issue. True. Did you see YCS Baloney having a pretty diverse meta? No, I didn't. Did they have a diverse meta? Honestly, I never kept track of like pro Yu-Gi-Oh and the deck meta that much. Cause yeah, I don't really. My sound just fucked up. I don't really regard pro Yu-Gi-Oh highly, honestly. What is wrong with my sound? Do you guys hear that? Is the sound fucking up for you, or is it just me? Okay, I think I fixed it for myself. Yikers. Sounds completely normal here? Alright. Okay. Bro. I don't think so. Okay, fine. We'll do that. That works. Yeah. I think this will work. Definitely lacking in the damage, but we got there. Yeah, our tank pulled through. Fuck yeah. Let's go! How diverse was the meta in YCS Baloney? Okay. I don't really. Yeah, we just need like more disco stuff, but we need to also save, so let's just do that. Once we get a blitzcrank, that'd be nice. I don't know if putting or slamming items on Echo was that smart, but maybe until we get a Blitz 2, we'll sell him. You got stable on a comp? Yeah. Yeah, pivoting into like different headliners is like super necessary for Fast 9, I feel. We did have a good timing too, 4-2, so we should be able to get gold, save gold for hopefully a 5-2 we hit level 9. 5-2, 5-3 ideally, right? Giant Slayer, we could also get Steadfast. Ginsu or Giant Slayer, Steadfast. I don't know. Let's do Giant Slayer. Slam it on him. And be done with Superfans. And so basically, I mean, ideally I'd keep Echo, but yeah, I have to keep Echo for a bit. Bruiser, Mosher, can I do that? Kinda, sure. We'll just do that. I need Dazzlers, that's what I really need. Like, yeah, I have Lucian here. Probably will contribute a good chunk to offense. Let's try. Have you ever played the hit game Baldi's Basics? I have, actually. My little brother wanted me to play it. And we did play it for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Very few archetypes played by more than 5 players. An entire top 64, and Teal'c's still topping representation. That's awesome. I love Teal'c's. I wish Master Duel didn't destroy them. That'd be cool.
Easy on the eyes, don't I know it.
How effective was Lucian there? It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever. Oh, Dazzler. Oh, nice. Yeah. That works. 4 Dazzler. Just need Blitzcrank over here. Looks like Pirelli, Unchained Fire Kings, Rescue Ace, Centurion, Teal'c's, and Labyrinth. Pirelli, Unchained, Fire Kings, Rescue Ace, Centurion, Teal'c's, Labyrinth. Is that really a not diverse meta? I feel like what do you consider a diverse meta? I think that's a pretty good amount of decks. We got wrecked. My true damage. This is very diverse. You come a long way from 60% Teal'c's. Yeah. Well, that sounds like it's pretty diverse, right? For me, anyway. I think so. I'm lagging. I realize. We could do Thieves' Gloves. Who am I gonna sell? Probably this guy. Sunfire. Cargo, Stone, Steadfast Heart. Oh, wait. Let's do that. Yeah, we should hit 9. 5-3, 5-2. Good shit. Nice. That works. So silly, but very fun to play. Funny to see everyone's reaction to play it on stream. Yeah. The problem with Baldi's Basics, though, is that it's been a while since it released. It's very old at this point, you know? And personally, I'm not too interested in it, but I appreciate the suggestion. Right now, I'm wanting to get good at this game. We definitely need to spread out the items a little more. With Cybernetic Bolt, thinking about it. Alright, yeah. We got it on 5-3.
Wait, hold up. We getting paid for this.
Let's get this party started.
Okay. We need to get rid of this. Sell him for a different sentinel. Really? I'm lagging a shit ton, which is insane. Yeah, I need a replacement for him. Just any sentinel would be fine. Blue buff would be good. The Alawi would be good. Static shiv would be nice. Adaptive helm would be okay. Let's get static shiv maybe. What I ideally would want is like Ziggs. I'm lagging so much here, but my... No, it's like my ping is spiking. It's weird.
Let's get this party started.
Okay.
I'm not impatient.
This. And I need a sentinel. Okay. There you go. Stupid tentacles, man. Hopefully they're able to survive. Looks like I do good damage though. Nice. Nice, that works. Hey, we're in a pretty good spot. Who have I beaten? I've not beaten Yukiteru yet. Okay. Boom, 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 like that. Okay. Please give me another one. Is her. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hell yeah, let's go, baby. All right. That's a big one right there. Yeah, we've got it. We've got the nuts. Oh, Yukiteru is fucked up. Look at this. Oh my god. This is looking like a clean dub. This is looking like it's gonna be a clean dub. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised. Kirito, can I tell you a Yu-Gi-Oh story and ask for advice? Yeah, sure. Yeah, right now I'm just playing games, right? So I have no problem with just like, you know, shooting the shit, talking about random things. But I do notice, you, Kirito, a lot of the times when we're like, you know, in the earlier topics, we were talking about the video, right? And I do see that you chat a lot, but you know, I do want to like make it clear, put it out there. Like I'm not gonna chat about random things that don't have to do with the topic at hand, especially when the topic of discussion is about something else, like about like Yu-Gi-Oh, for instance, right? For example. So you know, in this part, no problem. You know, just talking about random shit, shooting the shit, right? But you know, when it comes to other stuff, now is fine. Back then, you know, I see it happening, and I'm just letting you know. Is what I'm trying to say. Alright, we win. We got Alawi too. With good items. Oh my god, look at the thieves gloves on my Yorick. That is criminal right there. What the fuck? That is absolutely criminal. I can't lose. This is like, I win. GG. Good game. Well played. Well played, y'all. It's a good run. For me. Not them. There's no way you win this, right? There's just no way. The only way is if you like insta-kill my Yorick here and then pierce my back line. Nope. Bye, Evelyn. Later. Big tank Garen here. But can he last long? Doesn't look like it. Fuck yeah, let's go. Alright, we save money here if we can. We're good here. We're chilling. We are so good. Look at his board. He got Vex. He got Samira. He's got like 3-star Urgot, 3-star Set. He can't win. He's level 8. No way. No shot. This guy's board. KDA. He's got a 3-star Evelyn. It's not going to be good enough. Let's see how he beats this one. Or let me see how I'm doing. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm chilling. Oh shit, my front line almost got beaten here, but zombies, nice. Okay, what about Mandin? Okay, it looks like he's fine against the ghost.
Nothing better than a fool playing tough.
Another tank item would be nice for my blitz. True damage would be kind of okay, but I don't think I actually yeah, true damage would be sick.
Man, get off my stage.
Okay. I mean, there's definitely no world where I don't end the game within the next couple of rounds, right?
I'm not impatient.
Oh, that's checkmate. That's done. That's over. It's over. It's actually over. It's done. We won. How do we lose? How do we lose? I should just type GG right now. That's a ghost. So one of these guys are gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna win the ghost. No problem. Who's gonna lose this one? As I said, 6 Disco is so strong. It is. You're not wrong. So true. So true, bestie. Uh-oh. Mandin getting knocked out. Mandin is out of here. This is it. This is the final battle. That's all I can really. I mean, there's not anyone I can like 2-star except maybe Tarek. right? It is what it is. I wonder if he's gonna insta-give my Yorick by positioning his Vex here. I don't know if that's his goal. Looks like it though. Oh yeah, no. That's it. That's it. Right? That's it. GG. Bye-bye. Let's fucking go. It's been a while since we got first. It has been a while since we got first place. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Easy clap. Oh god. Please, please don't die. All right. Dude, we are climbing. Dude, I've been drinking a lot of water. I've been drinking so much water. Yeah, my connection with like League is really bad right now. What the fuck? Hello? All right, guys, I'll be right back real quick. Give me one moment. Oh, that's cute. What the hell happened over there? No. Does he even need a caption for this? Oh my god. Oh. I can't. How do you do that? How do you think, man? Oh my god. How do you think that like there's ever a universe where that works? That's so funny. That's so good. I love that. Oh man. What else is there? Is there anything? Twitch is unbelievably based. Wait, what? Is there a new policy? Is there a new policy update, Mr. Asmongold? Let me see here. I should follow Twitch and Mr. Beast. What if I run into Mr. Beast and he checks if I follow him and I don't? It'd be so bad. You never know. Oh, wait, this is good. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this after. I thought match find was in my game, not yours. Oh. Sorry. Yeah, I had it in the background. I love it. Oh my god, I just read the tweet a little bit. I love it already. It's so good. Wow, these suck dick. Oh my god. These are ass. Is anyone else lagging? Like, these games feel like shit. That guy's lagging, apparently.
Let's get this party started.
I can't zoom in and out. Well, I can zoom in and out.
Some fun.
Good for something. Works for me.
Let's get this party started.
Probably works out, right? Yeah. Probably good enough. And I like that I have Disco pretty early, or at least Gragas really early. It means I can pick up Tarek and Nami, and probably be pretty good. We also have multi-talented, so we have Country 2. So it'd be nice if I could pick up maybe a Samira as my early game carry. It's not super fan dependent, reliant, needed. How much damage does she deal? Damn, Sunfire is nuts. Disco.
Don't I know?
Obviously, we do that.
That's worth fighting.
I was trying to like combine all of them into one, like how it looked like it was doing earlier, but I guess it's fine now. Let's try this one instead. 1086. I'm sure Senna could do more, right? Lux just feels like she's super underwhelming as a standalone unit on her own, right? Well, maybe Senna is even worse. It's almost looking like she might be worse here. Because I don't have any true damage, and I don't have any items on her. No bling bonus, no true damage. Definitely not as good. Hmm. 8-bit Sentinel. I always confuse like 8-bit with Disco, you know? I feel like that's an easy... It's easy to do. Why do I have Disco? Wait, why did I do that? This is a lot better. The fuck? I think I was trying to do disco. That's probably what it was. Oh. Stop. Stop zapping me. Die. Oh god. Oh, wait, I have one more zap? Wait, can I zap before she zap? Uh-oh. That's not good. I might lose here. Oh, we definitely lose here. That's not good. That's no bueno. Let me get the Dragon's Claw. Mayhaps, perhaps. We'll love that. Or not. I could also just get a mana crystal. Or not. I guess I could get a wand. I could use an offensive item, yeah. For sure. For sure. Alright, let's get it. That's definitely not what I want.
Music brings us to life. That's worth fighting for.
This is definitely not what I want, right? No, I doubt it. I doubt. Very much doubt it. I think I have a good shot at losing these rounds, but we'll see. Let's see. So I'm not too sure if I want to push level here, because we already are leading with the loss. Emerald coming today, I'm feeling it. I know, right? We're so close, I can taste it. Ooh. Okay, well, that's fine. That works, right? Let's do that, that's fine. 20. Okay.
Come at me. Let's do it.
Alright. Let's throw this round. 100% throw this round. So that we can have a lose streak of 3. Which doesn't give us one more gold, but I mean we get one more gold than normal, right? Also we could take some damage. It's fine. In fact, let's just sell this. Sell that one too. Who cares? We're almost below this guy, which is nice. Okay. So we definitely have, like, super fan, right? Let's do that for sure. Hopefully we win this round. I'm sure we will. Yeah, sometimes with this, when I lose streak into Krugs and like I sell my headliner, sometimes I lose to Krugs, which sucks, but I think we'll be fine actually. Yeah, the Sunfire helps a lot. Kind of not that great, unfortunately. Not that positive. Okay. Definitely not very good without Jeweled Gauntlet, right? Bad Arena is his name. That actually might be kind of crazy. I think we might actually go for this. That's fine. That works. Yeah, I mean, we have her, so we also have Idealism. Sounds good. So yeah, we could go reroll Cat. Reroll Cat is a... I guess it's a reroll 6 comp. It's country dependent, country reliant, but it's not Samira reliant, which is nice. So someone is going country here, which might be an issue. Filipino, I didn't really see that he was going for that, but okay. I think we'll be fine. Another crowd diver's nice. I definitely need to keep my super fans. Yeah, we need to get to a point where we can make another gauntlet and lose the super fans, I think, for sure. We could also just cut out Echo, probably, is a good idea. And just shove the Sunfire Cape on Amumu. That might be good. I just need Gauntlet Brawler's Gloves here. And we'll be pretty set. We have second pick, so as long as, I mean, if we can get it. Please don't do it. Fuck you, dude. I'll get this one. Fuck. That's so dumb. He's so low. Why? He doesn't even have like health, like sacrifice augments. How did he get so low? He's gonna die, dude. I'm getting griefed. We could do Adaptive Helm. Ionic Spark would be good to do that. And Sunfire. That works. We could replace... I don't have another crowd diver. Let's get rid of him. This works. This is good. 50 gold. We also have a Shojin's, but not very good with what we got. Country 5. It's a good level up. Hopefully we get this win streak. Holy crap, what the fuck? He's got Ziggs and Jin and he just sold them? What? What just happened? What did I just witness? He's got them so early, he just sold them. I guess he doesn't have Shojins, but... Oh. Holy shit, he has Heartsteel 5, I think. He has Heartsteel 6. This guy's going super econ. Ain't no way. No way. Oh wait, we need to roll. Fuck, that was really bad. I shouldn't have used that gold like that. Yeah, we gotta reroll 7.
Better dead than dumb.
Battle is a dance. The fortunate find their
Yep.
My fans are the reason I sing.
Redemption could be good, but I do want the idealism. Starox is nice on Urgot. Put that on him. That would work, yeah. Freaky Friday could be good for Urgot. This definitely is whatever. Hedge Fund would be nice, I guess. All of your champions gain their unique headliner effect. No. It's either Hedge Fund or Freaky Friday. I feel like Freaky Friday definitely has a lot of power here. Fuck. I'm gonna go for Hedge Fund.
battle is a dance, and the fortunate find their
Good feeling about this.
Fear not.
Do we want Samira? Yeah, kind of. Not gonna get more than that, I think, but
We are not one soul.
oh
We are
boy.
many.
Really? Okay. We definitely need items here. Okay. Probably the biggest thing I can get for myself. Yeah, it's just the gloves. I need like 2 gloves. Because I need another idealism or whatever. So please tell me you don't need all of these gloves. fucking go. Okay. We can have Jewel Gauntlet. Guardian. Probably a good idea here, just so I can get 5 country replaced with that. I want Bruiser eventually, so I would love to start replacing these. But before we do that, we need to have our items. Giant Slayer, Sterox. Probably Sterox is a little better. I'm a little more favoring this guy for sure. So we do this. That looks good. Works, yeah. Alright, cool. We start saving. I never get much success with country. I don't know if it's me or the comp. I feel like this game, it's so hard to in this game to force certain things, but being aware of the different paths you can take and what you can do definitely helps a lot. And I think I'm being rewarded for understanding that reroll cat is still a thing. You know, like that was kind of nuts, and I think that guy just died. Wow. Unforged for him. Fucker took my gloves. But I got him. I'm lagging mega hard. Oh, mega hard. Alright. Try and level up here, or level to 8 eventually. Then we could, like... I don't know, maybe this one's not as important, but I do need the country. I do have, like, Tom Kench. But then again, it's like... who do I replace it with? I guess Samira. Yeah, Samira's not super important here. I'd rather have the Bruiser in the country 5 to pair with Alawi. So yeah, let's stop pouring money into Samira. She's just not that useful at all. Nice. I never forced, but I've never tried Cavi roll, only tried Samira. Yeah, Samira is definitely really good, too. Okay. We definitely have a lot of gold. What I need is Tom Kench. It's not really likely I get Tom Kench, so I have to just pick him up incidentally. I need to pick him up. Right? Oh shit, that's why I was sticking with my interest. Forgot about hedge fund, my bad. Okay. Dude, can I... Fuck. I don't understand. 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 We're so close to good stuff, you know? We're so fucking close. This guy was playing some type meta decks. Bro, this is so rough. I still need that glove too, so I could replace these super fans. Once I get like Urgot 3, I'd be really good. I need to just save more, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy that I'm not getting it. This guy's got country 5-2, and I don't think he's deploying 2 Urgots. Yeah, he already has 1 back, so 1 2-star in the back anyway. So unless he has like, he just made it this round. Let's see, what do you have? No. Okay.
Shadows into the spotlight.
Okay, dude. That is insane. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. I can't get an Urgot 3 here. Should be like getting some crowd divers too, honestly. This guy's getting destroyed. What up, Yuki? How you doing? This guy was playing some meta deck. I played either Dark Magician or Elemental Hero. I kept it close, but I still lost. But the meta player called me the R word for playing with that deck. That sucks, dude. What the fuck? That's definitely uncalled for. Holy shit. It got awkward because I do have mental illness, and I am asking how do I avoid that awkwardness. I forgive the player anyway because I'm too much of a forgiving person. It just felt wired and awkward. Weird and awkward. You know, I don't... Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of, like, opportunities to interface with mental illness. I mean, as far as that goes, I don't really have any advice. It's it sucks. Best thing I could say is, you know, you just move on, and you know, there are gonna be assholes like that, but you have to realize that. Or you didn't have to realize. What helps is realizing that it's just a small blip in your life, and you know, people who genuinely say that to you in your face and mean it, you know, they're a waste of space, and they're not going to do much with their lives, I guarantee you, you know? Dude, are we actually just never going to get this? I think so. It's very possible. Another easy top 3. Dude, I don't know. I'm wasting a lot of gold. Like, yeah, top 3, sure, but I'm wasting so much fucking gold. It's so sad. And I actually might lose this round. That's huge. It's a huge loss. That's a huge loss, dude. I need a glove. Or got removed from the game. Try not to let the negative things get to you. It's very easy to focus on the bad and the negative. I say do your best. Not surround yourself with people like that guy who essentially egg it on. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times it's outside of your control, but I mean, if you have any control over it, you know, people are gonna be like that. But there's a lot more good people than bad, so you know. That is wild. This is insane. Okay, there we go. Holy fuck. It's so bad. And the fact that I can't get a fucking glove is worse. I don't think I can... I don't know if I can even win at this point. Oh god. Oh, my backup carry's here. My backup carry... Come on. Never mind. I don't care if people call me the R word. To be honest, it's just a word. I think he was mad because it was a long day for him, and I get it. I have the days that haven't been long, just ready for it to be over. Yeah. I mean, personally, like, there's not a lot of, like, I don't know, you're saying it's awkward or bothered you, right? I guess. How do you avoid that awkwardness? That's what you were asking, right? How do you avoid that awkwardness? You can't. Because some people are idiots, and, you know, unfortunately you don't have a lot of control or say of who gets to enter in your life and who gets to be there, right? So, you know, all you have to do, or all I would say is, you know, just, you know, it's life. Things happen, and you just gotta let it, shrug it off, you know? You can't really, I think, knowing that you can't, like, do much to avoid it is, you know, hopefully that lessens the impact it has on you, I guess. You know, like, I know you say you don't care about it, but I mean, you know, if you're asking for advice, and, you know, that's how I see it anyway. The game was super laggy. I don't know if we're gonna get to Emerald today. We'll probably get to it on a different stream, but we had a great stream. But I do want to talk about this a little bit. Let's see. Alright, so Twitch says, we've gotten feedback that our policies around sexual content are unclear, so we've drawn clearer boundaries between what is and isn't permitted on Twitch. Sorry, let's be over here. We also recognize that not everyone wants to see certain content, so we're updating our criteria for homepage recommendations. That's good. That's great. And definitely, like, with regards to the Twitch meta, right? I think one thumbnail that stands out is with this girl. And a lot of people are making, like, videos like, what the fuck is going on Twitch? And it's the same old story. You know, women, girls, marketing, and, you know, having sexual content on Twitch. Not explicit, but, you know, I mean, clearly she just has no top on, right? And it's a point of contention, it's a point of criticism for Twitch, and a lot of people, you know, like to say, clutch their pearls and say, think of the children, think of the children. But, I mean, for me, it's like, you know, I don't really care about it, honestly. Like, sex sells, and it's totally fine if these people, if the rules allow for it to happen, if it's there, then more power to them. Like, it really doesn't matter to me. Think of the children. Well, how about you get, you know, you have better parents, you know, better content policies that your children can consume, right? At the end of the day, no matter what you do, children are always gonna climb on the internet and go watch porn. And I mean, like, if they're watching Twitch instead, I don't really think that's a huge loss for them. So, I guess they've received a lot of pressure. Twitch has received a lot of pressure, and I guess they want to respond to it. And it looks like they are going to be drawing some clearer lines, some clearer boundaries, which is interesting. Let me change my category really quick. So see what that is. Check out the details in our blog. Let's see. Twitch December policy update. Updating our approach to sexual content and content classification labels. We've received consistent feedback from streamers that our current policies around sexual content are confusing and that it can be difficult to know how their content will be interpreted based on their on these policies. We want streamers to feel confident they understand our rules and viewers to feel confident they will get the experience they expect. To accomplish this, we are making 2 changes effective today. Streamlining our policies regarding sexual content and updating the criteria used for homepage recommendations. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. The Twitch discovery system, if they can make it so that people don't have to see or interact or interface with content they don't feel comfortable interacting with, that's great. That's awesome. Let's see. Streamlined sexual content policy. To be effective, policies need to be easy to understand so that a streamer knows what is allowed on the site and what is not allowed. Absolutely. Part of the confusion comes from the fact that there are currently 2 separate policies in the community guidelines that address sexual content. There's also an additional section in the content classification guidelines that describes when a streamer needs to label their content as including sexual themes. Going forward, the sexually suggestive content and sexually explicit content policies will be consolidated into a single sexual content policy within the community guidelines. That's awesome. That's great. Centralizing points of information, making clear what you are for and against and what your policies are. Communication is very cool. Very good. Asmin tweeted W, so you know this is based. I mean... this policy specifies the types of sexual content that are prohibited on Twitch, and violating this policy will result in account enforcement. When consolidating these 2 policies, we remove portions of the sexually suggestive content policy that closely resembled language in the content classification guidelines. The guidelines explaining what content needed a sexual themes label were not distinct enough from the language in the sexually suggestive content policy and made them difficult to follow. We launched content classification labels back in June in recognition that some content that is allowed on our service may not be suitable for all audiences. We believe that accurate content labeling is key to helping viewers get the experience they expect. Blah blah blah. In addition to providing clarity, these updates will also reduce the risk of inconsistent enforcement. Great. Awesome. That's the biggest problem, right? A lot of people look at sexual content and whatever, and they see like certain streamers getting banned and other streamers not, and they're confused. That's why a lot of the outrage, I feel like it does come from a place of genuine confusion. It's like, why is this allowed but certain streams are not, right? Why does one person get banned and another person doesn't, right? So definitely making it clear is better. Absolutely. Content recommendations for the homepage. We also recognize that not all members of the community want to see certain content, even if it is properly labeled with the content classification label. When a CCL is applied, viewers must provide explicit consent before they can start watching the stream. However, if labeled streams are shown on the Twitch homepage, viewers may still see content in stream thumbnails that make them uncomfortable, which... That's funny. That's interesting. I wonder, so what? They're not going to have the sexual content or content that's labeled sexual featured on the homepage? That'd be interesting. That's a nerf, but let's see. We want to make sure the homepage, which is often the first page that viewers land on, is more aligned with viewer expectations. To address this, we are updating the criteria used for homepage recommendations. Streams that are labeled as including drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, violent and graphic depictions, gambling, and/or sexual themes will no longer be included in homepage recommendation shelves due to the visual nature of those topics. Okay, great. Yeah, makes sense. Very clear, cut and dry, and you'll probably, I guess, see people not label their content properly, but I think they're cracking down on like enforcing this a little better, like making sure people are using the labels correctly. So we'll see how well that works or doesn't work. Due to the visual nature of these topics, streams labeled as including mature rated games and profanity will not be affected by this update unless the streamer has also selected one of the labels bolded above. Right. Okay. Yeah, that is interesting. Like, let's say you're streaming GTA 6, like, oh, well, the game has drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, right? But I guess these sort of labels seem... I would say that they are more... if the main content centers and focuses on this, then I feel like these labels are appropriate, right? but let's see. Viewers can still search for or go directly to channels they follow that are streaming labeled content via the left bar of the homepage, but streams using these labels will not be surfaced in homepage recommendation shelves. Streams with these labels will still be included in category page recommendations, so viewers can navigate to the appropriate category for this content. Making this change helps ensure that viewers will not see content they haven't consented to seeing. We will continue to explore addressing more personalized viewer settings in the future. Okay, sure. That's... I think this is probably, you know, this sounds good, for sure, right? It's more cut and dry. Share your feedback. Fact, what is changing with this new update? Some types of content that were prohibited will now be allowed on Twitch if appropriately labeled. These changes include... Okay. Previously prohibited but now allowed with label. Content that deliberately highlighted breasts, buttocks, or pelvic region, even when fully clothed. Streamers found it difficult to determine what was prohibited and what was allowed, and often evaluating whether or not a stream violated this portion of the policy was subjective. In addition, the former sexually suggestive content policy was out of line with industry standards and resulted in female presenting streamers being disproportionately penalized. Sure, yeah. Okay. So this is now allowed, which is good. So they have more freedom in the content that they can put out, as long as it's appropriately labeled and, you know, suffering a small nerf in like their discoverability, which I think is fair, right? You don't really want your homepage to have these kind of explicit things, right? But in return, you get, you know, you're able to do more, which is fine. Fictionalized, drawn, animated, or sculpted, fully exposed female presenting breasts and or genitals or buttocks, regardless of gender. There's a thriving artist community on Twitch, and this policy was overly punitive and did not reflect the impact of the content. Holy shit, thank God. This basically is addressing VTubers, right? VTubers, and you know, I think at least it happened with like Lucy Pyre, who's a you know, a VTuber, and her avatar is, you know, pretty sexual, right? And her content is also very sexually themed. So, you know, it's it was weird to see the disproportionate sort of enforcement versus like for in real life for flesh tubers basically versus VTubers. And the fact that they're just outright saying, you know, VTubers are fine, especially if they have sexual content. You know, they won't be featured on the homepage, sure, but you know, it makes they'll be fine. I think that's great. That's awesome. Body writing on female presenting breasts and or buttocks, and regardless of gender. The Twitch attire policy already allows body art on breasts and buttocks, so this change makes these policies consistent. Great. Awesome. Erotic dances that involve disrobing or disrobing gestures, such as strip teases. Sure. Great. As long as it's not, you know, actual porn, sexual, you know, sexually explicit content. Changes to popular dances. Popular dances such as twerking, grinding, and pole dancing are now allowed without a label. Oh, wow. Okay. Previously, some dances were prohibited and others were allowed with the label. Enforcing on dances regardless of context meant our policy prohibited twerking at a wedding or taking a pole dancing exercise class, for example. The policy now takes context into consideration and only prohibits streaming inside of an adult entertainment establishment. Okay, great. So people can dance on Twitch and they don't need the label. And it could be sexual in nature, right? I mean, a lot of dancing is, you know, just sexual in nature inherently. So, you know, I get it. That's good. That's fine. With the updates to the sexual content policy, are artistic depictions of nudity allowed? I will probably say no, but let's see. Content with a focus on fictionalized, drawn, animated, or sculpted sexual body parts regardless of gender, such as doing nude figure drawing, are allowed with the sexual themes label. Wow. However, fictionalized sexual acts or masturbation remain prohibited. Okay. Interesting. So, titties and dicks are allowed, but, you know, pornographic material, sex, and masturbation, obviously, not allowed. I think that's pretty clear. Sure. Is body painting on the breasts and buttocks allowed on Twitch? Yes. That's what they said earlier, right? How does Twitch handle nudity in gaming? We handle nudity in gaming in 2 ways. First, games featuring nudity, pornography, sex, or sexual violence as a core focus or feature are entirely prohibited. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Hentai games, yeah, makes sense. Custom gameplay or visual modifications that include nudity or sex content, including uncensored patches and otherwise allowed games, are prohibited. Sure, great. Learn more about prohibited games. Second, for games where nudity is not the core focus or feature, so like Grand Theft Auto, right? Or like if you go to a strip club on GTA, right? That makes sense. The mature rated games content classification label is sufficient for incidental nudity. However, the sexual themes label must be applied to gameplay that focuses on nudity. Sure, okay. What, like Conan, maybe? Conan Exiles? Users may not engage in simulated sexual activity or erotic roleplay with other players in online games. Games that primarily consist of user-generated content, in-game roleplay, or interactions in virtual reality are not exempt from this policy. That's pretty cut and dry, pretty clear. Yeah. Don't have sex. Don't pretend you're having sex either. Just, that makes sense. VR, chat, VTubers, whatever. Don't pretend you're having sex. You can be, you know, sexually attractive, do erotic dancing, you can draw on your breasts, you can have like very sexual VTuber avatars, right? But as long as you're not, you know, participating in erotic roleplay or simulated sexual activity, including masturbation, then it's not allowed. I mean, that makes sense to me, personally. If the mature rated game that I'm playing includes violence, alcohol, gambling, or sexual themes, does that mean I also need to apply the relevant content classification labels in addition to the mature rated game label? That is a very good question. Let's see. The mature rated game label covers most content that occurs within the game itself, if the content is encountered as part of regular gameplay. However, if a streamer chooses to focus their stream on in-game content that features sexual themes, such as fictional nudity, or overlays their gameplay with comments or topics that qualify for any label, they should apply all relevant labels. In-game content that features simulated sexual activities between players is still prohibited. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I like that they answered this question, right? It's kind of a question that I had, right? Do you have to label them appropriately? Like if you have, you know, you're going to play GTA, your character's story mission goes through a strip club, are you required to label it appropriately? And it seems like the answer is no. You just label it as a mature rated game and you'll be fine, which is good. This sort of question with this answer, I definitely think is good and I appreciate that. Will streams labeled with CCLs no longer be recommended in the left bar of the homepage under recommended channels? No, they will be, right? But they just won't be recommended on the, what do you call it? The homepage. This update will not prevent streams from being recommended on the left bar, as stream thumbnails are not shown in that section. Makes sense. Will labeling one of my streams with the CCL also impact the visibility of future streams? No, past streams do not impact their visibility of future streams. When your stream does not include one of the CCLs listed above, it will again be eligible to be shown on homepage recommendation shelves. Great. What happens if I do not use a CCL? Our sexual themes content classification guidelines describe what content needs to be labeled with the sexual themes label. Failure to use the CCL accurately will result in warnings, and the correct CCL will be applied by Twitch to the stream. If you fail to apply the correct CCL repeatedly, the CCL will be temporarily locked onto the stream, but it will not result in a suspension. Wow. So they will put the label themselves. They're not even saying like, oh, we'll ban you, we'll time you out, or like, you know, you'll receive a suspension. They're saying like, well, if you fail to do this repeatedly, then we're just going to put this hard nerf on you for everything that you do, which is, that's awesome. That's great. Yeah, that makes sense. No, yeah, this is totally based. This is actually like the best like communication, the best like article I've seen them put out in years. It's so clear, it's so cut and dry. It establishes all the boundaries. I think this is good. This is absolutely great. Yeah. No, W Twitch. Absolutely. W, that makes a lot of sense. I'm happy for these changes. Yeah, this part is an actual W. Content recommendations for the homepage. Sweet, I can still do the meta. Fuck yeah. Shaking my flapjacks for money. All right, well, hey, that's a good one for sure. But either way, I think I'm gonna be done for today. Thank you guys so much for watching, hanging out, and being there. Appreciate it. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord to know when I go live next. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye. Later.